Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Okay girl, spill the deets. Mina quickly got to the gist of things. She'd somehow acquired glasses and a suit in the short walk it took to reach the 1B dorms. Momo probably made them. At least they dragged me into my own room. Yui thought, resigned to her fate. Let's not beat around the bush. You were tailing us. Betting that all of you were. Yui bluntly said. Ibara nodded in defeat, unable to lie. Well, that makes things easier to explain. Tsuyu replied. Well, I mean, we were just curious, and besides we didn't interfere with the date. Toru defended herself. Yui decided not to mention the fact that she'd literally seen Uraraka knock out one of the waiters like some sort of ninja, but then again that same waiter had come out a few minutes later like nothing had happened, though he did seem to be acting odd. Still, we weren't there for everything, so that's why we're here for gossip. Come on, how was it? 𝐭𝐾𝐲 butted in, slinging a disconnected arm onto Yui's shoulder. It was fun. Fun. Come on. Mina pouted. Kodai is a woman of few words. Though for her to say fun means it must have definitely been enjoyable. Yanagi softly said. So, just to be clear. You don't mind if others join, right? Tsuyu decided to be blunt about it. No use beating around the bush, after all. I don't mind. Really? Uraraka choked out. He has a big heart. I'm content enough with whatever chunk belongs to me. Yui said with a very slight blush. Good. Guess I'll ask him tomorrow. Tsuyu nodded. The other girls gawked at her. Whoa, who said you could call dibs? Mina exclaimed and Toru nodded in agreement. Tsuyu said. First come, first serve. Well, in that case, might as well go right after. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 shrugged, noticing a new doll she most certainly hadn't seen before last time she was in Kodai's room. Ibara shook her head, a light blush on her cheek even as she reprimanded 𝐭𝐾𝐲. Yaoyorozu looked deep in thought and the others also looked like they were considering something. Tomorrow then. Now if you'll excuse me, I want to sleep. Yui cut through their train of thoughts, gesturing towards the door. Uraraka's frown deepened as she left. She wanted nothing more than to confess to Deku, but what if he doesn't feel the same way? A few of the others were having similar thoughts. Meanwhile, come on. I've seen like a bunch of your other selves do it. I'm telling you, it just won't come out. Then make it come out before I do it myself. Hatsune, what on earth's going on over? 𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐿 scratched his chin in confusion as Mai seemed to be trying to pull something out of Midoriya's wrist. Oh hey, she greeted before proceeding to poke at Izuku's arm. What are you doing? 𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐿 sighed, already getting to berate Hatsune. Trying to get Zuko over here to use Black Whip. Mai pouted. Zuko. Black Whip. Mai frowned and huffed as if she were talking to little kids. That's rich coming from you. 𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐿 and Midoriya thought to themselves. It's another quirk he can use. Watch some of the universes on the chair, sheesh. Mai explained. Oh right, the multiverse or whatever. 𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐿 blinked as he remembered the mind-blowing device Mai had made. So far they'd kept this out of reach from anyone outside the theater. A device like that would be very dangerous in the hands of the villains, and even the hero committee. Could you at least tell me how my alternate selves used Black Whip? Izuku sighed, exasperated. Mai smacked her head as if she'd forgotten something. Oh right. Okay, so, you go 20%, I'm pretty sure, and then you just intently focus on capturing something. Mai scratched at her head as she tried to recall the details properly. 20% hurts to use, but I think I can manage it for a little under a minute. Izuku nodded as he shifted into a more ready stance. He held a fist out in front of him and focused on one of the dummies Mai had brought. I just have to focus, Izuku said. Nothing. Focus. Still nothing. Try imagining your friends falling from a building or something. Imagine you throwing out a rope to catch them. Mai frowned deep in thought. Oh. Imagine failing to grab your girlfriend as she's falling, and then just like, force yourself to reach for her without actually moving. Mai exclaimed, pounding a fist onto her open palm. Izuku nodded, trying to envision that exact scenario. I could have used that quirk to grab Bakugo, and then Kamino would never have happened. 𝐿𝐴 coughed. Shouldn't you two be doing this in the gym or summit dash? Then the room was filled with a swirling mass of tendrils. DMN. Problem. Child. Aizawa punctuated every word with a pull of the ear. Izuku merely winced in pain as he was dragged to the theater. Vlad King had been startled when tendrils had punched right through the walls, and then Midoriya had been flung through a few empty classrooms and a tree. It was only Aizawa quickly erasing his quirk that had prevented further damage. 𝐿𝐴 managed to shield Mai in time, and Izuku had been smart enough to quickly move his arm away from them. Next time you practice a new quirk, you do it while we're around. Aizawa continued, his tone livid. All Might followed behind them. He was lost in thought, wondering if Midoriya would be able to use Nana's quirk in due time. Izuku walked in to find his classmates already seated, blinking up at him and a drowsy Mai. The F, Bakugo whispered out as he noticed that Izuku's arm was in a sling. Izuku, how did you manage to break an arm? We saw each other not even 12 hours ago. Shoto shook his head in disbelief. Was it? Oh, we're already here. Mai giggled, her fatigue disappearing as if it had never existed as she bounced up to the chair. Aizawa sighed. Right. All Might and Vlad are supervising today, along with the Big Me, and Night Eye have to discuss the upcoming raid, and Nezu is planning for the future. Have fun or whatever. Aizawa grumbled as he walked out. Vlad King shrugged at All Might, who merely gave a small smile back. Well, let's see what all the fuss is about. Hatsune, if you would. Vlad said gruffly, nodding. Towards her. She quickly set up the universe, and the students made themselves comfortable in their seats as the screen flickered on. Class, today we'll be doing rescue training. Rescue training? Class 1A asked out loud, excited. Oh, this is from the first week of school. Mineta sighed, disappointed he wasn't seeing anything new. USJ again then, I wonder what'll be different this time though. Uraraka wondered. You'll be joined by 3 teachers including myself, along with 2 third years. Aizawa said, turning to the door just as the aforementioned third years entered. That's new. Mina exclaimed. All Might hummed. Aizawa did originally ask for more supervision, since he figured I'd somehow mess up. Guess Nezu accepted in this one. In walked 2 students. One obviously nervous and slightly frail looking, with dark, semi-long hair. His mouth was a bit wobbly, and his eyes were facing the ground. He was shaking. Tamaki! Mirio and Nejaya exclaimed, and their quiet friend gave a small smile at his appearance. The other one walked in more confidently. He had curly green hair with the sides and back shaved close to the skin, and his intelligent, green eyes brimmed with amusement and excitement. It was obvious he worked out as the school uniform seemed to cling to him. He was smiling brightly at them. Midoriya, the students yelled out, startling the green-haired boy. Nejaya's eyes were transfixed to the screen. Oh no, he's hot. Yo, the green-haired one said. A few students greeted him hesitantly. Bakugo didn't know why, but he already knew he didn't like the green one. He felt powerful. Classic Bakugo, guess that rivalry goes deep here. Kirishima shook his head with a smile. Wait, so did you actually feel intimidated by Midoriya? Kendo asked, confused. Bakugo growled but kept his mouth shut. My name is Izuku Midoriya. You gonna introduce yourself? Izuku teased his quiet friend. Tamaki. He simply said. Good enough. Izuku comforted his friend. Tamaki gave a wobbly smile at that. Right, these 2 will be tagging along, just as a precaution considering the break-in earlier this week. Aizawa said, rubbing his eyes. Izuku tended to be a problem child without even trying, so he could at least expect the USJ to be eventful. Yeah, eventful. Shoji deadpanned. You both seem like good buds. Nejaya noted. It would be cool to have Izuku as a friend. We should hang out with him more. So, what makes you two so special? Mina asked, eyeing Izuku's uniform and how it seemed to tease at his chiseled muscles. Tamaki is one of UA's big three. Hadu and Tagata will be supervising 1B tomorrow. Aizawa explained. And Midoriya? Kaminari asked, looking the green-haired student up and down. He's what you would consider the top dog. Out of every pro and student in Japan, he's the one who stands the best chance at number 1. Aizawa explained, to which Izuku chuckled nervously as he scratched the back of his head. Way to single me out, Aizawa. What? A bunch of students yelled out, none louder than Bakugo. Aho, so he's at the top, here. Mirio smirked at the challenge. He was pretty interested so far. At that, the students perked up. Bakugo and Todoroki were immediately on guard as they took more notice of their competition. The students were gossiping amongst themselves at this new bit of information, and Tamaki hid behind his bulky friend since glances were being cast their way. What's your quirk? Bakugo asked gruffly, wondering just how some plain-looking student is the closest to number it should be him. Not some human broccoli-looking F. Izuku's lips dipped down in a slight frown before he corrected it to his small smile. Phut. Human broccoli. Tokage snorted, then full-on cackling at the comparison. Well, I call it Saiyang pride, but it's basically a really strong enhancer, I suppose. Izuku lamely explained. A few students shot him questioning gazes at the name of his quirk. He'd chosen it because his quirk did stem from his Saiyang BLD, at least half of it. He'd take pride in being the last remaining reminder of the ultimate warrior race. The name just felt fitting. Whoa, what? A few students cried out in confusion. Saiyang. Is he an alien? Mina asked. He's got a quirk, so, Zero trailed off. His half Saiyang. Whatever that is, Vlad King corrected them, looking back at the screen. That doesn't tell us anything. Tell us more. Mina whined, slumping in her seat. Aizawa sighed, gesturing for Izuku to explain himself quick. Midoriya hummed. All right. Since we have to be at the USJ, let's hop on the bus. If we're strapped in and ready to go in 5 minutes, then I'll spill my secrets. Izuku exclaimed, clapping his hands together. At that, the students jerked up and out of their seats, making their way towards the door. Orderly, of course. The teachers blinked at that. He got them under control so smoothly. Demon, way to play us like a fiddle. Toru pouted, wanting to know more about this Izuku's quirk. The students proceeded to leave the room in a quick but orderly fashion. Hey, you know, if you ever quit being a hero, you'd make a decent teacher. Aizawa said gruffly, relieved he didn't have to reel in his class. Or, was that a compliment, Mr. Aizawa? Izuku teased, tossing a bright smile at the pro. Aizawa tossed one of his infamous grins right back. Repeating myself would be illogical, Midoriya. Shinso snorted at that. It's so weird seeing Midoriya banter so casually with Mr. Aizawa. Jiru trailed off, surprised. The bus ride was pretty eventful, in Izuku's humble opinion. Everyone's attention was on him as soon as he'd sat down. He chuckled nervously at the attention, although it certainly wasn't something he wasn't already used to. Right, well, as I said before, my quirk is just a really strong enhancer. The more I train, the faster and stronger I get. In a sense, my quirk is designed so that it can make me into the best warrior I can be. Izuku explained in a bit more detail. So it's basically what most people believe All Might's quirk to be. You're really not helping your case here, Izuku. Todoroki turned to look back at his friend. Midoriya pouted at him. Midoriya. I generally say what's on my mind. Your quirk reminds me a lot of All Might's. Tsuyu said, a finger on her chin. Izuku laughed at that, and even Tamaki gave a small hair at the comparison. So I've been told, Asui. Just call me Zu. Sorry, Asu. Tsuyu turned to look at him, daring him to finish his apology. I meant Zu. Better. Right. Anyways, it would be similar to All Might's, if that was all it did. Izuku said with a wink. He gave no further explanation. Well, what else does it do? Kirishima asked curiously. Izuku fake pouted. Now that would be spoilers. No fair. Kendo grumbled out, puffing her cheeks out in annoyance. Just tell us already. Bakugo yelled out. Kaminari rolled his eyes as he pointed a finger at Bakugo, gushing out a quite detailed insult at the explosive teen. Izuku snorted at the insult and proceeded to ignore Bakugo's yells as they were directed his way. So is your class always like this? Izuku leaned against Aizawa's seat, flicking at his scarf. Worse sometimes. Aizawa simply said, pulling his scarf away from Izuku's hands. Sheesh, and it's only been the first week. Guess you've got your work cut out for you. Izuku lamented his teacher's slowly crumbling patience. Yeah, I'm thinking of expelling at least one of them by the end of next week. Aizawa shrugged, and Izuku couldn't tell if he was joking or not. Jiru gulped a bit as she withdrew her jack, having eavesdropped on the short conversation. Zero snorted. I could literally see the BLD draining from your face. I mean, yeah, he could possibly expel us, even now. Jiru scratched the back of her neck with a bit of worry. Izuku threw a grin and a fist bump at 13 as they entered the USJ. Tamaki hid behind Izuku again as Uraraka's infectious excitement at seeing their favorite hero reached them. 13 began to explain a few details and Midoriya decided to play a quick game of you blink, you lose with Bakugo, who seemed to be trying to drill a hole into Midoriya's head with his glare alone. Todoroki seemed to be doing it too, albeit much more politely. Oh my god, he's literally just having a staring contest with Kaken. Kaminari snorted. Izuku blinked in surprise that Kaken didn't react to the nickname. Well, will you look at that? Izuku blinked as he suddenly felt multiple energy signatures appearing from the main plaza. He jolted up and turned to look at the plaza, grabbing Aizawa and Tamaki's attention. Villains was all Izuku needed to say. In an instant, Tamaki was by his side with shells forming around his arms in preparation. Aizawa bolted orders to his students as they began to panic. What's the plan? He asked his teacher. Good cohesion. Vlad nodded in appreciation. Sun Eater and I will hold off the villains at the plaza while 13 guards the students up here. You'll use your instant transition or whatever to get to UA and alert the teachers. Aizawa said. Izuku nodded, deadpanning at his teacher. Good plan. Two things though, my instant transmission only works if I can sense a strong enough energy source, and unfortunately no one's using a lot of power over at UA. Nejiya isn't training apparently, and All Might seems to be out of time. Izuku told his teacher, whispering that last bit so no one else would overhear. Wait, can he teleport? Zero gawked. It would appear that way. Yanaji replied. Dude, that's already overpowered. Teleportation quirks are pretty rare. Awase said in awe. Don't forget that's not all he can do. Kinoko mumbled, also staring at the screen with awe. Aizawa whispered out a curse, glancing down at the villains as they began to approach. The three hanging back were the ones bothering him the most. What's the second thing? The big one hanging back. I'm sensing a lot of energy from it, but it's also warped. As if it had been messed with or something. Izuku explained, frowning as he looked into the beast's seemingly lifeless eyes. How much energy? I'd say, almost as much as All Might's, maybe even more. Izuku said, his muscles tensing in anticipation. Oh yeah, the All Might killer or something, Kaibara recalled. Ibara whispered a prayer that they would come out okay. Can you take it? Definitely. It'd be a close one, but I think I can take it down. I don't think it's alive. Izuku said. Aizawa hummed, nodding as he finalized the plan in his head. They were out of time. Right. Us three will intercept the villains. 13, try to get them out of here and send Ida to UA seeing as he's the second fastest here. Aizawa said, and 13 quickly nodded. Tamaki quickly held out his arm, the bullets the villains had fired at them being blocked by the large, hard shell currently attached to Tamaki's arm. Nice. Mirio beamed at his friend. Tamaki shrunk under the praise. Right, let's go. Aizawa said, and then he leapt down. Izuku placed a hand on Tamaki's shoulder, trying to convey that it would be all right. Sun Eater gulped, nodding and stealing his gaze as they both leapt downwards. Tamaki smiled at the reassurance. Midoriya was positive like Mirio, yet more toned down. He could definitely see himself getting along with him. In less than 5 seconds, the three had already made it to the bottom of the stairs, and 5 villains already lay unconscious behind them. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed with contempt as Eraserhead and 2 wannabe heroes made quick work of his party. Izuku smirked as a villain with large, bulky arms threw a punch at him. Izuku caught it with ease, backhanding the villain away. He seemed to blur in and out of view with quirk-red bursts of energy, knocking out villains one after the other. He's so strong. And fast. I can barely see him. Nomu. Kill the green one. Izuku tensed up as he turned around, feeling the creature's energy surge with movement. He only had time to lift his arm to block as the Nomu's large fist smashed into him harder than a freight train. Spit out some BLD demon, I got too cocky. I should have been more than fast enough to react to that at least. Midoriya. Are you okay? Eraserhead asked as he ducked under another villain's swing, wrapping them up in his scarf and knocking them out. Izuku shouted out affirmatively, wincing as he noticed the warp villain warp away as soon as Aizawa tossed Izuku a glance. Yeah, he was waiting for that. Monoma grumbled. Tetsu and Shinso felt a bit bad for what they said back when they scouted out 1A. It was a bit insensitive of them. Oh well, he sensed their signature reappear where the students were, so hopefully 13 could take care of them. Speaking of energy signatures, Sun Eater, go help out in the shipwreck zone. It looks like they need some help. Izuku yelled out. Tamaki cast him a worried glance, and then raced off towards the shipwreck zone. Guessing that's us since we were there. Tsuyu nodded at Mineta, who nodded subconsciously, focused on the screen. Right, guess it's full power right off the bat. Midoriya grumbled as the Nomu looked up at him. The Nomu blurred as it surged forward, rubble flying in its wake. Kaioken ×4. Izuku shouted as red energy surged out around him. He nimbly ducked under the Nomu's powerful swing, throwing a strong right hook into the Nomu's head. His eyes widened slightly in shock as the Nomu barely jolted from the force of the powerful blow. Kaioken. Tokoyami tilted his head in confusion. It looks like a booster. He got faster just now, and stronger too. Todoroki noted. It still didn't do anything, Pony hesitantly replied. That wasn't supposed to dash. Izuku's note of disbelief was cut off as the Nomu backhanded him away with its other hand. Eraserhead. This thing has shock absorption. Izuku called out. Will that be a problem? Only if I'm not allowed to kill whatever this is. Izuku yelled back. Yeah, they're mindless anyways. Bakugo shrugged. My old man didn't get reprimanded for frying them at Kamino or Hosu, so I'm sure it's fine. Shoto assured his friend. He said it wasn't alive, and I believe him. It doesn't seem to possess a hint of rational thought. Some sort of mindless puppet. Fine. You've got my permission. Eraserhead said. Alrighty then. Izuku huffed out as he leapt towards the Nomu, soaring above its fist and kicking off of its head. Shigaraki could only watch in rage as Izuku shouted out Destructo Disc, and severed his Nomu with a disc of yellow energy. The Nomu fell down the shattered steps pitifully, its legs flopping into the crater as its upper half fell face first into the ground. Well, that was anticlimactic. Holy SHT, he just cut it in half. Awase yelled out in shock. Ibara nearly whipped him with one of her vines for his language, but settled on a sharp glare. That was pretty fast, Toshinori mumbled, relieved he wouldn't have to spend any more energy against the Nomu. No, you're not supposed to be able to counter the All Might Killer. Shigaraki groaned out in irritation, scratching at his neck. Izuku shrugged, putting his hands on his hips. Call off the rest of your little party. This is over. Izuku said menacingly, his green eyes piercing into Shigaraki's own red ones. No, this isn't over. Nomu. Get up and kill this stupid brat. Shigaraki shrieked out. Izuku rolled his eyes. Hey HNDJB. Your pets literally did. Izuku cut himself off as he swerved to look behind him, sensing the energy spike. He only had a split second to register a giant fist in his face before he was punched backwards, flying off into the distance and punching through a building in the downpour zone. Midoriya. Is he okay? He took that head on, so manly. Aizawa only had a second to gasp out in shock. He said that thing had shock absorption. How, Nomu? Get Eraserhead too. I don't even want to play with him anymore. Shigaraki sighed in disappointment. Aizawa tried to leap away, but the creature was simply too fast. It blurred behind him, a large outstretched hand grabbing him by the back of the head and slamming him into the pavement. He cried out in pain as his skull nearly split from the impact. His goggles broke and flew off his face, and he's pretty sure his jaw is broken at the very least. Toshinori looked down in shame, disappointed in himself that he hadn't been there. 1A frowned, upset at seeing their teacher get injured like that. Aizawa groaned as he tried to ignore the pain. It's no fun if I can't even tell if that hurt. Nomu, break his arms. Aizawa only had a second to prepare himself for the pain before a large foot slammed into his left arm, probably pulverizing his bones there in an instant. His shout of pain was cut off as the Nomu grabbed his other arm, crushing it in his fist. The shout died in his throat as the pain briefly overwhelmed him. A few students winced as they heard the bones crack and saw the arms break. Izuku glanced down at his own scarred arms. I guess I know a bit of how that feels, he sympathized. That's better. Now, be a good little hero, and die for me. Shigaraki grinned under the hand obstructing his face, reaching out to grab the pro's face. He startled as tentacles wrapped around his midriff, flinging him away. Aizawa gasped as Tamaki appeared, stabbing right through the Nomu with a swordfish he manifested from his hand. It did nothing. He could see Sunita's eyes widen slightly in fear and shock through the mask. It's GOAT, shock absorption, and regeneration. Aizawa choked out, his words coming out slurred due to the copious amount of BLD in his mouth. Good job. Nejiya sighed out with relief as her friend managed to save their homeroom teacher. Tamaki swore in his head, looking around for his friend. Stupid hero brats getting in my goddamn way. Nomu, kill that upstart brat. Shigaraki yelled out in rage as he pointed at Tamaki. Tamaki quickly reinforced his shells, manifesting as much shielding as he could as he leapt backwards and twisted towards his side. The Nomu's fist only managed to scrape past him, but the force behind it was more than enough to fracture his makeshift shielding. The Nomu quickly jerked back up, backhanding him away with enough force to break his arms. Tamaki cried out in pain as he tumbled across the plaza, unfortunately landing right in front of the main villain. Tamaki! Mirio and Nejiya yelled out in worry. It's okay. I'm alive so far. Tamaki tried to comfort them. Sun Eater groaned, trying to assess the situation even as the warp villain reappeared. He at least took some comfort that at least one of the students was now safe. Shigaraki seemed to be in the middle of a temper tantrum, scratching furiously at his neck as he threatened to kill his partner. Then he looked down at Tamaki. If we can't get the symbol of peace, we can at least leave him a little gift. A dead student and colleague should be more than enough. Let's make this hurt. Shigaraki said gleefully as his hand descended onto Tamaki's face, and did nothing. The students scared in a deep breath, shocked that he hadn't died. They both blinked, confused. Then Shigaraki gave a little chuckle, glancing at Eraserhead, who was barely keeping his head up and his glowing eyes focused on the villains. You really are so cool. Eraserhead. Mr. Aizawa, Izuku trailed off in admiration. He had to admire the pro's determination. Before Shigaraki could give the order to kill Eraserhead, a red burst of energy appeared behind him. Shigaraki's eyes widened, and then he was slammed into the ground. Holy SHD! Kirishima exclaimed. Serves you right. Bakugo cackled as he watched the villain get slammed against the floor. Before the now blooded and enraged Midoriya could throw a killing blow at Shigaraki, the warp villain reacted quickly and warped him back near the stairs. Izuku quickly turned around, but not quick enough. He managed to lift his arms as the Nomu smashed him into the stairs. His arms strained from the impact and the rubble dug into his back, ripping his uniform slightly. Come on, where's All Might? Ojiro said, worried. He'll probably come in at the last second. Tsuyu shrugged, recalling how the pro had made it just before she had almost died along with Mineta and Izuku. Kill him! Shigaraki yelled out in rage as he grabbed at the hand covering his face, having come off from the blow. Tamaki could only watch in horror as the Nomu threw punch after punch at his friend. Again. Again. And again. He idly noted Mineta and Tsuyu watching in horror from where he'd left them. Yeah, that expression seems about right. Mineta whimpered as he observed his shocked face. Get up. Help him. He's going to die. Tamaki yelled at himself in his head, struggling to move his broken arms. Izuku felt a pang of admiration for the other Tamaki's determination. The Nomu kept punching at Midoriya's arms, his friend's body digging deeper and deeper into the ground with every blow, his uniform shredding from the impacts. The rubble flew away from them due to the shockwaves produced from the blows, and finally Midoriya's guard broke. Izuku grunted in pain as his arms gave out, and then the Nomu landed a punch in his chest. He gasped out in shock and pain as he felt his ribs strain at the first punch, and then crack at the second, before ultimately breaking at the third. Jiru shivered as she literally heard his ribs snap. Deku! Uraraka cried out in worry. A scream died in Izuku's throat as he gargled out BLD. Everything hurt. It all hurt. He could barely feel his arms and chest. He let out a low whine of pain as the Nomu lifted him by his hair. His nerves were on fire and it was all he could do to even remain conscious. I'm already bored with him. Get him out of my sight. Shigaraki huffed out, and then the Nomu simply flung him away. Izuku's consciousness began to drift as he felt his broken body slam against water, and then he felt himself sinking. Rest sounded really comforting right now. Eno, the students yelled out. Toshinori was clutching his seat with white knuckles. Where am I? He'll go plus ultra right. Come out again with a bit more energy. Kinoko asked hesitantly, worried. Shigaraki turned to look back down at Tamaki. Now, where were W-? The villain was cut off as the doors of the USJ were blown away in a burst of power. Smoke billowed out from the impact, and from it, stepped out All Might. He wasn't smiling. All Might. It's not too late, right? Zero asked himself as he watched one or two bubbles rise from the shipwreck zone as the other Midoriya's oxygen ran out. It's all right now. I am here. All Might comforted the students around him, glaring down at the villains. He blurred out of view as he burst forward, knocking out the few villains that had started to rise as he rescued Tamaki, Aizawa, Tsuyu, and Mineta. Midoriya, bottom of the lake. Tamaki weakly said as he lifted one of his broken arms in the direction of the shipwreck zone. All Might's eyes widened as he realized what Tamaki was saying. He was already too late to even save Midoriya. I'm so sorry. Young Midoriya. I'm sorry I wasn't here in time. Deku, Uraraka looked at the screen, her eyes watering. Izuku hesitantly clutched her wrist, reassuring her that he would be fine. Come on, don't die. Izuku pleaded in his head. All Might stood up, ordering Tsuyu and Mineta to take the other two out of there. He rushed towards the Nomu, tensing up as it barely moved from his Carolina smash. He threw a few other punches that barely did anything, and then the villain bragged at him and it was all made clear. Shock absorption, of course. The symbol of peace quickly maneuvered behind the Nomu, wrapping his arms around its midriff and driving it face first into the ground. Or at least, that's what he had expected to happen. The warp villain had been waiting for this opportunity and the pro now found himself with the Nomu's claws digging into his sides. He tried really hard not to yell in pain as the creature's fingers dug into his old wound. See, this is gonna turn out the same as it did before. Kirishima grit his teeth. At least we know he won't die there, hopefully. Todoroki said. Why? After all this time? I'm still not strong enough. Why? Why? Izuku. He's alive at least. Bubbles slipped past Izuku's lips as he drifted below the water, sinking deeper and deeper. His head hurt. His arms hurt. His chest hurt. He could really use a senzu right now. Senzu! Tokoyami tilted his head in confusion. He's going to drown, Tamaki whispered out, sweat dropping a bit with worry. I can't die. I have to save them. Aizawa. A Magiki. Mirio. Mom. All Might. Nejaya. His loved ones' faces flashed in his mind as he thought of them. He couldn't let them down. He had to live. He had to save them. Nejaya blinked a bit as a blush formed on her cheeks. Are we? His body shivered as he felt warmth blooming inside his chest, slowly spreading to encompass his limbs. Come on, Deku. You can do it. Uraraka urged. The others gave their own affirmation as the Izuku on the screen gave himself a pep talk. I need to be stronger. Strong enough to protect them. An image of Aizawa's lifeless body flashed in his mind, his head beaten to a pulp by the Nomu's fists. Tamaki's lifeless eyes gazed at him from the ground. He couldn't let that happen. Come on, you Diamen nerd. Stop being such a weakling and do something. Bakugo thought gruffly. More bubbles began to slip from his lips as he began to feel warmer and warmer, a golden glow beginning to emanate from around him, softly at first. The water swirled around him, slowly warming up as well. I have to protect them all. I want to be stronger. His heart began beat faster, his eyebrows beginning to furrow in anger and determination even as his hair began to flow, as if the water wasn't even affecting it. Whoa, what? Rin asked out, confused. No. I need to be stronger. I will be stronger. Tetsu gasped out. Oh, is he gonna turn into a stronger form or something? Pony also gasped out as she realized what he meant. Yeah. Like in anime. Hey. Bakugo stared at them in confusion. You know, like the main character is near death but then they think of their long ones and achieve some new form or something, just watch. Pony huffed, reverting back to English halfway through. The water began to swirl around his body as more bubbles rapidly escaped his mouth. His body shuddered and tensed as golden energy flaked off his skin. His hair began to shift between its natural dark green to a much brighter, golden color. The water churned around him faster and faster as the energy expanded around him even more rapidly. The students were transfixed onto the screen, sensing something great about to happen. I refuse to die. I refuse to give up. Izuku's eyes suddenly jolted wide open in determination, his bright green eyes shifting into a more bluish color that pierced through the dark waters. The golden aura expanded even more until it enveloped his entire body, and his hair seemingly stood upwards as it all changed into a golden color. Pony squealed in excitement. Tetsu and Kirishima gazed at the screen as if they were witnessing the most manliest thing in existence. OSHT, Tokage said as her eyebrows raised in shock. A scream of rage tore itself from his mouth, and Midoriya ignored the water that surged into his mouth as he yelled out to the heavens, rage rolling off his body by unimaginable amounts. His eyes nearly went pure white with rage as the golden aura spiked, and suddenly the water was pushed outwards around him. The waves parted around him in a near-spherical area and his scream became audible, no longer impeded by the water. Ra! Holy SHD! Kaminari yelled out, nearly tumbling back from his seat in shock and fear. The other students also leaned back a bit, shocked and a little frightened by the transformation currently being displayed. His eyes literally just, Monoma trailed off. The seemingly bestial roar cut through anything else in the USJ, and everyone's heads quickly swerved to look at the shipwreck zone in shock, where a blooded, glowing golden boy emerged from the parted waters. Shigaraki's eyes widened in disbelief as the brat that just wouldn't stay dead rose from the lake looking like a goddamn demon. All Might subconsciously took a step backwards in shock and fear as he could feel the energy and rage rolling off of his previously thought to be dead student. Toshinori couldn't blame himself. If the other Midoriya could previously keep up with him, what kind of monster was this new golden version? Steam and debris seemed to be pushed away from Izuku through sheer force. The boy himself was visibly breathing and shaking. The golden hair flowed on its own, strong and upright. His eyes were blue now and his lips were contorted into a deep frown. BLD dripped from multiple wounds across Midoriya's body. They could all see as trails of BLD dripped from Midoriya's forehead and the corners of his mouth. His muscles were visible and intimidating for all the world to see as his shirt seemingly tore itself into pieces from the sheer amount of power he was exuding. Nejia's eyebrows raised in shock. 𝐂𝐭𝐻 smirked. Oh yeah. I like. That's so badass. Kendo trailed off in awe. He looks so manly. The hardheads exclaimed as they nearly shed a tear. He's pretty scary. Yanagi nodded in agreement. The villains are dead. Bakugo snorted. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima, who had come to save All Might, could only stare in disbelief as the previously seemingly kind-hearted Midoriya was glaring at the villain as if he would tear Shigaraki into mincemeat in an instant. Midoriya floated towards them, the golden aura keeping the waves off of him. His arms trembled. Hell, his whole body trembled as he tried to keep it from moving on its own and killing every Diamond villain in his sight. It was all he could do to restrain himself. Oh! Izuku merely said. He's going to kill them. Vlad grit his teeth. I'm sure All Might will stop that from happening. Yaoyorozu confidently said. I don't think All Might can stop that. Ida frowned. His shoes softly landed on the ground, cracking it without even trying. Shigaraki began to scratch at his neck once more. Did it crack due to his weight? Or just like, from the power he's emitting? Zero asked curiously. Why, young Midoriya? Are you alright? All Might choked out. Despite how threatening his student may seem right now, he had to be running on empty right now. All Might, get them out of here. Izuku choked out, his voice level, barely. What? But you're injured. The pro protested. Izuku grit his teeth in rage as he clenched his fists. He threw a sharp glare at the pro strong enough for him to take another step back. Toshinori resisted the urge to bulk up. Not like it would do anything. I told you to get them out of here. Go. Before I lose what little reason I have left. All Might would deny that he shivered in fear. He did not. If anyone said he did, then he would simply say it was cold at the time. It's okay, All Might, we don't blame you. Soto shivered a bit as the other Izuku yelled. The pro bit back the retort he wanted to say and against his better judgment, nodded in acceptance, grabbing his 3 students and bolting for the stairs even as steam began to stream off of him. Heh! That's noble, or maybe cowardly. Shigaraki shrugged. Midoriya looked back at the villain, saying nothing. So you don't want your allies to see you throw your life away. Don't worry though, after Nomu is done with you, he'll make sure to kill your friends too so you can have some company in hell. Shigaraki growled. Midoriya's face twitched briefly with rage before he composed himself into an expression of indifference. Hey, maybe don't antagonize the guy whose literal Fing aura pushes waves away. Bakugo grumbled, excited to see Deku kick their buttes into the next century, though he would never admit it. Nomu, kill him again. The Nomu surged forward in an instant, slamming its large fist into Midoriya's abdomen with enough force to shatter the ground around them. But Midoriya, he didn't budge one bit. It was like he didn't even feel it. Everyone's eyes widened at that. Oh my goodness. Toshinori exclaimed, briefly bulking up in shock at that. Hell, he definitely felt that thing's blows, but for this Midoriya to have tanked that like it was nothing. Toshinori trembled a bit in fear. Shigaraki began to feel something in his chest. He knew what it was fear. He took a step back as the Nomu's punch did nothing. I'm only going to say this once. Izuku suddenly said in a very angry but controlled tone. He placed his palm against the Nomu's side. A ball of light bloomed from Izuku's palm. In an instant, a beam of pure power punched right through the Nomu's side, completely obliterating its left arm and upper body. The beam continued onward, punching through the roof of the USJ and continuing upwards with no sign of stopping. The Nomu slumped to the ground, steam billowing from its gaping wound. Give up. Izuku finished as his hand fell down, smoke steaming from the palm. Holy siapi, if Ida hasn't warned the teachers already, they definitely saw that. Look at that. That Deku actually has his SHT together. Bakugo said, in his own weird way of a compliment. No, it wasn't supposed to be this way. Nomu. Finish this already. Shigaraki yelled out in rage, his voice scalding his already sore throat. He was on the verge of another tantrum. This brat was proving to be more and more of a thorn in his side. The Nomu regenerated. It lunged forward, this time lifting both of its arms above its head. Its arms fell down and its fists slammed onto the top of Midoriya's head. Izuku didn't budge one bit, even as the floor beneath his feet shattered from the force. He simply sighed. Just how strong is he? Kendo blurted out in disbelief. He grabbed one of the Nomu's wrist with one hand, and then easily broke it with an almost painfully bored squeeze. Shigaraki could hear the bones in his Nomu's arm break as if they were nothing but twigs. A few students winced as they saw its arm break. Izuku's feet lifted from the ground as he turned to look back at the Nomu. His free hand clenched into a tight fist as his eyes twitched with slowly increasing anger. Most of the students trembled at Midoriya's anger. Warned. Izuku's fist ped back. Shigaraki took another step back as Izuku oozed rage like he'd never felt before. You! A couple of students yelped in fear and shock as Izuku yelled. As Izuku yelled out that last bit, he threw his fist right into the Nomu's head. Oh, how he wanted to go all out, but doing that would probably level the entire USJ, so he subconsciously held back with what little control he had left. The next few instances stretched into seemingly a few minutes for Izuku, when in reality it took less than a second. His knuckles dug into the Nomu's brain, pushing the entire head into its own body even as the brain turned to mist from the sheer force of his blow. He watched in fascination and disgust as the Nomu's head was caved inwards, pulverizing slowly but surely as shockwaves rang out from the impact, the flesh trembling and ripples spreading throughout its body from the point of contact. The ground in their immediate area shattered into large chunks, and then smaller chunks. Smaller and smaller until it was nothing but pebbles, and then it exploded outwards, carried away from the shockwave. He took some great satisfaction as he watched Shigaraki and the warp villain get blown away as well. The students couldn't help but let their jaws drop in shock. It was oddly appealing to see this all happen slowly. Izuku had to admit it was quite fascinating to watch as it all unveiled. He took a deep breath, attempting to gain some composure before proceeding to breathe out. Time seemed to resume normally and everything caught up to him in an instant. The ground instantly turned into a deep crater. The whole plaza seemed to become a crater as the Nomu was forced into the ground from the blow, its upper half all but getting torn apart. A loud boom could be heard as the resulting impact subsided. The immediate vicinity was reduced to rubble as strong winds spread throughout the rest of the USJ, shattering the light bulbs way up above. The Nomu's body twitched and bulged, spasming as its shock absorption and regeneration tried to keep up. Izuku observed as its rough skin twisted and surged, trying to heal from the overwhelming injury. Then, it suddenly bulged, inflating like a balloon before popping. Its pulverized insides were blown outwards as an explosion seemed to take place inside the Nomu. It fell to its knees, down for good this time. No way would it ever be able to heal from that. Holy CRP, that was like the finishing move in a video game. He literally cancelled out its shock absorption and regeneration with a punch. Tetsu gaped at the screen. Izuku turned towards Shigaraki, who was gawking at his now dead Nomu as if he couldn't believe it. The warp villain was trying to talk to him, but Shigaraki wasn't listening. I warned you, but you didn't listen. Izuku whispered out. He took a step towards Shigaraki. He was going to run his fist through Shigaraki's chest and watch with amusement as the villain turned into red mist before his very eyes. Everyone's bodies froze for a second as the imagery of that appeared on screen. That Izuku as a villain would be an absolute nightmare. Before he could do just that, his muscles seemed to lock up. He only had a second to look confused before he felt fire surge across his body. His nerves spasmed as if he were being shocked and he cried out in pain as his aura dissipated. His hair and eyes returned to their normal color as his reserves finally ran out. Midoriya! CRP! He was running on empty as it was, Kirishima exclaimed. All Might's on the scene, it should be fine. Vlad King assured them. He fell down to his knees, breathing and sweating as energy crackled around him, his muscles twitching from overexertion. He gave out one last, piercing yell as he felt another level of pain. He couldn't move, he couldn't think, all he could feel was pain. Then as soon as it arrived, it disappeared, and he slumped onto the ground, grateful for the release. Shigaraki could only watch dumbfounded as Midoriya fell face first into the ground, barely conscious. He had to kill him. Now, while he was out of power. Tamaki tensed. Like hell I'd let him. Before he could become an even bigger threat. Shigaraki bolted forward like a madman before he was even aware of it, his fingers outstretched to end Midoriya's life with a single touch. Then a bullet punched right through his hand. Bakugo grinned wickedly at that. Shigaraki only had a second to register the pain before another bullet pierced his other hand, and then his legs. Kurogiri quickly enveloped him and warped them both away before more bullets could hurt him, and just like that, the USJ attack was over. Vlad King sighed in relief, mentally thanking Snipe. Toshinori did the same thing. Snipe sighed out in relief and frustration, and the other teachers began to spread out. Mirio began to comfort the students up top as All Might bolted away, and Nejiya. Izuku. Aho? Mina questioned. Toru giggled as they both smirked at Midoriya, and then at Nejiya. Midoriya groaned, half in relief at hearing his girlfriend's voice, and half in pain because the loud noises were pounding into his skull like a hammer. Every part of his body hurt like it had never hurt before. Called it. Tokuge smirked. Nejiya blushed a little more at that, wincing a bit that her other self was being a bit too loud. Oh my god. Are you okay? What happened? What is that thing? Nejiya's string of worried questions were cut off as Midoriya let out a light but hoarse chuckle. Love you too, Nejiya. Nejiya blushed furiously at that. They're getting along so naturally. Mirio tossed her a knowing smirk, and Tamaki simply gave a small before looking back at the screen. She was tempted to bonk him on the head, but that might actually hurt this time, so she refrained. You look like you're about to die. Here, I always carry one just in case. She sighed as she knelt in front of him. She gently cupped his cheeks and lifted his head onto her lap, and he sighed gratefully as she lowered a green bean into his open mouth, slightly wincing as he closed his jaw. A bean? Izuku asked incredulously. Hey, don't ask me. Oh, I wonder if it has like healing properties or something. Nejiya trailed off, curious. Thanks, how'd you know anyways? Izuku weakly asked as he slowly chewed on the bean. Nejiya ran her fingers through his curly and slightly bloody hair. She frowned with worry as she saw just how bruised and broken his body was right now. I senzu'd need some help. Nejiya quipped with a cheeky grin. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, but also relief and worry. She was acting strong for him. Nejiya giggled at her own joke as Mirio guffawed. Vlad shook his head at the joke. So the beans are the senzu things. Good to know. Awase summarized. I'm relieved to see they're all right at least. Shiozaki sighed, Kendo nodding in agreement. Izuku groaned at the lame joke. That hurt more than the Nomu. Oh come on, you have to admit that was clever. Nejiya pouted as Izuku weakly lifted himself off of her lap. He flexed his arms, getting some feeling into them. He still felt like SHT, but at least it felt more like after an intense workout, rather than an intense beating within an inch of his life. Nejiya pounced on him, kissing him and conveying all her worry and affection. He wrapped his arms around her waist as he returned the gesture. Never worry me like that again, she pouted, her eyes watering slightly. Izuku chuckled. I'll try not to Nej. Nejiya had to resist the urge to squeal at that. I even have a cute nickname. He leaned back against the crater as he felt fatigue claw at the edges of his mind. Sorry, I'm gonna just take a quick nap. He laughed inside his head as Nejiya tilted her head in confusion, reminding him of a puppy. Izuku had to admit, that was pretty cute. Izuku groaned as he shifted in his bed, then his eyes opened as he realized he wasn't in his bed. Oh right, is everyone safe? That's the first thought you had. You really are selfless. Shinso asked incredulously. An admirable quality for a hero to have, I suppose. Vlad shrugged, a bit proud. Toshinori nodded in agreement. Izuku hesitantly lifted himself up from the hospital bed, coming face to face with Aizawa and Tamaki. Nejiya and Mirio were dozing off in the seats beside his bed. Problem child. Aizawa greeted, slumping back down onto his seat. Good to see you're both okay. Izuku grinned, his voice coming out low. Those senzu beans helped a lot. Recovery girl said our injuries would have been much worse without them. Probably would have had to stay wrapped up for a few weeks, but we should be good to go after a day or two. Aizawa shrugged. Yeah, we all know how that was. 𝐂𝐿 recalled. Kaminari snorted. He looked like a mummy. Show some respect. Ida berated, his arms chopping towards Kaminari. Izuku cast a warm smile at his friend, and Tamaki gave a small, but relieved smile back. The others. Students are fine. 13 was compromised, but it's nothing serious. No one received any serious injuries, save for you. Aizawa explained. Izuku leaned back in his bed, poking Nejia's cheek as Tamaki shook Mirio. Izuku, they both yelled out in relief as they noticed he was awake, and Aizawa winced as Tamaki shrunk back. Oops, sorry about that. Mirio smiled at Tamaki as he apologized. Hey! Izuku weakly greeted back, patting Nejia's head as he fist-bumped Mirio. You really gave us a scare, you know. Seems you did quite the heavy lifting from what I hear. Mirio complimented with a thumbs up. Hey, did you hear? Apparently that Nomu thing was supposed to counter All Might. From what I heard, it had you on the ropes, but then you turned blonde or something and then beat it easily. What's up with that? Did you use your Kaioken? No, that can't be it. It's red not gold. Nejia's questioning was cut off as the door opened. So it was a different form. Pony exclaimed. Hello, a skeleton said as he walked in. Toshinori yelled in his head as he'd almost said I'm here, but that would have been a dead giveaway. Oh yeah, they don't know. Uraraka recalled. That was pretty close. Shoto said. I'm honestly surprised no one found out sooner. Bakugo huffed at Toshinori. The former pro merely coughed into his hand in embarrassment. Ah, Toshinori. Aizawa deadpanned. All Might gulped, having been berated for nearly 3 hours about how he hadn't been there and the students had nearly died because of his negligence. Toshinori winced at that, and some of the students snorted. I assume you know better now. Vlad deadpanned at him. Why yes. Aha. I can come back later for questioning if that's all right. Toshinori asked, looking at Midoriya. Tsukochi was currently busy interviewing the 1A students. Yeah. That's probably for the best, just give him a few minutes. Mirio told him, placing a palm on Midoriya's shoulder. The living skeleton nodded, closing the door. It's nice of All Might to check on his son. Shoto said with a soft smile. Toshinori sputtered and Vlad gave a surprised what, as he stared at Toshinori and Izuku. Izuku facepalmed as the students laughed at that. Young Todoroki, what are you talking about? Toshinori asked once he'd caught his breath. Don't listen to Icy Hot, he just thinks you're his dad or something. Bakugo huffed. Or, Todoroki has a headcanon. Pony squealed. Monoma snorted. Guess you're not content with how things are right now. As expected of you 1AB. A large fist smacked against Monoma's neck, knocking him out cold. Kendo huffed. And you were doing so well. Nejiya turned to look at Aizawa, then at Tamaki and Mirio. Back at the two kids they were supposed to be protecting. Of course we got stuck babysitting some runts. Bakugo scoffed out, hiding his worry. Is that me? Shoji thought curiously as he looked at the figure the two kids seemed to be protecting. The scene changed to show the island being attacked by lightning bolts, the swirling tornado in the middle of it all. He's gonna end up destroying the entire island. Bakugo thought. He wouldn't let that happen. So a villain with weather manipulation on an island. It's not Island though, Yorozu wondered. The students looked at All Might and Vlad King. Are we going to any islands later on, they asked. Vlad King blinked at them, and All Might merely shrugged as he didn't know. We have to give it everything we've got. We can't hold back. Izumi yelled out. 9 different colored orbs were shown, connecting to each other until they all settled on the last, green orb. Izumu took a stance as flames curled around her, and the power of one for all pulsed through her veins. OSHT, final standoff. Rin yelled out, leaning in his seat. Come on, I know you two can do it. Uraraka said with determination. One for all. Full Phoenix. She yelled out in her head as flaming wings encompassed her arms. Bakugo's palm sparkled. Let's do this. I'll blast this villain with everything I've got. They both raced off to intercept the tornado, prepared to give it their all to stop this madman. The students held their breath as the two on screen converged onto the villain. Izumi took to the sky as her body morphed into a phoenix comprised of emerald flames, diving back down as she aimed beak first at the tornado. Detroit smash. Bakugo followed right after, swirling and blasting around in a circle, turning into a human missile as his palms connected. Howitzer impact. The two kids screamed as their heroes were at a standstill with the tornado. They couldn't penetrate inside of it to attack the villain. Izumi grit her teeth as her flames were blown away from her, but she held on. CRP, they're not strong enough. Kirishima grit his teeth, worried. Bakugo's gloves and bandages ripped from the force, and he winced as his arm broke from the strain. He grunted in pain as he was pushed away, swept up by the winds. Izumi followed soon after as her flames sputtered out, exhausted from earlier use. They were both thrown around inside the tornado, getting hit by debris until they were finally spat out, landing crumpled on the ground. Everyone yelled out in shock and worry for their two teammates. Are they alive? They weren't strong enough. Come on. Meanwhile in the cave, Soto grunted as the rubble from the attack threatened to fall inside the cave. Even at 100%. I still wasn't strong enough. Izumi coughed out, blood dripping from a wound in her forehead. Her left arm was bruised and a bit charred. Damn it. I bit the bullet and fought alongside Deku, and I still failed, Bakugo said with rage. I should have been strong enough. Well, they're alive at least. Kendo sighed out. It's kinda weird hearing your thoughts. You really don't change much, do you? Jiru blinked as she glanced at Bakugo. Shut it, string ears. The tornado dissipated as the villain landed, the purple liquid from the containers fizzing on his back like makeshift wings. It's no use. You simply don't have enough strength to defeat me. You would not survive the new world I will create. The villain said smugly, even as more jagged lines formed around his face. His gray eyes bored into them, unimpressed. The student's eyes narrowed, taking in every detail of the villain. What new world? One ruled by power. The strong will lord over the weak in my utopia. The villain said as he shot lasers from his fingertips at the two, toying with them as he walked forward. Wait, lasers. I thought his quirk was weather control. Nejaya asked. Same old CRP. Bakugo said, tired. A blue dragon suddenly surged, smashing Izumu against the wall. Bakugo quickly looked back, another dragon crashing into him. He has multiple quirks. Izuku and All Might yelled out in shock. All for one, what are you up to? See, that's really bad. Tetsu growled. He's got pretty strong quirks too, Tsuyu remarked. Labels like hero and villain won't be necessary. Power will be the only factor that matters. That's how true superhuman society should be structured. The villain said, his voice growing more determined as his eyes narrowed. Cities were shown, destroyed with rubble and bodies floating upwards as Nine envisioned his perfect society. That isn't perfect at all, the hero students protested. No way would they ever let something like that come to pass. They'd capture this villain, no matter what. Sounds like something a power-hungry madman would dream up of. Izumi yelled out as she tried melting the dragon that held her in its mouth. That's never gonna work, Morin. Bakugo yelled out as well, sparks popping from his free hand as he tried to kill the DMN dragon holding him. They were both thrown back even further as Nine pushed them away. Of course. I don't expect two hero brats to understand. If you intend to get in way, then you'll have to eliminate it. Nine simply said. Music began, starting off softly and seeming to reflect the hero's dire situation. Not helping music. Kaminari yelled out. Good music though, even if it is being used in a bad situation. Jiru admitted with a bit of admiration. Gotta think, what would All Might do? Izumi thought. The scene showed Uraraka and Zero, bruised and unconscious on the ground. Izuku tensed up, looking at Uraraka. Zero frowned at himself on screen. I'm not letting some lunatic beat me. Bakugo thought. Vorozu struggling to get up, Emma and Mineta knocked out cold besides her. Kaminari was slumped over, barely conscious but out of power. The respective students pouted and frowned, disappointed that they couldn't help. Think, come on. Ojiro struggled to get up, Jiru face down on the ground, unconscious as well. Tsuyu, Ida, Kirishima and Todoroki were also on the ground, out cold from their injuries and exertion. We're all out cold. Shoto grit his teeth, annoyed that he couldn't be there to help. I won't lose. The scene changed to show a hand sticking out of the rubble, bruised with scratches on it. It appeared to be in a cave. The students tensed up, wondering who that could be. Think. The music reached the CLMX, cutting off as Deku. Bakugo. We believe in you. Please don't give up. The two kids yelled out, grabbing Bakugo and Izumi's attention as they cried out. They held the unconscious Shoji protectively, and Izumi's eyes widened in realization. There you are, Nine said as he moved towards the kids. Why don't they run away? Tokoyami asked. Frozen with fear. Kaibara answered. They can't exactly drag Shoji with them. Koda said softly. Bakugo, I've got a pretty crazy idea. Izumi softly said. All Might's eyes widened in realization. Is she? Bakugo tilted his head in confusion. You remember, when you asked me how I got so strong? When I said it was an aspect of my phoenix quirk. Izumi coughed out, glaring at Bakugo. She'd have to bite the bullet and tell him the truth. The students gasped out. Is she? I lied. The strength is its own quirk. It was given to me by All Might. Izumu whispered so the villain wouldn't hear, and Bakugo's eyes widened with betrayal and rage. You? Todoroki blinked at Bakugo. Why are you even mad? It's not like you deserve to be told, in all honesty. Izuku winced. Way to be blunt, Shoto. Yeah well. I hate not knowing things. Bakugo barked out. Vlad King huffed. I guess Aizawa and Nezu really weren't lying when they explained that to me. Izumi struggled to raise her bruised arm, opening her hand. There's only one way to beat him. Bakugo's teeth clenched. You lied to me all this time, and you think I'd help you, he cried out. Izumi scoffed. Get off your high horse. You don't deserve the truth. I'm only trusting you now because I've got no other choice. Izumi said coldly. Mina whistled. DMN, ice cold. See. Even Izumi agrees with me. Shoto gestured at the screen, deadpanning at Bakugo. Katsuki's eyes narrowed dangerously. He wanted to reject shitty Deku's power, tell her to go F off. But even so, he was a hero, and he couldn't just give up because of his pride. His face twitched as he wrestled with his thoughts, and he finally sighed, admitting defeat. Bakugo, please. Izumi growled, extending her arm out. Deku. Bakugo coughed out, extending his arm out to her. Come on. Bakugo had to admit, he was curious to see how this would go. He knew One for All would boost his quirk, but not by how much. A way to protect them. Izumi thought as he looked at the two kids. A way to victory. Bakugo thought as he glared at the villain. There's no other choice. They both admitted as their fingers swiped past each other. The students scared in a deep breath, eyes filled with worry and expectation. Their hands managed to grasp, and they held on tightly as One for All was transferred. The background flashed in a cascade of colors until it all blanked out. The students cheered, pumping their fists in victory. Soft music began to play as a burst of wind seemed to originate from where the two were, blowing away the dragons and the rubble around them. Nine looked up at the two, surprised and annoyed as he ursited a shield to protect himself. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu wiped a manly tear from their eyes, leaning forward. This is where the fun begins. Monoma smirked, causing Kendo to groan and Shoda to chuckle. The dragons roared as their bodies cracked and they disappeared. Nine looked at the two, who were now standing in his way, blocking the kids, nearly side by side. They both seemed to have gained a second wind. Nine's eyes narrowed, confused and slowly getting angrier and angrier. What? He growled out. Yeah. Uraraka cheered. After this, will you still be able to use your power? Katsuki asked. All Might was able to protect us with its embers, so I should have enough juice for this at least. I don't care what happens after. Izumi replied, flexing her unbroken arm experimentally. What did you do? 9 cried out, a scowl on his face as lightning crackled between his hands. Such a powerful quirk, and he's a villain. Izuku shook his head, disappointed. We doubled. One for all. Izumi smirked as flames curled off of her face, her curly hair flowing and shifting into flames. We'll save everyone. We'll beat you and win. They both took a stance, prepared to finally beat 9. Yeah, everyone cheered, the determination of the two on screen infecting them. The villain scoffed, raising his arms up. Why won't you weaklings die already? He began to swirl again, the sky shifted and swirling around the spire 9 had made. The dark skies rumbled again as rain and lightning appeared. Miniature tornadoes popped up around the landscape, cars and rubble flying up into the sky from the force. Weather control, it's so strong. Ida remarked, his eyes wide at the display of power on screen. All Might resolved to tell Nezu to look into this villain. The sooner he was captured, the better. This is the end of your dream, Deku, you're gonna be quirkless again. Bakugo said, a bit bitterly. Faye, I don't mind. I would have preferred giving one for all to Shoto, but I guess you'll do. All Might will probably be fine with you, since we both used to strive to be the same hero, so if it's you, Izumi thought out loud. Jiru snorted. Ding, she really said you aren't worthy to your face. Bakugo scoffed. Not like I need one for all to be number one. Todoroki glanced at Bakugo. Whatever you say. I've detested you for so long. Kaken, but even so, you're not a bad replacement, I guess. Izumi thought back to their childhood, back when they used to be friends. Bakugo and Izumi's fists clenched as they looked up at the sky. The clouds swirled and crackled with lightning as it all seemed to be forming into a tip right above them as some sort of superstorm. Rain battered against them, but they ignored it. The students were hooked to the screen, captivated by the atmosphere and music. No matter what bad guys are in front of him. In the end, he always wins. Bakugo yelled out as he dug his feet into the ground, ping his arm back. No matter what trouble is in his way, he always saves everyone with a smile. Izumi yelled out at the same time, following suit and swinging her fist up along with Bakugo as the clouds were descending onto them. Mahoro and Katsuma watched in awe as a strong burst of wind and power rushed out from their fists, a sphere seemingly glowing around them as their attack pushed forth, punching through the clouds. The burst of power seemed to expand with every second. Yeah, a few of the students cheered even more, quickly being silenced by the others. A shockwave rang out as lightning crackled from the sky. Their attacks swirled and expanded, until finally the sky exploded in a flash of power. The clouds pulsed and trembled, giving way to the attack and parting. Sparkles seemed to fall down as a hole opened up in the clouds, revealing the true sky up above, bright and hopeful. Sunlight peeked in through that hole, illuminating the two heroes. Wow, Ibara trailed off in awe. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Tokuge nodded. 9 took a step back in shock, then grit his teeth as he looked down at the two heroes, on guard. No, what is this power? Izumi and Katsuki's eyes opened, glowing and radiating power even as green and orange energy crackled around them respectively. I won't let you block my path, ever. 9 declared, more and more purple lines obscuring his face as he opened his eyes, devoid of pupils. Bakugo winced in pain as he lowered his broken arm. Izumi snorted, looking down at both of her broken arms. First time. Shut the hell up, Deku. Bakugo scoffed, blasting towards the villain. Izumi smirked, going full phoenix and chasing after him. Phut. Uraraka snorted. Yeah, speaking about that, how are you so at ease with broken limbs? Shinso asked, curious. Midoriya was kind of scary to basically shrug off 2 broken arms. I just do. They don't really seem important when someone's in danger, I guess. Izuku shrugged. Yui ran a finger through Izuku's scars on his hand, frowning a bit. Don't get in my way. 9 yelled out, his voice echoing and conveying his rage and determination. Lines of frantic energy and multiple dragons surged from Nine as he pushed his quirks to their limits. He'd get the kid's quirk no matter what, he was going to give it his all. The music rang out higher, sounding heroic and hopeful as the noise of battle was drowned out. "Oh yeah, that's a better jam." Kaminari nodded. "You got this," Mineta declared. Bakugo ducked and weaved around the dragons, blasting them to oblivion with his one-for-all boosted explosions. He flew through the air, kicking and blasting off of the dragons and smirking as they faded, charred and shattered. Smoke filled the air as multiple explosions bloomed out. The students watched in awe, shaken by the display of power Bakugo was showing with One for All. Izumi took advantage of the smoke, surging towards Nine but getting intercepted at the last second. She was blown back, shifting between flames and skin as Nine released volley after volley of lasers. She easily dodged or incinerated the shots, swiping at a barrage of them with One for All and blowing them away. Bakugo took advantage of the distraction and quickly blew away Nine with a powerful explosion, lightning crackling off from the force of the attack. Nine winced and clutched at his arm as he was blown off the cliff, blood spewing from his mouth. "They're so strong," Kirishima trailed off in awe. Bakugo tumbled onto the crater down below, rolling hard. Izumi breathed out smoke as her feet seemed to be floating. Her flames encompassed her entire body and her eyes blurred until they were pure white. The flames spiked, hotter and hotter as countless arcs of energy circled around her. Bakugo's palm glowed, seemingly sinking into the ground as if it were clay. He lifted his bruised arm, his vision suddenly filled with orange as he willed explosion to its limits, blasting away at the debris with as much power as he could handle. The area in his vicinity was completely incinerated from the heat and force, carving a long trench as a white-hot boulder crashed into Nine's quick shield, shattering and nearly being turned to ash from the force of it all. "Holy SHD," Kaminari cursed in awe. Bakugo's eyes were fixed onto the screen. "I can reach that level of power, eventually." He grinned. He had a set image to work towards now. The ground shattered from the impact and Nine grunted as he withstood the attack, barely. Bakugo sighed out, letting go as he was carried away by the winds, looking down at the villain with a smirk. Izumi took his place, the background becoming pitch black as she was wreathed in flames and energy, glowing bright green and white. She looked like pure power. "Yeah, I'd immediately surrender if I saw that, oh my god," Kinoko said, leaning back in her seat. "You look so cool, Deku." Uraraka cheered. She zoomed forward in a burst of energy, her face briefly showing to be filled with rage and determination before they were covered with flames again, only able to be seen as an arc of energy. She flew along the trench Bakugo had carved, spinning and increasing her flame output. Her wings flowed around her, turning her into a spinning, miniature tornado of flames. She slammed into Nine's shield. Nine winced as he urceed shield after shield, but they all shattered. The landscape all around them was leveled from the attack, even the cliff in the distance. That's so much destructive potential there, so that's the power of One for All. All Might grinned, happy to see his successor's current limit. It was pretty high. Nine cried out in pain, spasming and twitching as rubble smashed into him. He yelled out as he was blown away, and Bakugo and Izumi leapt after him, aiming to finish him. Izumi extended her leg as the screen zoomed into her eyes, revealing the flickering flame of One for All. The students quieted down as they sensed the finale coming. "This is it, the last one. It's over now. This is my final." "Smash!" Izumi yelled out in her head. As she twisted, smashing her foot into Nine's shocked face and blowing him away. Bakugo followed up as he raised his arms, his palms glowing brightly as he released two more explosions, engulfing Nine and sending him far below. Yes, the student smiled, content that the villain was down. They both fell after him, One for All fizzing out as they let go, spent. "Goodbye. One for All." Izumi gave a soft smile, grateful for the power that helped her save the day. She closed her eyes, drifting off into peaceful unconsciousness. "Oh man, Bakugo has One for All now, I guess." Kaminari pouted. "Makes you wonder though, imagine any of our quirks being boosted by Izuku's quirk. We'd be on a completely different playing field." Yorozu put a finger to her chin, deep in thought. Oh, I've seen a few of you with one for all in other universes. It's usually between Kirishima and Kendo honestly, but it could also have been Tsuyu, or Uraraka, Shinso, Mirio, or Bakugo. Those seem to be the most common ones I saw. Mai recalled. Izuku hummed in agreement. The first three you mentioned have that mentality that would go well with one for all, and the others have aspects. I can see why they'd all be good choices. Izuku nodded. Aho, gonna choose one of us. Kendo teased. Oi nerd. Don't go handing out your fin quirk like a bathroom pass. Bakugo cut in. Hawk's boots trudged along the grass, the leaves cracking from his steps. He followed the trail of BLD, taking his time as he followed the villain. He expected him to be there. Hawks. Tokoyami startled. Right, Nezu mentioned he'd be getting involved with the league. All Might recalled. He had to admit, he was honestly surprised these Hero Corps students managed to win. Then again, considering who was in Class 1A, maybe he shouldn't have been so surprised. He finally found 9, barely managing to crawl away, his body dragging itself along the field of flowers. Hawk sighed as sludge expanded a few yards in front of 9, and Shigaraki stepped out of it. He only appeared to be wearing one hand now, the one on his face. He was wearing a red coat and his left hand was using a glove that covered only 3 of his fingers. Shigaraki, Izuku's eyes narrowed. The antagonist. Yui added helpfully. Who knows, he might be the protagonist. Awase snorted. We are all the protagonist within our life story. Yanagi said. Good point. I was hoping to take 9 in. Hawks thought, regarding 9's broken body. Almost all of it was purple from bruising and burns, as well as his own injuries for pushing himself too far. He hadn't seemed to notice Hawks. Yeah, he looks like SHT. Tokuge said bluntly. Shigaraki regarded Hawks, who simply ducked his head in greeting. He wouldn't interfere. Shigaraki hummed, looking back at 9. I knew you'd survive. 9 looked up, noticing Shigaraki once he spoke. He resumed crawling, dragging himself towards the villain. Shigaraki, 9 groaned out. His whole body hurt, and it wouldn't be long until he succumbed to his injuries. You have a good life. Shigaraki hummed in amusement, looking around at the scenery around him. He took a step towards 9. The students were tense, not knowing what to expect. I've just begun. I'll keep fighting. 9 said hoarsely as he stopped crawling, too tired. The ground felt really comfortable right now. Shigaraki nodded at him as he walked forward as if he had all the time in the world. Don't worry, I'll take over your dream from here. All Might's eyes widened. Don't tell me. 9 grit his teeth slowly. That sounded like a challenge to him. He lifted himself with effort, raising his arm defiantly. There can only be one true ruler. Shigaraki's gloved hand pressed onto 9's face, cutting off any further words the man might have had. With his other hand, he took off the dead hand obscuring his own face. Shigaraki's red eyes regarded 9, impassive. His expression seemed to convey that he was simply bored with this whole thing. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He knew what was coming. Yes, only one. 9's eyes only had a second to widen in fear and betrayal. He gasped as he felt his skull give way to Shigaraki's fingers, and he lost his life as the rest of him turned to dust, scattering onto the flowers as the soft wind pushed his remains away. The glove didn't stop his decay from taking effect. Not to mention, he didn't get decayed on contact, which means he can control it now. Izuku thought, jotting down these new notes on his entry for Shigaraki. Night night. Shigaraki said, standing up. He looked back at Hawks, who was simply leaning against the tree as he'd watched the whole exchange. Hawks, Tokoyami growled. He didn't know what to make of the pro now. Why didn't he do anything? Mina asked, pouting. His with the league. Toru said. His spying on the league. It was a necessary sacrifice so his cover wasn't blown. Shoto explained. Excellent work. Shigaraki smirked, placing the dead hand back onto his face as he turned to leave. Why kill him? Wouldn't he have been more useful to our cause if we healed him? Hawks asked curiously, hoping Shigaraki would let slip some details. Shigaraki hummed in amusement. He was already going to die, I just made it easier for him. Besides, he's already fulfilled his use. Shigaraki said with finality, walking away to where he'd started and then warping out in a flash of grey sludge. Hawk's eyes narrowed, looking at the place where 9 had been. What are you planning? Tomura Shigaraki. That's what we'd all like to know. Bakugo huffed out. That hurts. What in the hell happened to me? Bakugo yelled out as he glared at his broken arms. Recovery Girl ignored his outburst, kissing his cheek and using her quirk to restore his arms. Izumi chuckled as Mihoro panicked, grinning at Katsuma for healing her injuries. Kirishima snorted. Come on Bakugo, take it like a man, he grinned, nodding towards Izuku. Bakugo glared at Kirishima, grumbling under his breath as he turned away. I'm surprised he didn't curse him out. Izuku blinked in surprise. Thankfully, Bakugo didn't remember anything about me explaining 1-4. All, or even transferring it to him. And somehow, the power still resided inside of me. Later, Katsuma and Mihoro were reunited with their father, who had been in a hospital on the mainland. Izumi narrated as she watched the 2 kids hug their father, a smile on Izumi's face. He doesn't remember. Jiru asked incredulously. 1-4 really said we don't want him and left. Kaibara cackled. Spinny BSTRD. I'll blast you to hell. Bakugo retaliated. It is kind of funny that your quirk took such drastic measures just to be back with you. Uraraka smiled at Deku, a small blush on her cheek. We were able to protect everyone on the island, but there was still tons of damage, and it would take time to repair. The Heroes Public Safety Commission immediately suspended our practical program, but we stayed the rest of our scheduled time. All of us wanted to help the island get back to normal. We couldn't just leave, not when people still needed us. Izumi continued to explain. The scenes shifted to show all of 1A helping with the damage, lifting rubble, supplies, and such. Ida waved as he carried a granny on his back. Kaminari smirked as he got a tractor to stop working. And then, finally, it was time for us to go home. Home. Hee hee. Zero sighed, imagining his warm and comfy bed. Shouldn't we say something before we leave? Kaminari asked curiously as they rested on the ship they were leaving on. I know, right? Mina followed up. Well, we wouldn't want to interrupt their recovery efforts. Ida explained. Kaminari shrugged, looking back at Kirishima. I guess this is cooler. Kirishima grinned. Yeah, it's pretty hero-like. They all grinned at that. It is kinda cool. Rin admitted. Izumi and Shoto joined Bakugo at the back of the ship, resting against the railing. I can't believe it's time for us to go already. Izumi sighed. Oh. Are you two holding hands? Mina perked up as she noticed Izumi dragging Todoroki along by the hand. Todo Deku. Toru and Tokuji exclaimed. Todoroki blinked at them while Midoriya briefly turned into a stuttering mess. A good riddance. Bakugo scoffed. It was fun, before the villains I mean. Shoto smiled as he regarded the island. It was a pretty peaceful place while it lasted. So you're really gonna leave without saying goodbye to those kids? What's up with that? Bakugo asked curiously, doing his best to ignore as Izumi leaned her head on Shoto's shoulder. Is someone jealous? Mina teased, smirking at Bakugo. Like hell I am. I don't need anyone to hold me back. Bakugo scoffed. Wow. Jiru deadpanned. She hummed in thought. There were things I wanted to say, yeah, but I'm sure they already know how I feel. Just on cue, they all heard a hey, down here. They looked down to see Mihoro and Katsuma running towards them. Ms. Deku. Bakugo. Everyone. Thank you so much. The 2 kids yelled out in appreciation. You saved us. You saved our whole island. Mihoro exclaimed. The students grinned at the little kids, their happiness being really infectious. Katsuma looked up and his eyes met Izumi's, determination blooming in each of their eyes. I'll get stronger. I promise you I will. I'll get strong enough to protect Daddy and Mihoro. Wait and see. He yelled at her, determined to get stronger. Izuku smiled warmly. Bakugo smirked with a bit of pride. Shoto simply hummed in amusement. The three of them grinned at the two kids. And then, I'll be a cool hero like you and Bakugo. One who always wins in a battle no matter the odds. Katsuma cried out, his voice wobbly but determined. You better work hard, you demon brat. Bakugo smirked at them, a bit of pride in his tone. Oh Dekugo! Kaminari exclaimed, chuckling. Bakugo made a face like he'd eaten an incredibly sour lemon. Never say that again. All Might chuckled softly into his hand. Izumi grinned softly at Katsuma's declaration. Hey Katsuma! Listen, the scene shifted, slowing down and showing Katsuma mid-run, his eyes widening as he heard his new favorite heroine's next words. You can become a hero. Izuku smiled brightly at that as a few students squealed. All Might's smile was really wide as he recalled that day, his eyes getting slightly watery. You're really kind, you know that. Yui smiled, throwing him a glance. Izuku chuckled, scratching at his cheek. Thanks, you too. Shoto smiled at his girlfriend, knowing the story behind those words. He looked back at the two kids, giving a soft wave at them. We'll see you at you one day. Called it. Todo Deku. Toru fist bumped Mina. That was pretty informative. Shinso stretched in his seat. Yep. Villain on an island, has multiple quirks. Bakugo with one for all is a beast. What else? Kaminari trailed off, already having forgotten one or two details. Shigaraki kills the villain. Hawks is apparently with the League, but he's just spying on them. One for all erased Bakugo's memory of it. Yoirozu finished. Your quirk sentient like mine, Midoriya. In its own peculiar way. Tokoyami ducked his head in acknowledgement. Yeah, the vestiges are a part of the original holders. I wish I could talk to them or something though, it'd really help. Izuku pouted. Give it some time Izuku, I'm sure you'll get there eventually. Tokuge smiled, throwing him a thumbs up. Tsuyu glanced at her. We agreed I'd go first. Mai clapped her hands. Welp, on to the last one. Yoirozu's breath hitched. Yoirozu tilted her head, confused. The speakers had just announced it's their turn for the practical exam. Oh, our practicals. Uraraka exclaimed. Mina, Kirishima and Kaminari looked down in disappointment. Soto and Zero merely shook their heads as they recalled their matches. She wasn't ready. She had no plan. What plan would survive against All Might? She doubted they'd win. Wait, All Might? The students asked. Bakugo and Izuku locked eyes, confused as well. They'd been the ones to fight All Might. How could anyone hope to win against the symbol of peace? No. It's hopeless. We can't win. What are we supposed to do, Yorozu? Calm your nerves. A little tense there. Yomomo Jiru side-eyed her friend. Momo sighed, recalling how she'd been before. Izuku's bored voice cut through her haze, making her take a deep, shuddering breath as she turned to look at the enigma that was Izuku Midoriya. She didn't know why she'd been paired up with him, and frankly he was simply too everywhere to make sense of. Too unpredictable, and she didn't like unknown variables. But he was a classmate, and a friend who she could acknowledge had saved her life. Aho! He saved your life. Interesting. Mina perked up. Why is it that he doesn't seem worried about fighting All Might? Minoma asked himself curiously. Forgive me, Midoriya, but this is All Might. The #1 hero. Do you have a plan to win against the symbol of peace? Because I don't. Yorozu admitted, her nerves already on edge. She was already anxious and the match had barely started. I do. Is he being cocky, or? Rin tilted his head. I don't think so, Vlad King said, curious at this particular Izuku's behavior. Yorozu's head jerked to meet Izuku's eyes, or at least the lens that were covering his eyes, emitting a comforting, light blue glow. He began walking forward, and Yorozu took a moment to be grateful they were in the industrial area. The pipes and whatnot would provide ample cover. Oh hey, that's where you two fought, right? Uraraka asked Kaminari and Mina, who shivered as they recalled their match. Why the gear though? Can't he just use his quirk? Zero asked. Izuku's eyes widened. Don't tell me. I have 1,622 different plans for going up against the symbol of peace in different scenarios, including this one. Of course, nearly 3/4 THS of those are aimed to kill, but that still leaves roughly 405 ways to neutralize him, and I have about 10 in this particular scenario. With you, our chances of success are even higher, but considering your nerves, you would be a bit more of a hindrance, Izuku said bluntly, double-checking the heavy armor he had on was fastened properly. He'd spent all week making this gear up to par for this particular exam. He expected it to go down, but not without a fight. The student stared at the screen with wide eyes. My boy, you don't actually have that many plans, do you? Toshinori coughed out nervously. Izuku shook his head. I only have about 90, but none of them involve killing. Maybe he's got an intelligence quirk. It'd explain the armor and why he's with Yorozu. Kendo helpfully guessed, and the students hummed in agreement. Yorozu gawked at him. You can't be serious. Even with that armor, Izuku sighed, the noise coming out distorted through his helmet, his lens shifting to look bored, most likely mimicking his expression under the helmet. He looks kind of scary. Yanagi admitted with a bit of pride. Mai was studying the suit, noticing that the material used for them wasn't one she recognized. She'd have to check up on that. He may be the #1 hero, but at the end of the day he's also a human being. Just like any other human, he can be tricked, hurt, defeated, or killed. Izuku calmly explained, and his reasoning was so obvious it allowed Yorozu to calm down a little. The students' mouths opened slightly at that. I mean, when he puts it that way, a waste trailed off. Considering the number of quirks, and the improved technology we have now, it would certainly be possible to neutralize All Might given enough time and planning. Izuku admitted, cupping his chin. His classmates side-eyed him nervously as he took down notes. He's right. All Might is being held down by those weights, so he won't be nearly as strong. We don't have to beat him either, only one of us have to pass through the gates. Even so. Anyways, the plan I've decided to take involves defeating All Might. I don't plan on running. Izuku cut through her thoughts. Ah, there's the fear again. Yorozu deadpanned at Izuku, who apologized. Deku's gonna get his butt kicked. Ponytail won't be much help. Bakugo grit out. His classmates frowned at his blunt statement. He isn't wrong. Unless Midoriya can calm her, she won't be much help. Shoto agreed, just as bluntly. I'm sure you'll do fine. Izuku comforted a pouting Momo. Midoriya, you can't be serious. Yorozu nervously laughed as if she hoped he'd say it was a joke. I always am. Why? Don't think we can take him? Midoriya asked, beginning to walk to his left. No. I don't think we can win. Izuku hummed, holstering the rifle he had in his hands onto his back. That's quitter's talk. Yorozu, you are no quitter. Izuku said, pointing at her. In the distance, a loud roar was heard as wind cut through the area from the force of All Might's blow. So it begins. Villains dwell both inside and out. Tokoyami said, his feathers ruffling in anticipation. Yeah. Come on Momo, you're no quitter. Mina cheered her friend on. Momo, I need you focused. Are you staying to help me fight, or will you make for the exit? Izuku asked, his armored gloves holding onto her shoulders as he looked into her eyes. I'll help. She sighed. She'd put faith into Midoriya's plan, whatever it might be. Izuku smiled, happy his friend trusted him. Izuku grinned. Right, here's the plan. The scene shifted to show All Might leaping from rooftop to rooftop, trying to catch sight of his two opponents. He caught movement at the corner of his vision, and turned just in time to see Yorozu's ponytail disappear behind a corner. DMN, busted. Tokage winced. First, we draw him into an area of our choosing. Izuku narrated as All Might raced after Yorozu, and as he turned the corner he came face to face with two gauntlets, very similar to that of Bakugo's. All Might perked up, a bit shaken. He knew how much those gauntlets stung. So it was a trap. Vlad King exclaimed. You'll set off the first trap. Here's the design for Bakugo's gauntlets, and some nitroglycerine for the ammo. Izuku's voice could be heard as Momo pulled the pin, and All Might barely had a second to step back before he was engulfed in the twin explosions, getting blown back by the force of it. Bakugo grinned. It wasn't him behind the attack, but it might as well have been. Soto winced. That had to have stung a little. Don't expect the blast to keep him down. This will be our testing bed, so depending on how he reacts, we'll adjust the plan accordingly. Izuku's voice continued on. Hirozu quickly barricaded herself inside the nearest room, reinforcing the door with her quirk. The glow of creation was the only light in that room as she prepared to intercept All Might. His planning for all of this, Ida noted. He'll corner you eventually, but don't worry about that. Leave that to me. Izuku's voice faded as All Might's fingers burst through the door, prying it open. He startled and barely managed to raise his hands as Hirozu opened fire on him with a freaking cannon. The pro stumbled back a step, managing to catch the ball with his bare hands. Hirozu's jaw dropped in shock and she took a step back. He caught it. Kaibara yelped out in shock. That's All Might for you, ribbit. Tsuyu said, a bit awed by the display. So she likes cannons, hair. Kirishima deadpanned. Hirozu flustered. They're strong. Plus, they're already intimidating enough even without me firing them. Not bad, Ms. Hirozu, but it seems your partner has abandoned you. You lose. All Might said sadly as he went to knock out Momo. All Might. The pro jerked his head to the left, smiling as he realized his opponent hadn't abandoned his teammate. The distorted voice cut through everything else, basically dragging All Might's attention towards him. Oh! Mina teased, excited to see them fight. Shinso's eyes narrowed in anticipation. Get into position when you hear the signal. Izuku said as he handed her what looked to be a grenade. How will I know what the signal is? Hirozu asked curiously, a grenade launcher slowly forming from her stomach. Izuku grinned. You'll hear it. That's not thing ominous. Bakugo huffed out. I imagine it'll be loud. Kinoko added her 2 cents. All Might stepped away from Hirozu, turning to face Midoriya. The boy who refused time after time to be his successor. Oh! All Might and a few students perked up. Izuku tilted his head, confused. Young Midoriya. All Might threw the cannonball aside, blurring from view until he appeared a couple of yards behind Midoriya. Izuku was thankful that Nezu had selected the industrial area for their exams. It made All Might have to keep them both in his view. Which means he wouldn't have to worry about getting Momo caught up in the attack. That sly dog, he's been planning for all of this. Minoma smirked. All Might looked the boy over, noticing that the armor was sturdy enough to take a few punches, but even so he couldn't help but chuckle a little. Come now, you know you can't beat me like that. If you had accepted my offer, you'd stand a better chance. All Might tried once more, hoping the boy would see reason. Izuku had absolutely everything Toshinori could have hoped for, and then some. The only side note is that he apparently didn't have a quirk. It made Toshinori's choice easier, since he had been quirkless once before. However, when he tried offering the boy his quirk, I can beat you. Quirks are tools, and I'm just using other tools at my disposal. Izuku shot down his offer, the power suit he'd made for this occasion beginning to hum over his skin. A few students shifted, pondering that point of view. Izuku frowned in thought. He isn't wrong. So he's quirkless. I mean, I know he isn't useless, but this is All Might. Jiru emphasized. All Might's smile dipped a little in disappointment, and he sighed as he put his hands on his hips. We don't have to do this, young Midoriya. Izuku grinned. Sure we don't. All Might immediately dashed forward but was a fraction of a second too slow as Izuku lifted up a rifle and pulled the trigger. The rifle immediately began emitting a high-powered sound wave very similar to present MIC's vocal attacks. He should know, he based it off of the man's quirk. All Might grunted as he was pushed back from the force of it, crouching to lessen the knockback. That thing's about as powerful as MIC's quirk. Toshinori grunted as he shakily took a step forward. The few mirrors and light bulbs in the area shattered from the noise and All Might's eyes widened as BLD began to drip down his nose. His eyes narrowed and he cranked up one for all as he dashed forward, pushing through the attack. He jerked the rifle from Midoriya's hands, crushing it as he backhanded the boy away. Holy SHD! 𝐲𝐻 yelped out. Mirio whistled in surprise. Not bad, Greenhorn. Vlad snorted. MIC would be jealous. Izuku shook it off and rolled with the movement, twisting his gauntlet and causing his boots to magnetize to the floor. He began to draw electricity from the mock exam area, taking care not to short-circuit the cameras. He didn't want Nezu berating him for that. All Might blurred once more in front of Izuku, wiping his nose. Be reasonable now. The point of this exam was to get you to work with others, and to show you the futility of your rebellious attitude. You can't beat me, young Midoriya. All Might said bluntly, taking a step towards the boy in an attempt at intimidation. His head was still slightly shaking from the attack, and his ears were ringing a little from both attacks earlier. Shoto's eyes narrowed as he recalled what Midoriya had said. He didn't expect those attacks to take him down. His simply weakening him. Izuku's lenses narrowed, the eyes emoting to show they were glaring at him. All Might looked down at the BLD he'd wiped from his nose, humming in thought. I'll admit you're pretty smart. That fancy weapon of yours did sting a little. All Might admitted. Izuku smirked at that. I know it did. I spent a good chunk of my life analyzing heroes and villains. I've observed you quite a bit, analyzing every fight you've ever been in, that have been caught on tape anyways. Which is exactly how I know just how much this will hurt you. Before All Might could reply to that, Izuku slammed the palms of his hands into All Might's face, and the pro's eyes widened in pain as electricity began surging through his body, his muscles spasming and freezing up as arcs of lightning crackled through him. ODMN! Kaminari yelled out in surprise. Izuku was scribbling notes down like crazy, very interested by what he was watching. He's pretty smart. Uraraka admitted with awe in her voice. Yeah, I don't think I would have been able to come up with that. Clearly our paths diverged with All Might, or maybe even before that. Toshinori yelled out in pain, the few remaining lights flickering on and off in the area as Izuku drew as much power as he dared. Fine, no more playing around. All Might pushed himself to his max, as much as he could, considering the restraints. He bulged up, the resulting wind force pushing Midoriya off of him. Izuku managed to raise his arms up as All Might threw a punch at him, blowing him back into a car, cleaving right through it until he collided with the building behind him. Yoirozu winced. Come on Deku, Uraraka whimpered. Uraraka and Ida gaped at the display they'd just seen. Todoroki and Bakugo said nothing, merely watching on. Nezu and Recovery Girl were taking mental notes, interested by the battle on screen. Oh hey, there we are! Ida exclaimed. All Might began walking towards the hole in the building, and tensed up as Midoriya came flying at him with rocket-propelled boots. The pro easily flipped the boy over his head, and turned around only to receive a strong punch to his jaw. What? How is he so strong that armor isn't just for protection then? It's powerful. Shinso noted. The pro was cut off from his thoughts as Izuku landed another punch in his gut, very close to the side where his injury was. The second punch jerked his head to the side. All Might grit his teeth, throwing another punch at the boy. The rubble and dust around them were pushed back from the force of the blow, but Izuku had begun dodging even before the pro had thrown it. Wait, what? How the heck did he dodge before he even threw a punch? Mina tilted her head in confusion. He's acting like Sir Wood. Predicting the enemy's movements. All Might's telegraphing. Mirio noted, a smile on his face. Oh. Do you think Sir trained him in this one? Nejaya asked, tugging on Mirio's sleeve. He was kicked through another building, this time elbowing Izuku's back and receiving a kick to the face for it. He slammed against the wall, tilting his head to dodge Midoriya's fight and moving right into the boy's other fist. He grunted as he fell to his knees, and then immediately reached out to grab Izuku's leg. Midoriya swore internally as All Might roughly threw him away, causing him to crash through several walls. Before Izuku could get up, All Might appeared before him and threw him upwards. New Hampshire smash! All Might yelled as he punched the air underneath him, propelling himself upwards through sheer force. The pro brought both of his fists above his head, and Midoriya quickly raised his arms in a guard as the pro brought them down. Izuku grunted as the heavy metal around his arms dented slightly, and he punched through several rails of an abandoned construction site as he fell. Demon, he really isn't pulling any punches, is he? So manly. Kirishima cried out. Technically he is. The restraints. Yanagi recalled. His keeping up with All Might. Uraraka said incredulously, in awe at what she was seeing. On the contrary, All Might's got him on the ropes. Midoriya is barely keeping up. Ida argued, frowning in worry for his friend. Ms. Uraraka is correct actually. All Might's dancing to Mr. Midoriya's tune at the moment. Nezu interjected, a small grin on his face. So Nezu caught on, Toshinori trailed off. Of course he would. I have to admit, he's impressive. Vlad admitted, leaning back in his seat. How the hell does he have All Might on the ropes? He's a quirkless nobody. Bakugo yelled out, palms crackling. Nezu calmly sipped his tea, ignoring him. I don't follow, sir. How is All Might his lesser here? Shoto asked, curious as to what the principal was seeing that he wasn't. Guess the principal won't put up with your CRP. Zero snorted. Shut it, tape arms. Nezu hummed in amusement. Well, you all are already aware what a brilliant tactician Midoriya is. We've been seeing it all throughout this fight as well. The students tilted their head in confusion, not following. The tools he made were perfectly designed to stand up to, and hurt All Might. He didn't expect any of them to defeat him, but that wasn't the point. He's been gauging his limit through those attacks, seeing just how strong All Might is while weighed down. Clearly, his results were satisfactory, seeing that he decided to engage our beloved symbol of peace in hand-to-hand combat. He seems to be doing well enough as well. Nezu admitted, a small bit of pride in his tone. Yorozu's eyes widened, surprised she hadn't noted that. Of course, everything going on so far has fallen within his expectations, so clearly even this brawl of theirs has a purpose. So what you're saying is, everything we've seen so far, he's expected it. Todoroki said hesitantly, catching on. Quite. See how he's fighting. He's moving to dodge long before All Might throws his punches. That's because while All Might may be powerful, he's become too reliant on his strength alone. There's rarely any need for technique when you're that strong. He's telegraphing, and Midoriya is taking full advantage of that. Nezu grinned, his beady eyes fully focused on the screen. All Might had to admit, he was a bit proud of this Izuku, but also a bit scared. It was odd to see him being played with, and without him catching on. Izuku shook the dust and grime from his lens, ducking and twisting out of the way as a few broken rails fell above him, slamming down where he would have been standing a second ago. Izuku jumped out of the way of another rail, and cursed as All Might's fist hit him head-on while he was in midair. Texas smash. The suit displayed a warning sign for Izuku as he slammed against a pile of rails neatly stacked way behind him. The rails clattered around him from the impact, and the pro hummed as he shook his fists. That's quite a sturdy suit. You've put up quite the impressive struggle, young Midoriya, but it's over. Even if Yorozu manages to get through the gate and win you the match, you'll eventually come across a real villain that you won't be able to win against. All Might grimly told him as he walked forward. Really? Who'd be better than All Might? Kinoko tilted her head. Izuku chuckled at that, and he knew his lenses were displaying humor right now. Really? Who's gonna be stronger than you? Kaminari threw a thumbs up at Midoriya. Nice comeback, bro. All Might huffed in annoyance, quickly dashing forward once more. Izuku shook his head, stomping his boot down on the rail in front of him and causing it to rise up. All Might flinched as he tried to stop, but his momentum carried him face first into the tip of the rail. Izuku followed up the movement by kicking the rail upwards. All Might flew up, bouncing off of the wrecking ball hanging over them and slamming back onto the ground. He's using his surroundings. Ibara noted. Use your surroundings. Yes, that's what I said. Ida's eyes narrowed at the voice. Don't tell me. Izuku's gauntlet shot out a blade, cutting the chain holding the ball in place. With one fluid movement, he wrapped the chain around his wrist and spun his body in a flip as he jumped up, twisting in midair and bringing the wrecking ball down on All Might. All Might only had a second to widen his eyes in shock as the ball slammed him back into the ground, leaving a crater where he'd been laying. Izuku landed, twisting his body around and jerking his wrist so the ball could swing around. It hit the pro head on just as he was getting up, and Izuku watched in satisfaction as the hero's body smashed through multiple pipes and a building as he went soaring back. "Holy SHD! Mina and Kaminari exclaimed. It was odd for them to see the same wrecking ball they'd lost to also be the same ball that smacked All Might away like a fly. He's holding his own well enough, Yui admitted. Hirozu breathed as she maneuvered through pipes and alleyways, making her way to the roof Midoriya had pointed out. If all went according to plan, Midoriya would lure All Might to an area where she could take a shot at him. She just had to hope Midoriya could keep this up. She grit her teeth in determination, holding the grenade launcher tightly in her hands as shockwaves rang out in the distance. "Yep, all part of the plan," Hirozu said, a bit smug. "All right, this is getting out of hand." All Might huffed, a bit more annoyed now as his fake smile dipped down more. He ripped out a saw grate underneath him as he ran forward, throwing it hard like a frisbee and cutting the chain before Midoriya could swing the ball at him again. The ball flew towards the pro. All Might easily sidestepped it and grabbed the chain as it flew past him, throwing it back at Midoriya with a yell. Izuku quickly dived out of the way, using his hand to push himself away even further as the ball carved a trench where he'd been standing, and it kept going. "Are you trying to kill him?" Vlad gawked at the former pro. "No. He just," Toshinori trailed off with a sigh. "That's pretty badass though." Kaibara grinned. "Yes, that is pretty impressive." Shishida agreed. "Real heroic Toshinori." Izuku berated as the pro dashed forward. Izuku quickly clamped his hand onto the steamroller behind him, swinging it forward and catching All Might by the head. The pro stumbled back, slapping the vehicle out of his hands and holding Midoriya up by the neck. Before All Might could throw another punch, Izuku's voice called out. "Tell me, do you think Nana would be proud?" "Personally, I think she'd be disgusted," Izuku said condescendingly. All Might's grip faltered in shock at the sudden jab, and Midoriya took full advantage of it by ramming his boot right between the pro's legs. Pretty much all the boys there winced and closed their legs at that. Toshinori coughed out some BLD as he couldn't even imagine the pain from that. "Low blow." Mineta cried out. "Can't afford to play fair against All Might." Minoma shrugged, but even he had to admit that was a bit much. All Might cried out in pain and shock as he stumbled to his knees. Izuku quickly followed up with another punch, and then All Might grabbed onto his face, a smile no longer on his face. "That's enough now," the pro nearly yelled out, slamming his palm into Midoriya's chest as hard as he could. Izuku gasped a bit as the metal gave way a little, and he went flying backwards from the force of it. Izuku stumbled to his feet, only to crash back down as All Might landed on him, feet first. The pro quickly lifted him up, shoulder checking him into another car. "I'm pretty sure a rib cracked with that." "Give up," All Might said, a small line of BLD making its way down from his mouth. Izuku chuckled. "I made God bleed, so clearly you aren't one." Toshinori rubbed his forehead, frustrated. "Why won't you accept my power?" "He's kinda running out of options there," Tokage pouted. "All Might's injured too though," Kendo defended. "Remember kid, just because you have infinite lives doesn't mean you can just abuse your quirk to get out of a pinch." "Hey. Is that?" Izuku grit his teeth, glaring up at his mentor. "Why not?" he growled out, spitting some BLD out of his mouth. "People act like their quirks are what define them. You've said it yourself, brat. You told me that way of thinking is wrong, and you're right about that. Quirks are tools, not the answer to everything." "Holy SHT it is," Zero said. Another Stain teacher, Ida frowned. "I mean, he has a point here, doesn't he? We can all agree that quirks being what define us is a flawed way of thinking." Shishida said. The students stayed quiet, because they didn't want to admit that they agreed. Izuku looked up at his mentor, the man's face obscured by shadows. His BLD red scarf fluttered in the soft wind, harsh light reflecting off of the many blades on his person. "Quirks are tools, which means you don't need one to act. You can just make your own tools," Stain summarized, handing the boy a damp towel. "So what, you want me to make my own quirks?" Izuku asked in disbelief. "No. I mean, get your own tools. Look at my blades. Stain said, drawing out his katana from its sheath and showing it to the boy. I don't just depend on my quirk. I use these to help me finish the job. I'm physically capable of taking on these fakes, and you know I don't just rely on my quirk to finish a fight, even if it does win me the fight. I treat it as another weapon in my arsenal. Stain continued to explain, holding out the katana for Izuku and tapping the tip against his forehead. The students were hanging onto his every word, taking mental notes. He's right, as much as I hate to admit it. No pro is just their quirk. Vlad King interjected. Everything can be a tool to use. Your surroundings, the people around you, and your brain. Your brain's the most dangerous tool in your arsenal, Midoriya. Use it. Stain finished, handing the boy his katana. Din, he's kind of a cool teacher. Kaminari admitted. Jiru whacked him in the head for being insensitive. Izuku shook his head, dispelling his memory as he stared up at the pro. I don't need it. I've been doing just fine without it. Izuku yelled out, uppercutting the pro and kicking out his leg from under him. Midoriya drove his knee into the pro's head, and All Might quickly smacked the boy away, cracking Izuku's helmet. All Might stumbled up, doing his best to wipe the blood from his nose. This is a bit closer than I'd like. He's been taking advantage of my nature, knowing I'd go a bit softer on him. He used his quirklessness to his advantage. Toshinori hummed, a bit of pride in his eyes. Izuku's helmet came off with a hiss, and the boy himself merely huffed as he threw it away. His green eyes bored into Toshinori's own perceptive blue eyes. What are you waiting for? Need another hole in your stomach? Izuku quipped, and the pro's eyes narrowed. Your taunts won't work. It'll take more than that to unnerve me. All Might said. Toshinori winced internally at the jab. This match is drawing to a close. Izuku smiled, and this time All Might could see just how confident the boy looked. Of course, Toshinori. I imagine you've built up quite the thick skin back when you were quirkless. It couldn't have been nice. Must be so frustrating, to be the symbol of peace and yet failing to save people. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, you are pretty useless after all. Izuku admitted with a shrug. Kirishima winced. Not very manly bro, ouch. Shinso simply said, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. What is he doing? Why'd you cut out the audio? Uraraka asked. Midoriya is currently saying a few things that are best kept secret. All you need to know is his taunting All Might. Recovery Girl said with a frown. Oh yeah, kinda weird that we all know about One for All and all that, and almost none of our other selves do. Kendo noted, hand to her chin as she thought about it. Todoroki and Bakugo were watching the screen with their utmost focus, and only Ida, Nezu, and Recovery Girl had noticed the other cameras. Nezu's eyes narrowed curiously. Just who are you really, Midoriya? Why don't you just admit it? Izuku continued to taunt, carefully opening a compartment on the back of his armor as he talked. You don't want me because I'm quirkless and I need it. You just want me because I'm the best option you have, and you don't want anyone else. All Might frowned, not able to lie at that. I guess that explains why he didn't choose anyone else. Izuku trailed off. I wonder what I did to grab his attention though. He's being very blunt, isn't he? Not pulling any punches. Tetsu grumbled. How many minutes are left? 5. We couldn't have been fighting for more than 15 minutes, so why is he stalling? He clearly wants me to get closer. All Might took a step back. What's your game? Why would I tell you? Izuku drawled. All Might took a stance, preparing to move. If I rush him fast enough, he won't have time to pull any other tricks. Making up his mind, the pro pushed his quirk to its restrained limits, tackling Midoriya. Izuku gave a surprised yelp as he was driven into the pavement, quickly setting off the grenade in his hand. Immediately, a clay-like substance exploded over All Might's head, hardening rapidly. He blinded me. It doesn't matter though, because I still have you pinned down. Think he got that from your quirk? Kaibara asked Bondo, noticing the similarities. All Might huffed as he pierced through Midoriya's armor, pulling it apart and ripping the chunks away. He crushed the gauntlets under his feet and held the boy's chest down with his foot. He took the time to shatter the hardened cementine around his eyes. Not a bad effort, but you still lose. Yep, definitely got inspiration from Bondo. Kendo agreed. He's defenseless now, Uraraka said, worried. Izuku whipped out a knife, plunging it into the pro's shoe. Or at least tried to, the point just rebounded. All Might blinked in shock. What are you doing? Do you want me to kill you? The pro asked incredulously. Izuku chuckled. Oh, you aren't going to kill me? Now. The student scared in a deep breath, surprised. All Might jerked up in shock, quickly looking around him. He looked behind him and quickly managed to grab onto the grenade hurtling at him. He only had a second to sigh in relief before it exploded anyways. Colorless gas immediately exploded out of it, and All Might stumbled back in shock as he inhaled it. His legs trembled and gave out under him, and he fell to his hands and knees as one for all's flames dimmed within him. It was all he could do to maintain his muscle form. The students yelled out in shock, startled and worried. What did he do? Toshinori questioned, surprised. What did you do? All Might said weakly, steam curling off of his form. Quirk suppressants. Spent all of yesterday perfecting it. Had to make and dilute it properly. Wouldn't want everyone seeing your true self now, would we? Izuku said as he stood up, discarding the pieces of armor that remained. He nodded at Yorozu on the roof, grateful for her help. She seemed a bit starstruck at the fact. She'd basically just heavily debilitated All Might. He can't fight back, not without exposing himself. Shoto said, a bit impressed. If I could have used my gear, used my quirk, I wouldn't have needed all this. It would have been oh so easy to kill you. You left your side exposed so often it was almost painful not to stab it. Although I suppose the hero way is a harder way. Izuku thought coldly as he kicked the pro over so he'd have his back to the ground. Toshinori shifted awkwardly, covering his side. So he does have a quirk, he seems pretty eager to kill though, Jiru shuddered. I guess when you're trained by Stain, you aim to kill, Shoji trailed off. He knelt over All Might, who finally seemed to have a tinge of fear in those blue eyes. Izuku smiled. I didn't have to go easy on you. A different binding agent, a stronger mix. I want you to remember that. That I didn't need a quirk to beat the symbol of peace. The student stared at the screen silently, letting that revelation sink in. He didn't use a quirk at all, and yet he beat the symbol of peace. Izuku knelt down on All Might's chest, his knee brushing against All Might's wound and reminding him of his vulnerability. Izuku's eyes turned cold and calculating as he looked down at the pro. I don't need your quirk. This match just proved that. Remember this fight, because I don't want you to forget about the one quirkless Deku who beat you. Bakugo grit his teeth, looking down. The cuffs were on All Might's wrists before he even noticed. Game over, Izuku said. The speakers rang out, signaling their victory. A few students began to cheer, while others were left to wonder about this particular Midoriya. Mai stood up, clapping her hands and snapping the students out of their funk. That was pretty fun. Good job, Izuku. I'm gonna go try and make that baby. Hatsune said, running off before anyone could even get a word out to her. Welp, that's my cue. Shinso said as he got up, nodding towards Izuku in farewell as he left. It's pretty impressive you beat All Might though. Yui smiled at Izuku, who chuckled as he scratched his chin, blushing a little. Yeah, Deku. You were all like POW and WEM, and then Momo came in with the save. Uraraka exclaimed, pumping her fists in a mock imitation of the fight. Midoriya, Ribbit, mind if I talk to you outside? Tsuyu said, jerking her head towards the door. Izuku blinked in surprise, throwing a quick glance at Yui. I already said I don't mind, she simply said, getting up to leave as well. What? What does that even mean? Sure, Izuku said as he got up. He decided to ignore the fact that Kaminari was trying to get the projector to work. Katsuki seemed about a second away from blowing him away. Oh hey, I'm tagging along too. Basically gonna say the same thing she is, but she did get permission to say it first so, Setsuna trailed off as she floated next to him. Tsuyu frowned a bit. She'd been hoping to tell him by herself, but she didn't really mind. Izuku tilted his head, confused. Right, well let's go. If anyone noticed Setsuna and Tsuyu sitting closer to Midoriya the next day, they didn't voice it. As it stood, the only one who seemed to have a problem with this new development was Uraraka, who was staring into Tsuyu's eyes like they held the answer to the multiverse. Sorry, ribbit. Tsuyu shrugged. Midoriya was currently passed out in his seat, and Setsuna kept poking his head in a half-butted attempt to wake him. Right, if everyone's done fooling around, take your seats and get ready. Aizawa's voice cut through the students' chatter, snapping everyone to attention. Night Eye and All Might walked in after him, talking amongst themselves. Izuku took a shred of pride knowing he brought this about, in a roundabout way. Maybe he could convince Night Eye to look into All Might's future once more. A problem for later me. Izuku shrugged. Shinso handed a juice pack to Aizawa, who took it gratefully. Mai finished checking on her baby, after smacking Kaminari with a wrench. All good. Okay. Aizawa noticed the people now sitting around Midoriya, and blinked slowly. I don't care. Aizawa shrugged, ignoring them. Go ahead. Mai nodded, and clicked play. Day 0, 5 hours, 5 minutes 5:05 a.m., local time. That's new. Zero mumbled. Don't think I've seen any of the others state time. Shouter looked over the rest of the teachers from where his sleeping bag was resting against the wall. Most of them were freshly awake, and carried small bags of snacks and notebooks to take notes in. Every year this was as much of a test of the teachers' attention spans and will to stay awake as it was of the students' skills and capabilities. Aizawa and All Might tilted their heads, wondering what this was. Shouter himself had woken up nearly 3 hours earlier to help oversee the villain team as they initiated the first of their plans. He was unusually prepared for this year as well. Inside his sleeping bag, he had stashed plenty of caffeine-heavy drinks, a pair of thick, unused notebooks and a smaller notebook given to him by the villain team called Stage Directions. That had been a trip to read. Oh, I think I know what this is. Aizawa guessed, a rare smile forming on his lips. Do tell. Night Eye said curiously. Aizawa motioned to the screen. Just watch. Honestly, when he originally proposed that Bakugo and Midoriya be chosen for the hero and villain roles, he had done so with the hope that putting them in positions of leadership would dull their bad habits. Midoriya was far too meek and willing to take a backseat in planning when it wasn't life or death, and Bakugo was far too reckless and brash. What? Wait, are they heroes and villains? Kaminari asked curiously. Midoriya and Bakugo locked eyes. They remembered playing heroes and villains as kids. Izuku was always the damsel in distress, and Bakugo the hero. Bakugo snorted. You couldn't be a villain to save your life, Deku. I'll admit, he's kind of right. Tsuyu agreed, and she blinked in surprise at Izuku's grin, which seemed to radiate a bit of confidence. Then Midoriya Izuku turned around with steel in his eyes. Oh! Shoto said. The problem child had talked to him several times after classes, each time to confirm whether something would be stopped or counted against him by the teachers. Like the 2 students from support and general studies he recruited. Or the requisitions for permission to use firearms loaded with the RG-13 rounds. And the requisitions for a practical ammunition demonstration. How much do you want to bet he recruited us? Shinso asked Mai, who grinned cheekily. It'd be a waste of money to bet otherwise. Each time Midoriya looked more and more confident, more focused and determined. Problem child, Aizawa shook his head, already preparing for this clusterfuck of chaos he was about to witness. Then this morning, just after 2 a.m., the thing problem child calls him and says that his team is ready to start. Fut problem child. Does every Aizawa call you that? Tokage asked, chuckling. Mai nodded, answering for him. Pretty much every single one actually. Aizawa sighed, ignoring All Might's hearty laughter. He showed up to see the entirety of the villain team perched on the walls and front steps of UA. For a split second, as they looked up at him, dressed to kill in suits and dresses, with armor and weapons stashed and ready. As Midoriya looked up and his eyes glinted green in the half-light. He pushed the memory of feeling in danger away. Yeah, no kidding, we look dressed to kill. Mina nodded, impressed as she eyed herself. Shoji hummed in agreement, liking what he saw. You even scared teach, nice. Mineta shivered a bit. I acknowledged they were a threat, that was it. Aizawa shot back. Revelry in the dark, Tokoyami whispered. Why does he keep saying that? Uraraka and Izuku thought. With nothing better to do, he let the villains in and watched them set up. The villains outfitted and stashed supplies in the 3 trucks, before half of them practically slept where they stood. Midoriya and 3 of his allies took a much more low-key sedan into the city proper to set up the villain lair, armed with suitcases and briefcases of supplies. You can drive? Bakugo asked Izuku incredulously. No. I'm guessing one of them taught me. Izuku answered back, curious. Shouter, in turn, looked over the cameras. The entire city, every room, every street and back alley and saw tunnel was hooked up to cameras. Those that were classified as public would be available to the heroes, but the villains would need to hack their own camera feeds to use them. Power Loader and Shouter had been very clear that while blocking out the hero team feed was fine, the teacher's connection was to be left untouched. As such, while the rest of the teachers filed in, finding places on couches and at the counter for the dry bar, Shouter panned through the cameras. He set half the screen on the resting villains, the other on the newly assembling heroes. Oh man, I'm getting so pumped up just watching this. Kirishima exclaimed, pumping his fists. Tetsu grinned in agreement. Hell yeah, a manly duel to the death. Low mumbling started, before the heroes turned towards Principal Nezu, dressed in a green money counter's cap. All right. Place your bets folks, place your bets. Wouldn't have figured the principal to be the type to bet, a few students thought. The teachers called out bets and wagers. Some of them were cash, but others were offers of dealing with detentions or grading homework for one another. Shouter himself called out only one bet. 1 month of detention watching and homework covering, and 20,000 yen, on the villains breaking Endeavor's record win. Present MIC turned, mouth dropping. What? Shooter! You never, Shouter's red-eyed gaze cut off the rest of Yamada's tirade. I placed my bet. Deal. With. It. Now shut up, the villain team is getting ready to move. My father was a villain. Shoto tilted his head. Fitting, but wait. Shoto turned around to Izuku, locking eyes. You have to beat his record. Shoto said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Izuku merely nodded his head, confused and intimidated. Man, even Mr. Aizawa believes in you. Zero said. Dadzawa, the majority of 1A thought. With that, the teachers settled back into their seats. The first livestream started. Day 1, 6 hours, 12 minutes 6:12 a.m. Local time. The teachers were chatting about the hunter team, mainly how they needed to be reorganized. The issue I'm seeing, Vlad King spoke up, is that for all the heroes' combined forces, each team is far too specialized for its role. It would have been better to plan for more varied teams. Perhaps. But he also had only a short PRD to integrate each team with each other. This may be his opening gambit. It's possible that he will change team formations down the line, Ectoplasm responded. It's nice to see what we need to work on, instead of having to figure it out. Kaibara grinned, leaning back in his seat. Look, they found the manhole, Cementos commented, pointing to the screen with the hunter team. I have to admit, I was impressed with the villain team's vanishing act. Carrying smaller travel platforms into the tunnels for the teams to reassemble was interesting and unexpected. Though without the combined abilities of Honinuki and Kendo to push the van into the office next door, they would have left quite the evidence as to where they went, Ectoplasm commented, leaning on the couch back. Honinuki grinned while Itsuka rubbed her nose with pride. Oh yeah, 1B represent. Tetsu exclaimed. Of course our classmates would be impressive. Monoma said smugly. Yui glanced at Izuku, who was jotting notes down on both sides. You'd make a very dangerous villain. Though simply pulling a section of bricks out by softening the mortar holding them was inspiring. Shame the heroes never noticed that, Cementos noted, looking over a few stills from the concealment. They only noticed the manhole due to the antics of Tsunotori. They were lucky on that front, Shouter muttered, sipping at another juice pouch. Pony gave a small grin, happy she at least helped a little. Oh holy 𝐶, look at the street. Ectoplasm leaned in, pulling up a new screen off his tablet. The heroes took in the barricade of cars, the limp bodies all too easy to imagine as injured and dead civilians. The students shivered, frowning at the scenario. It reminded a few of Kamino, albeit in a much smaller area. Look, is that Tokoyami and Koroiro? Power Loader looked at the two figures, now climbing up an upside-down car to the top of the wall and taking positions. Twins of shadow, their backs towards the abyss. Koroiro said softly, Tokoyami grunting in agreement. What? Izuku glanced at them. And there's the hero team led by Bakugo, he remarked. Day 1, 8 hours, 45 minutes 8:45 a.m. Local time. The screens were divided between the battle in the street, the hold-up at the government building, and the interiors of both places. Oh man, I wanted to see them fight. Kaminari pouted. I'd win against them. My quirk beats theirs any day. Bakugo huffed smugly. Here, looks like the teams are closing in on 3 of the objectives. What 3? Nezu tapped a controller, and 3 screens changed to show the items. In the bank vault, there is a safety deposit box with a fake skull, marked with the tag for the event and the number 12. In the government building, the left arm of a mod civilbot is marked as number 4. In the government building is a laptop marked with a 5. The civilbot also has to be taken intact. Hostage, espionage, and vault robbery. That's 3. Izuku scribbled all that down, looking back on previous notes he'd taken on those 3 types of scenarios and comparing them. The teachers continued to comment as they watched the side teams get to work. In the bank, Jiru-Kyuka, dressed in a black shirt, skirt, boots, and a red tie, slowly cracked the code to the vault. She was guarded and assisted by Monoma Nito for a short time before he hefted a bag and began to travel through the building, placing black objects on various walls and consistently referencing his phone for directions. Momo hummed. Nice outfit. Jiru nodded. I'll admit it looks pretty good. In the government building, a swarm of rats and flies hunted for the laptop, lead and assisted by Kuda Kuji and Awase Yosetsu. Meanwhile, Yorozu Momo and Aomai Yuga tracked down and detained the civilbot. Yorozu strapped it to a quickly created gurney as Aomai began to take the bag he held and head for the basement. At least we know who the villains are now. Kinoko hummed, looking for a bright spot in the situation. Considering he has Momo, I don't fancy the hero's chances considering yesterday's watch. Zero shivered. Videos of the subterranean crew, consisting of Honinuki Juzu and Kendo Itsuka, showed them working together to craft escape tunnels, traveling from point to point in the city using the motorized platforms. At the same time, Yanagi Leiko and Ashido Mina traveled along their own, more circuitous route. Ashido melted the way into locked power boxes and security feed lines, while Yanagi hooked up countless connectors from her bag to each, allowing another team, the villain leaders, to begin hacking every building security feed they could find. Yanagi also used her poltergeist powers to slowly lift smaller devices into small corners and into the streets through storm drains across the city. They are securing the area, making the whole city their playing field. What a mad banquet of darkness. Tokoyami said, glancing at Izuku. He was busy observing his teammates on screen. I can definitely make use of them. Day 1 11 hours, 15 minutes 11:15 a.m. Local time. The duo guarding the bank retreated, with the villains carrying their objective through a new underground entrance and out into the tunnels, Monoma leaving one last attachment at the roof of the tunnel. The objectives at the government building were also almost completely collected, the location of the laptop already narrowed down to a single set of rooms the villains were rummaging through, though Awase had jogged to the box truck, joined with Yorozu as they hopped in the back. The teachers were interested but somewhat unenthused. Even the Dark Shadow and Black Quirk combo had only kept their interest for a short time. And while Power Loader seemed to realize what Monoma was doing, he had declined to share the information with the others. Then, I wonder what it was. Awase grunted. At least they managed to escape Bakugo. Tokuge snorted. Hey, what side are you on? Bakugo yelled out. However, when Izuku's bomb call began, Shouter could only smirk as the bank they had prepared to assault blew sky high. A round of curses and exclamations from all but Shouter, Nedzu, and Power Loader erupted. The fact that they were smirking was not unnoticed. Holy SHT, a few students exclaimed. You actually blew it up. What the hell, man? Kaminari choked out. I'm just playing my part. Izuku grinned softly, humming contentedly. Right, that's scary, was the collective thought in the room. What the hell, Yamada cut off under a red stare, and Power Loader cut in. I spent a long afternoon talking construction and demolition charges in a quick certification class with both young Yorozu and Monoma, and signed off on their use during this, along with a few other forms for extra equipment usage and materials. Yorozu and Monoma smiled, making a note to talk to Power Loader about that when they had the chance. Momo and bombs. Oh, give me a break. Zero slumped in his seat. That's against the rules, isn't it? We weren't supposed to help the villains or hero, Snipe drawled from where he sat at the counter. They didn't mention the exam, they simply had me sign off for their certifications. I got an email from Nedzu a few hours later to sign off on use in the practical. They brought it up in the context of learning for the future. Oh yes, I'm definitely going to make a stop by the support studio. Monoma grinned cheekily. Kendo made a note to check he wouldn't do anything too extravagant. Aizawa couldn't help but grin. A logical deception. Okay, what the F? Came the yell from Midnight, drawing everybody's attention to the massive truck-mounted artillery piece. I signed off on that too. Nedzu commented in the sudden silence, only punctuated by the rat-a-tat of the gun firing, and the violently cut-off scream from the purple-outfitted Mineta. Mai zoomed in with her quirk, grinning cheekily as she read what was on the artillery piece. Mineta winced, even as some of the girls grinned or hummed in amusement. Bakugo cackled at that. Ouch! Ectoplasm frowned, already sending one of his clones on standby at the edge of the city down to retrieve the kid from his red goo coffin and take him to Recovery Girl. That's gotta hurt. Little pervert thing deserves it, came the mutter from Midnight, leaning back as the truck went careening down the road. DMN, ouch! Kaminari cackled, and Mineta grumbling something about how he was too good for the ladies. Though, it feels like the end of the FRY is coming up, she noted with a smirk. Izuku shivered. She has a peculiar way of wording. Toshinori said hesitantly. Day 1, 13 hours, 45 minutes, 1:45 p.m. Local time. The teachers watched Bakugo's meeting with his team and his sorting of information. Then they watched the meeting with Izuku and the villains. In the end, they noted there were plenty of differences between the two. Midoriya is acting very social with them, like a concerned friend and leader for his troops. He made them food and Bakugo. Despite how his temper is more reined in, it's still making him curt and dismissive. That's a mistake, Hound Dog noted, watching as the villains dispersed. The student's eyes widened in surprise, glancing at the two. It's a smart and subtle approach. I'd be more willing to work with someone who leads with respect and kindness as opposed to, Yorozu trailed off, glancing at Bakugo. Both classes collectively nodded at that. Night Eye's eyes narrowed as he studied Midoriya. You're smarter than your plain appearance leads to believe. Izuku smiled, happy others appreciated the common courtesy he was giving them. Then the surprise guest stepped out and the teachers were dumbfounded. Is this even allowed? All Might muttered, flipping through his book. The rules never said no, at least considering the circumstances, admitted Nedzu, though I do admit, after this year we may have to refine those rules a bit more. Nezu's voice crackled through the loudspeaker. Don't expect the same scenario to play out when it's time, Midoriya. Nezu said with amusement. Izuku smiled. Of course not, sir. Was he watching the entire time? Listening. On the screen, Izuku smiled before he paused and looked up. It took a few seconds for him to find it, but he gave a small nod to the camera, a knowing smirk dancing across his lips. That's not thing creepy. Awase said sarcastically. He's certainly playing the part well. Yanagi said with a bit of pride. Day 1, 17 hours and 42 minutes, 5:42 p.m. local time. 1 hour until sunset. Sichti. Momo, Nito, Yuga, and Kyuka all looked at the case with a combination of focus and annoyance. Their target was sitting there, in the middle of the museum's grand showcase. "SHT," Monoma said, frowning at the screen. "A thing coffin. Really?" Kyuka called out. She was listening to the area, checking if they were in the clear. Yuga was with her in a silver and black outfit with a short red shoulder cape wrapped around him. His torso was covered with armor connected to the silver focusing array. The loose fabric and puffy sleeves looked somewhat French, with silver patterns that caught the light. Amar sparkled, satisfied with his getup. "I suppose your taste isn't bad." Monoma shrugged, also satisfied with the getup. Across from them, their companion team was wearing more risk outfits. Nito wore black sleek breathes and boots, an open black vest, and a pair of black gloves, his head topped by a felt flat-topped cap. It made him look one part page boy, one part male strpr. Momo wore a sleek red backless dress and black thigh-highs, with an array of pouches across her hips. For shoes, she wore stylish black boots that reached her knees, leaving several inches of black satin stockings above them, before leaving a gap between her dress and the edge of the satin. The two were currently trying to spoof the case security for the exhibit. The coffin, emblazoned with the distinctive number 13 over the UA seal, rested in the center of a massive exhibit on zombies. Clearly a joke exhibit too, like the rest of them. The exhibits on UFOs, the mad science of the 22nd millennia and Mothman were notable. The support class clearly built them for fun. Kendo stifled her laugh with her enlarged fist, glancing at the Monoma next to her and the one on screen. "DMN, no dinosaur skeletons?" Tokaj asked sadly, shaking her head in disappointment. "We have less than 2 hours until the system swaps to a high-security lockdown for the night. But if we disturb the exhibit, then we're already fed." Momo and Nito both made their way back. "Well, good news. The coffin is unanchored. If we get it, we can just carry it out. The issue is the motion sensors. If anything else gets disturbed, it triggers an alarm. If the glass shatters, it triggers an alarm. If the laser grid over the coffin is set off, it triggers an alarm," Momo explained, already texting the data they had gathered to Hacker and the tower. "This is pretty intense," Kinoko whispered out. "We're working well so far," half expected Monoma to berate one of us by now. Jiru admitted. "Hey! Seriously, what about having Hacker turn off the alarms?" A beep preceded Mai's voice over the comms. "I wish I could, but this is definitely older students at work. It's awesome, but several of these tricks I don't have counters for. First off, the alarm uses what's referred to as an interrupt system. If you break the circuit or interrupt the signal, 3 separate receivers go set the alarm off. If one of the receivers goes offline, the other 2 set the alarm off. I can't disable it from here. If I was there, I might be able to delay it, but no dice." Mai sighed. Then she beamed back up. "I'll just have to learn some counters then," she cackled, scribbling on a piece of paper. Kyuka, Momo, and Nito stared at the display. It was 5 meters on the side and a little under a meter tall. The area was covered in a massive pile of gravestones and fake zombie pieces behind glass. In the center was the coffin. Yuga tapped the base of the display and then tilted his head. Kyuka looked down and listened as he tapped again. "That's hollow," she thought. If we can't go over, because of the lasers, or through, due to the motion sensors, can we go under?" Yuga asked, looking at the case with a critical eye. Izuku grinned. "Nice plan." "Yeah, not bad," Jiru admitted. The other 3 paused and Yuga grinned, opening the panel carefully to reveal a smooth wooden surface under the exhibit. "Momo, Nito, do you have laser pointers in your repertoire?" A few minutes later they were set. Momo and Nito marked off the exact lines of where the box was, using the lasers to show it across the underside of the box. With careful hands, Yuga marked off the square with a marker, then had them recheck his measurements as he stared at the underside of the case. "It's still so weird seeing you all play the part of villains." Kaminari shook his head. "The F. We did heroes versus villains in the first week of class." Bakugo growled out. "Yeah, but this is on a bigger scale. It actually feels as if it's heroes versus villains, instead of us just fighting each other in a glorified scenario." Kaminari shrugged. Smartest thing you've said all week, jamming way. 𝐤𝐽 snorted, but she had to admit he was kind of right. He was handed a knife, and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 popped the corners with careful taps of her earjacks. All right. Start nice and slow, Sparkle, we have time. He nodded and took the chisel-shaped knife up, digging it through the wood slowly. He had the better part of an hour to get through this and didn't want to mess it up. Izuku took the time to jot down some notes, wondering what Nezu would change and how he could prepare for it. Izuku looked at the screen as the feed from the foreman team came through. The team was working well, though this was a far more intensive theft than he had originally planned. He glanced at the diagram of the building. Behind him, Mizu napped on the couch, hat over his face to keep the light from the holo screens from waking him. Izuku began to pace, hand over his mouth to muffle his mumbling. Guess that habit's not going away. Uraraka chuckled as she observed the Deku on screen. 17 floors, with the top 3 being a massive amphitheater and museum, where the team was currently pulling their heist. The only reason they were getting away with this was the fact they had already ordered the museum closed earlier that day. Mai had hacked the system and sent a museum closing message over the Civilbot network. However, the system itself ran off a radio-updated internal clock and as such couldn't be hacked to keep the museum closed. The result? A 3-hour window where the teams could get in, get the goods, and get out. Bakugo grit his teeth. Damn it. They're getting a one-up on us. Your fault for not preparing properly. Rin shrugged. To be fair, I'd probably have underestimated my Doria too, in that situation. Ibara admitted. That would be your downfall. Aizawa thought, his eyes fixed on the screen as he scared another juice pack dry. Izuku zoomed out and looked at the picture of the building once again. The triangular window scheme was nice, but the sphere of triangular panels made the massive glass dome of the top seem almost like a disco ball. He tabbed through some of his different cameras' feeds, finally settling on a mixed display of the crew at the museum and the exterior of the Hero Agency. For the better part of half an hour, he watched the crew work on getting into the case without setting the alarms off. And then things went wrong. Izuku frowned. Bakugo smirked. 𝐻𝐻. Kendo simply said. Yuga scored the line once more and then there was a cracking sound, an entire side suddenly shifting and pulling away from the boards. 𝐤𝐽 winced, already preparing for the damage. 𝐻𝐻, hold it straight. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 called out, Yuga already pushing up to try and keep the board steady. But it was too late. With a creak, part of the board beneath the coffin dipped and the coffin went crashing through the rest of the exhibit. A beat, panic already setting in. Then the alarms went off. DMN it. Monoma slapped his leg in disappointment. I'm sure we can work a way out of there, Momo said, a bit hesitantly. At least the coffin is free. Aomar said. Metal shutters dropped over the doorways throughout the museum, and the elevators rose up and locked into place on the top floor. 𝐻𝐻. 𝐻𝐻 indeed. Zero agreed. Nito and Momo rushed the display. With the alarm already off, they just needed to grab the coffin and bail, and Yuga rolled out from under the display with a grimace of self-reproach. They reached it and lifted the dark metal case, dragging it forwards, while 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was already tapping her com-tower. We have a thing problem. Kirishima snorted. You got that right, Kyo. Mina giggled. The sun's last light of the day was making the sky burn like fire and Izuku cursed, adjusting the holograms as he tried to keep track of what was happening. This doesn't bode well for you, Izuku. Tsuyu glanced at Midoriya, wondering what was going on in that head of his. She could practically see the gears shifting inside. Izuku swore, kicking back to jar the couch and jolt Mizu awake as his eyes tracked data and images of the heroes rushing through the doors, already oriented and heading for the museum. Head count: Ida, Kirishima, Tetsu, Kaminari, Ojiro, Bondo and Tsunotori. Led by Bakugo. 𝐻𝐻. Awase said. Yeah, they're kinda fed. Kaibara admitted. Bakugo grinned. This shitty plan of your ends now, Deku. That's a heavy assault team. Could I send a team to? No. No time. Mizu, get prepped for a fight and get Hacker and Conman up and ready. The museum job just went south. Mizu took a second to process the words before he rolled off the couch, standing and stretching as he headed for the door. "Con-man, Izuku?" asked, before proceeding to slowly glance at ♯, who was giving him the biggest eating grin he'd ever seen. "Ah. Have Hacker get the rifle. Grab your gear and get going. I'll meet you at the tunnel." Izuku was already connecting the system to the HUD in his jester mask, tapping the connection and considering times. 17 floors at average, 30 seconds a floor, so say 8 minutes. The museum is locked, they need to get out. Tapping the comms on, Izuku started relaying orders, moving to the elevator while a monochrome green screen on the mask lenses showed the camera feeds. "Yuga, laser the gates between you and the exits. Keep them in short bursts, as much as you can handle without going over. Momo, Nito, casters and webbings on the coffin, make it easier to carry. Drop down 4 floors, floor 13 has the first set of offices through the stairwell. Move now. You have less than 5 minutes before the hero teams hit the building, hide out there as long as you can. The heroes are probably rushing the top floor first. Kyuka, you're on watch and keep the line open. My team and I are coming to provide a distraction to get you out. Keep your focus and use your heads." Kendo gawked at Midoriya. "You came up with a plan that fast." Izuku was too distracted, already thinking up of possible ways he could have refined the plan. The student's sweat dropped at that. "You know, maybe Bakugo's the one who's in trouble," Uraraka said. "I'll crush whatever plan he has. You'll see." Bakugo grumbled, glaring at the screen. "Roger," came 4 voices. Tapping the mic, Izuku stepped into the elevator, tapping the basement button as he scowled under his mask. "Great. This is going to be a mess," he muttered. 4 days before the exam, Midoriya stood and sighed as he looked down at the form of Nito, who cradled a broken arm. "Yeah. That's what happens. Figures. Head out to Recovery Girl, you're done for today and we know you can't handle my quirk at all, even now." Monoma frowned. "Guess that answers that question." Izuku and All Might hummed, pensive. "That answers that. Oh, Midoriya. You put up with this during the tournament." Nito breathed, looking up with a wild look in his eyes. Midoriya rubbed his wrist and looked thoughtful, unknowingly displaying the white scarred flesh and twisted fingers of his final clash with Todoroki in the ring. "Yeah, like what kind of willpower do you have? To attack even with broken limbs and such?" Mina looked back at Midoriya, a bit in awe at just how determined he was when the situation called for it. A lot." Shoto subconsciously shuddered a little. He had no doubt Midoriya would have kept breaking himself just to make him see the truth. "Yeah. I did. A lot worse than what you've got now. The damage you have is diffused, spread out. Doing it in a smaller space hurts more and deals loads more damage." For a moment, Monoma Nito could only look on in awe at the absent-minded way Izuku explained how he hurt himself. "You and me both." Monoma sighed. "All right. Grab Miracle Matter on your way out and recheck the distance you can hold it, please." Izuku was already turning away, sketching out notes in his book as he glanced at the other villain teams testing their powers. "Miracle Matter?" Monoma inquired, raising an eyebrow as Izuku blushed. Oh, sorry, I meant Creati. Go grab Creati." Izuku shook his head and moved over to look at the others. Virozu hummed, reminded of a similar nickname from another universe, something that didn't go unnoticed by Midoriya. Nito looked back down, seeing the dark purple bruising that wrapped his arm from wrist to elbow. As he tagged Yorozu and borrowed her quirk, he felt at his arm. Honestly, it hurt. His had broken bones, but even now, 10 minutes after it broke, he felt a deep throbbing ache through his arm. But that was nothing compared to the rush of power. It felt like he had stood in a tunnel as the ocean crashed through him. With one last look at the scarred figure of his kingpin, Nito headed to Recovery Girl. Monoma looked at Midoriya in awe. "Can I dash later?" Midoriya cut him off quickly. Monoma hummed. "I want to experience that rush of power, it sounds like fun. You are not willingly breaking your limbs just to feel powerful." Aizawa seethed, glaring at Monoma and Midoriya. All Might chuckled, raising his hand up. "It's best to save that for a controlled environment." Monoma sighed. Fine. Day 1 18 hours, 55 minutes 6:55 p.m. Local time Kirishima, Tetsu, take the ground floors up. Bondo, you run support with them. Seal off areas as you pass. Ida, Ojiro, Tsunotori, take the west stairwell to the museum floors, lock it down and figure out what they were after. Then start searching from the top down. Me and Sparky here will head to the center floors and then clear up to meet you, then we'll all double back down to meet the ground team. Go! Katsuki barked orders as his team closed in on the building. Ojiro and Tsunotori frowned, already feeling annoyed by Bakugo's leadership. Kuroiro hummed. I see what you meant. After nods and muttered agreement, the teams hit the building lobby at a run. Bondo fired a quick stream of Semidine across the elevator bank, before he followed the rest of his team through the grand doors into the ground floor. The other teams headed for their stairwells. Ida took the stairs 3 at a time, engines pumping and steps sure as he raced. Ojiro simply leaped from railing to railing, zigzagging up the stairwell center towards the top, joined by Tsunotori. She would leap several floors, land and then leap several more. You guys move fast. Rin whistled. Of course we do. Bakugo said carkily. On the other stairwell, Bakugo and Kaminari were forced to take a more mundane route. They ran the stairs 2 at a time as they raced for the 7th floor to begin their chase. Far above, a pale blonde-haired boy sighed and tossed a can attached to a small blasting cap, a long line of string and a wireless trigger over the railing. The string quickly pulled tight, the line tied off on the lower railing of the staircase. Bombs away. Nito grinned, then turned back and helped maneuver the coffin through the doors onto floor across from him. Momo was turning and placing a second prepped cannon cord set up on the ceiling, attached by a strp of duct tape from her pocket. Monoma grinned. Traps. Kaminari sighed. Traps, move it, assholes. We've got to get set up. Kyuka whispered at the 2 creators as Yuga pulled the leading edge of the coffin through doors and into a high-rise office. Rude. Aomar huffed. King to acquisition squad. Defend your floor and keep the elevators intact. We're arriving through the tunnels in 4 minutes. Hold off until then. Hacker suggests compound 6 on the doors and support structures to reinforce. Hold out on the far side from the elevator banks and clear an arena in the center. Feel free to trap the halls from the stairs. Understood, King, Kyuka replied, already moving to begin. Izuku frowned. It's so weird to get called King. 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 Mineta chanted. Please no. Tenya broke into the museum entrance first and started a search of the floor, looking for messed up exhibits, broken glass or signs of a struggle. He found it easy, as there was a straight path of molten metal grates leading through the hallways. Following them, he found and marked 7 variant civil bots, their outfits and painted decorations marking them as fake security guards. Each of them had holes punched through heads or necks. He quickly compared them to memory and tapped his comms. Alert! 2 intruder identities suggested from damage in the museum location. Jiro Kyuka and Aomar Yuga. He looked around before adding, whatever they took was from the zombie exhibit. Looks like it was a centerpiece. A few students couldn't help but envision the bots as dead people. Got it, glasses for brains. Take a look around for a minute then start down. Sparky and I are almost at floor 9. Shitty hair, steel hair, you 2 find anything? Kirishima snorted. I thought it was 4 eyes. Honestly, I'll take glasses for brains. Tenya sighed, shaking his head. Not yet, Bakubro. Most of the lower floors are just conference rooms and cubicle cells so far. We've got Bondo sealing up the main exits as we go and he's got the elevator banks done. We're finishing the 2nd floor now. Zero snorted. Bakubro. I swear Bakugo began, getting cut off as Kirishima laughed. Bakubro. Aizawa's eyes flashed before a murder could take place. Hurry it up. Ida, get a move on. Understood. He disconnected and then turned to his team, who had been following along. Ojiro, start from the central room, check the upper balcony. Tsunotori, clear where you can on this floor and then guard the door. I'll start on the computers, set up an uplink to HQ so we can access the feeds. Denki jogged through the floor, eyes roaming as he searched. Bakugo had gone the far way around the floor. Each step sent small sparks across his skin and lights flickering brighter as he passed. Next floor, came the order as he and Bakugo regrouped at the stairs, heading up once more. Uraraka frowned. Your leadership skills need some work. Tsuyu said. That's putting it lightly. Yoirozu agreed. They rushed up the steps and Denki saw Bakugo flinch and start to turn. He turned with him, eyes barely making out something swaying in the center of the stairwell. Then he heard a beep and a bang. He felt himself get smacked with something wet and rubbery, reflexively covering his face and closing his eyes. Long, thin lines of something unknown wrapped around and clung to his skin and clothes. Kaminari yelped. In a real scenario, you would have died. Night Eye said bluntly, Aizawa nodding in agreement. That's why they're in school, to prevent that from happening. Toshinori defended, frowning at the two. Shitfucker. Well, Bakugo sounded cessed. No surprise. Denki opened his eyes and looked around. The section of the stairwell and the next floor, both above and below, was lined with sticky green threads that reminded Denki of a spider web from hell. The feeling was reaffirmed as he tried to pull at it and it simply stuck and started to set across his limbs. A few steps up, he heard a small explosive bang, and a set of lines fell free to tangle in the web in the center of the stairwell. Mother F bullshit. A click and then, glasses be on the lookout for Fing traps. Canister about 4 centimeters across and 10 tall. Had a blasting cap on it. Filled the stairwell down here with gunk for a good 10 Fing meters across cube. We're stuck for a bit until I can blow a hole through without breaking the goddamn staircase. Shitty long ears buying time, Bakugo grumbled. Jiru raised her eyebrows at him, before deciding he wasn't worth the effort. As he spoke, Denki focused and began to channel a charge through the strands closest to him, slowly making them crack and sizzle, before some of them popped, falling off his body. Kaminari grinned, sparks flying off his hand. The conversation with Ida cut out, and the two of them started forwards, Bakugo blowing the strands away, and Denki frying them. I can still hear Bakugo and Kaminari at the lower edge of my range. The trap worked and they're stuck for a bit. Ida and his team are getting ready to come down the west stair door in less than a minute, Kyuka called out, looking at the rest of the team. Nito and Momo were just about finished setting up traps. Both of them were making a second cylinder trap in the other stairwell above the door. Midoriya scribbled an idea in his notebook. Considering Bakugo's current team, pretty much all of them could be taken out by gas attacks. I'd have to ask Yorozu about that later though. The substance they sprayed across the door itself was a compound Mai had come up with after seeing Bondo Semidine in action. As a quick-drying bonding agent, it would form a thin layer of resin across the doors, practically freezing against the material and keeping them supported against impact. A quick layer of extension bars were screwed into the frame that kept the doors secured and then got resin glued to the back of the doors. Oh, could you come by the studio later? I want to make those babies. Mai said, glancing at Bondo and then quickly looking back, as if she'd already taken yes for an answer. Classic Hatsune. Izuku chuckled. Meanwhile, both Yuga and Kyuka had cleared the cubicles back, a quick laser burst on a low setting cutting some pieces in half as they, also with a bottle of Compound 6, sprayed and crafted a quick set of fortifications out of the cubicle remains. They had 3 points of security, one simple foxhole at the end of each hall from the stairwells and a larger one backed against the private offices at the far side of what was once sea of cubicles. As the creative duo fell back, Kyuka pulled a simple handgun from her pack and 3 clips of RG-13 rounds. Yuga did the same and the others pulled their own skeletonized versions out of their gear, clipping parts together as their guns took shape. Jiru grinned. Gonna go out guns blazing at least. Kyuka could call them all smaller handguns, based on what video games have taught her. She also knew that they were fired using a compressed air cartridge with a red goo payload on the end, spent CO2 cartridges getting kicked out the chamber. Boss, contact incoming. We're almost there. Hold out for 2 minutes more and be ready to move. Izuku frowned. He disliked not being there to help, but it couldn't be helped. We'll try, she said, pointing for Momo to trigger the doorway charges. F came echoing up from one stairway, while a squeal of disgust came from the other. Monoma snorted at Bakugo's displeasure. Hurry, boss. They're at the doors. Reciproburst. And with that, the doors began to cave in. Or demon, Ida's there. Jiru frowned. May the best hero or villain win. Ida nodded. Izuku adjusted the long, loose jacket he wore over his suit, emphasizing his thin figure and making him seem taller. The short lifts on his boots also assisted with that illusion. To his right, in an identical jacket, Con-man matched his pace. Assault took his left, his form all but concealed beneath the broad brim of his hat and the massive, loose high-collar navy blue coat he wore like a cape. As he got to the maintenance room, he looked at the controls, knowing Hacker could see them through his mask cameras. He plugged her thumb drive into the security computer, the civil bot that had been sitting there quickly bearing Assault's handprint 4 inches deep in its face, sparks flying before it could react and alert the hero team. Assault here. Not bad. Shoji shrugged. Night Eye hummed in amusement. Bringing Mai and Shinso into the mix was a slide of genius, he had to admit. In the meantime, Izuku stepped away and popped the cover of the breakers for the building off with a flick of full cowl through his fingers. He looked at the array of sways. Which breakers? Top left, flip up. Bottom center, flip down, same to the bottom left. Center is lighting and main power. I need it turned off and the far left flip to full to keep the elevators on. Izuku followed the instructions. Con-man and Assault were standing next to the main elevator with arms crossed, until with a click, the elevator button beeped. How did you catch all that? Kaminari gawked at him. Yeah, she kind of lost me at top left, flip up. Mina admitted. Yui blinked at her. That was the first one. Oh. Elevators coming down. Cameras say that Kiri, Tetsu, and Bondo are about to hit the 5th floor. Baku and Kami are pushing up the stairwell to the east, and are close to the mess at the door. Ida and his team are almost through the web bomb outside their door, however, and are nearly in. A beat passed, Izuku lowering his head, and mouth moving near silently as he thought. He took a slow breath and he looked up, eyes gleaming under the brim of his hat. All right. Here's how we're going to play it. Oh, I can't wait. Uraraka pumped her fists. Can't wait to see what your plan is, Mop Top. Tokage chuckled, ruffling his messy hair with a disembodied hand. 4 days before the exam, Izuku was a teenager and his room reflected that. Pretty sure even with all of us combined, we wouldn't have even a fourth of the all-might gear in your room. Zero deadpanned at Izuku. Is that including or excluding, sir? Izuku asked. Besides the overwhelming hero worship, he had an array of clutter across his room most of the time. But with the last few days of surprise exercise reveals and choosing teams, his desk had become cluttered to a new level. A notebook with his team's quirks was sitting on it, each page cross-referenced with possible combinations and tricks. His laptop was set up beside it, the screen filled with basic blueprints and a few hundred tabs with various research papers and theories. Remind me to check those notebooks more in depth. Aizawa told Midoriya. They could probably help a lot in terms of improving his class's quirks and abilities. Aside from that, there was also a large map of the fake city pinned to the wall, graciously procured by Mai from the school's servers. He had spent time mapping out the tallest buildings and points of interest. Bank, museum, government offices, hero offices. The tallest building was marked on the blueprints as a landmark, which means there was something going on there. As expected of Midoriya. Ida said, impressed even as he adjusted his glasses. Izuku himself was sketching his latest revamped villain outfit design into his notebook. His laptop tabbed to a new window as he played highlights of old movies. Movies where villains were one of the main characters. Oh! Yorozu tilted her head. Your method acting. Yanagi and Jiru noted, impressed. Old superhero movies were a good start. Even 200 years later, the 32-part MCU was still a good watch. Besides that, he watched some true classics. The Godfather series, both the Marlon Brando original and the 2082 remake, the entire gamut of Ocean's 11 movies cut down to mostly heist plans and executions. He looked through fan breakdown videos about Magneto, Loki, the Joker, and many more. Midoriya scribbled those names down, intent on doing more research in his free time. It would help to know how villains thought when he went up against them. We should have movie night and watch a few of those. Mina squealed. A class bonding exercise. This would be a good way to both study in a more relaxed setting and further strengthen the relationships between our classes. Aha! What a delightful proposition. Ida said, his arms cutting through the air. Never change, Ida. Izuku chuckled. On his desk was a smaller black book, marked with black ink and red crossouts, notes on how villains acted, on what they did right and writing on how they inflicted fear and made their enemies flinch away. He would have to make an impression. He had to hit the morale and minds of the heroes hard and fast, plant the idea that he is in command. Explosives, fire, and collateral damage. I have to make the entire city a war zone. I have to take control. For the first time, the villain's smile came effortlessly to his face. The screen shut off. You know, Mop Top, I'm really grateful you aren't a villain. Setsuna broke the silence with a shudder. Izuku nodded, dumbfounded. Yeah, man, that went by quick, can't wait to see what's on tomorrow. Kaminari said, standing up and stretching. It's quite interesting to see how your mind works, Izuku. Plus it's oddly satisfying to see your plans succeed. Yorozu said, a soft smile on her lips. Both classes lingered for a bit, discussing today's watch. Night-Eye rested a hand on Izuku's shoulder before he could leave. Accompany us to the teacher's lounge. Night-Eye simply said, All Might and Aizawa nodding behind him. Here. Okay. Did I do something wrong? Izuku said as he followed them, tilting his head. No. This is about the raid. Aizawa said, grabbing Izuku's attention. Indeed. We're making our move next week. We're getting the girl and arresting Overhaul. Night-Eye said, adjusting his glasses. I see, Izuku said, his eyes steeling with determination as he clenched his fists. We're going to go over the final plan, double-checking details and making sure they coincide with what we've seen so far. Also, I was hoping you could provide your own insight, it could possibly help improve our chances. Night-Eye said, a bit bitterly. All Might gave Izuku a thumbs up, who seemed a bit shaken. All right. Good job. Izuku beamed happily at Kodai's praise, taking a moment to look himself over in the mirror. It took a few times, and by that he means about 3 hours, but finally he learned. He learned how to finally tie his tie properly. Yui gave a small as she pulled him towards her by the tie, sharing a soft kiss with him. He had to admit, life was pretty good so far. It'd SCK if some random villain were to crash it right now. He looked out the window, seeing nothing. Good. Again, thank you so much for your help. Izuku said, bowing to Yui, who chuckled softly at his antics. If you want to make it up to me. Kodai trailed off, her eyes boring into his and causing his breath to hitch. Some food would be nice. Kodai admitted, and a metaphorical light bulb popped above Izuku's head. I could make us some katsudon. If you want. Right. Izuku pounded a fist into his open palm, quickly racing down to the kitchen. He originally wasn't good at cooking, like at all, but then Tokuge urged him and gave him puppy eyes and he decided why not. He's still confused as to why she was so insistent. He had to admit though, it did pay off. His positive has at least perfected his katsudon recipe, much to his own glee. Now here's hoping she likes it. Once the katsudon was ready, he and Kodai sat on the table and began eating. Her eyes widened after she swallowed the first bite, and then she slowly savored the second one. Izuku noticed, his mind already berating him. Is it that bad? No. I expected it to be good, just not this good. Yui said, giving a small happy hum as she took another bite. It tastes wonderful. Izuku beamed at her, his smile radiating all across the room and nearly blinding Tokoyami sitting on the couch. I'm glad. Whoa! What's cooking? Good looking. A floating head whispered in Izuku's ear. He stumbled back with a yelp, nearly tumbling out of his seat. Setsuna. What are you doing here? Izuku coughed out after he was sure he wasn't suffering a heart attack. Was looking for her actually. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 gestured towards Yui, who was eating and watching them like one would watch TV. But I suppose you'll have to do. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 turned to look at him, smirking. What do you mean? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Was gonna use Yui to move some stuff, but you're definitely strong enough to do it yourself. So what do you say, Mop Top? Can't exactly have Yui over here hogging you all for herself. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 shrugged, pouting at Yui. Two floating hands began tugging at his arms, dragging him away. Help. Yui regarded them as she ate, doing nothing as he was dragged away. For an instant, their eyes locked. One pleading and confused, the other amused and indifferent. Perish. So Mirio fights him for 5 minutes while he's quirkless. Yep. Wow, Mirio, you really are amazing. Izuku said in awe, regarding the third year. If all goes well, he won't have to fight quirkless. Night Eye said, looking over all the facts Mai and Nezu had compiled for him. We can't have 2 eraser heads, but we could use another erasure type. What are the chances of Fat Gum and Kirishima losing against these two? Night Eye asked Mai. 35%. Mai jogged her memory. Mirio frowned. I don't remember these two from the report. That's because they weren't. These two are more recent. Night Eye explained. Yep. The big one is called Rapper. His quirk basically lets him throw really fast and really strong punches. So was able to take his clone down easily though. The other one has a strong shield quirk. Mai recalled, pointing at the two. Right, well these are the only ones that pose any real threat. Overhaul's 8 bullets. Not to mention the League, although the only one that actually attacks us is Toga. Night Eye said, rubbing his chin. What are your thoughts? Aizawa suddenly spoke, his attention on Midoriya. Well, the biggest problem I see is that they're going to use Irinaka to buy time for them, and even though Mirio does buy us time, it isn't without consequence. Finding a way to stop or slow down Irinaka's meddling would be first and foremost. In that case, Cementos or even Honinuki would be an excellent counter. Izuku explained, looking up to be met with silence. Did I say something wrong? Everyone regarded him. No, actually, you thought up a brilliant solution that puts a stop to Irinaka. This already saves us quite a few minutes. Night Eye said after a moment. I should have asked for Midoriya's advice sooner. For him to come up with a plan that quickly. Night Eye adjusted his glasses. Right, what else do you propose? Aizawa sighed. Izuku took in a deep breath, preparing himself. If it's possible, I'd like to recommend Hitoshi Shinso and Ibara Shiozaki for this mission. Aizawa stiffened. Absolutely not. Shinso isn't even a part of the hero course. While I understand his quirk would be more than enough help to shut down many of our opponents, he doesn't possess the experience needed to dash then Monoma. Izuku interrupted, startling them. Aizawa blinked. His copy quirk can only work for a few minutes. Mai coughed into her hand. I can help with that. Night Eye hummed. Very well. What would you have Monoma and Shiozaki do? I need Monoma to shut down these two. The shield and spear. Shiozaki to help Sun Eater against these three. We waste less time and they come out less tired and injured. Shiozaki's ability to quickly restrain opponents is no joke. Furthermore, considering they're actually a part of her and not a manifestation like Tamaki's, the one with the larceny quirk won't be able to steal them. She should prioritize him. Sun Eater should prioritize the one that eats, if Mr. Aizawa doesn't knock him out properly. Midoriya explained, nearly mumbling. Okay. I think I got all that. Aizawa blinked, rubbing his eyes. Holius All Might coughed out, some BLD dripping from his mouth. Night Eye blinked at him in shock. What? I didn't expect him to come up with all of this. Toshinori defended himself. Well, I liked studying quirks and prose in my spare time, so I guess I have some experience in that regard. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. Right, that basically handles the 8 bullets for us. Mirio, make sure to properly knock out the 2 that are with Overhaul. Night Eye said, looking at his in turn. Mirio nodded. I won't let Eri down. That just leaves overhaul, 𝐼𝐬𝐽 said. Quite. His hands are the biggest threat, not to mention he can alter the terrain as he sees fit. I coughed, remembering something. There's a slight possibility he has the quirk boosters with him. A few of the universes I watched had him use it. It's game over if he uses it. Right. Mirio and Izuku nodded. So how do we handle him? Mirio could, but Eri would be in the way, and he reassembled his knocked-out teammates. Izuku grit his teeth, deep in thought. He opened his mouth to say something, but no, you are not going to continuously tear yourself apart and get rewinded. Think of something else, problem child. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 scolded him. Izuku's eyes widened. I've got it. Well, let's hear it. Can we get Monoma and Shiozaki right now? Izuku asked. The three adults in the room blinked at him. Why? Night Eye asked hesitantly. Izuku grinned. We're gonna teach Monoma how to use permeation. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐵. Izuku asked groggily. Why was she in his room? What time was it? Why was she leaning over him on his bed? Here. Oh good, you're awake. I finished up your gear. Just wanted you to try them real quick. Mai giggled, ruffling his hair. 𝐻𝐻𝐵, it's barely 3 in the morning, why are you awake? Couldn't this wait till later? Izuku groaned, rubbing at his eyes. He was trying to ignore the fact a cute girl was on his bed. No rest for brilliant inventors like me. Anyways, these should help you with the raid. Mai shrugged, plopping down a pair of gloves. Izuku sat up properly, studying the intricate craftsmanship on the gloves. 𝐻𝐻𝐵, these are amazing. Izuku cheered, lifting up one of the gloves. Yep. Considering you can use 20%, that means you should be able to shoot off air attacks. Which is where these babies come in. I'm pretty sure Beakface can't disassemble air. Mai beamed, her goggles plopping onto her eyes with the movement. Izuku stared at her like a goddess. Thank you so much. Mai blushed, the dark room thankfully obscuring her now red face. No problem. I also took the liberty of reinforcing your footwear, and �PowerLoader spent the whole evening making Lemillion's outfit thicker. Something about stopping needles, I forgot. Mai shrugged. Izuku beamed at her, putting on one of the gloves. I love them. Honinuki won't be able to make it. Shiozaki asked, looking around for her classmate. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 shook his head. The hero he's interning with is busy with their own operation. We were able to get you too, thankfully. You'll be a big help to this raid. Monoma nodded smugly, admiring the purple and yellow rings that now adorned his ring fingers as part of his costume. I'll graciously help 1A out this time, after all it is what a hero would do. Night Eye walked up to them. Gran Torino also won't be joining us, but we already know what he's going up against. Miruko is headed there as backup. Izuku nodded, tugging at his gloves as he made eye contact with Lemillion. They both nodded. We'll definitely save her. Good job. To you as well, Sunita. Ibara huffed, gulping down some water and regarding the 4 unconscious villains wrapped up against the wall. The plan had gone smoothly so far, better than the two had expected. They'd rushed in instantly, allowing themselves to be thrown down a floor before Cementos ultimately wrestled control from Irinaka, spitting him out directly into Midoriya's foot. Sunita would go after the rest and Ibara would drag these 4 up to Bubble Girl and the others. Suddenly Monoma phased through the wall, his fingers quickly brushing through Setsuno's hair. Need this. Real quick, bye. Monoma quickly said, phasing out of the room as quickly as he came. Sunita blinked. Right, well let's get going. Kirishima, you good? Yep, no worries. Thanks for the help, Teach. Kirishima grinned, wincing slightly as Fat Gum bandaged up his broken arms. Cementos nodded, glancing at the 2 villains that were almost fully encased in cement. Midoriya had noted that the shield couldn't travel underground, so all Cementos had to do was manipulate the cement inside the shield and knock out the villains while Fat Gum protected him. Let's go catch up with the others. What? Your quirk should be gone by now. To say Overhaul was livid was an understatement. Evidently Irinaka was taken out quickly, and then some hero brat comes and knocks out the 3 men Overhaul was with. As if that weren't bad enough, the kid could phase through attacks, and Overhaul had diverted his attention towards 𝐻𝐸, hoping to make the hero slip up. To top it all off, the infected hero before him had slipped up and then been shot by the quirk-erasing bullet, but evidently it hadn't pierced through his suit. Overhaul's eye twitched as a fist phased through his outstretched palm, socking him across the jaw. He quickly placed his hand down on the ground as he fell, and 𝐿𝐸 had to quickly phase through the ground, snagging 𝐻𝐸 up before she could be skewered by spikes. "You filthy heroes screwed everything up," Overhaul growled, rubbing at his bruised jaw. "No one's been of help today, and I won't let you take 𝐻𝐸. Screw this, no going back. I refuse to lose today. I have to remove this sickness, no matter what." Overhaul bellowed, pulling out a small box. "No." Before 𝐸𝐸 could make a move, one of the walls gave way as Midoriya and Kirishima barreled through it. Monoma tensed up as he followed behind them. "What are you doing?" Overhaul chuckled, his eyes deranged as he seemingly hunched up. He opened up the box, revealing a syringe. "I'm ending this dash." The villain's eyes went dull. Monoma raised his hand up, the box and syringe appearing in his outstretched palm. "Yes. This is over," Monoma drawled, handing the box over to Night Eye as Midoriya ran over to 𝐸𝐸. "Do you still have your quirk?" Sun Eater asked 𝐸𝐸. His friend beamed at him, pointing towards the discarded bullet on the ground. "Yep." Overhaul grunted briefly as he was smacked out of the brainwashing. His head hit the concrete and he was out cold before he could try anything, his quirk already erased by Aizawa. Night Eye hummed. "That went far smoother than I expected." Aizawa nodded. "At least Problem Child won't have to break him." Kirishima shoved the pro out of the way as a long strand of hair shaped like an arrow jabbed against his now hardened chest, rebounding without any effect. "Not gonna happen," the redhead yelled out as Sun Eater slammed a fist against Kurono's head, knocking him out. "Thanks." Aizawa sighed, berating himself for forgetting about him. Fat Gum laughed, patting both of his interns' backs. "Well, let's get going. Food is on me." "Miruko." Gran Torino threw a glance behind him, chuckling slightly at Tsukochi's startled gasp as the rabbit hero touched down a few feet away. "I wasn't aware you'd be coming." Miruko shrugged, stretching her arms. "Got a call from former / said his sidekick saw something would happen here, and asked me to come. Said I'd be more reasonable than Endeavor." She frowned, remembering something. "He was really insistent on making sure I didn't try, throwing down with the big one or something. So, I'm guessing he's not talking about Kurogiri." Gran Torino nodded. "We received intel that we'd encounter whoever Kurogiri is meeting up with here. The priority here is capturing Kurogiri. Whatever happens, his capture comes first, even if we have to let the big one go." Miruko huffed. "Fine." Tsukuachi gave the order, and they fanned out. Barely 10 minutes passed when Miruko halted, her ears twitching. "Got something?" Gran Torino asked, landing on a tree branch. "I'm hearing something big shuffling around that way, and a radio crackling." Miruko frowned, tilting her rabbit ears towards the noise. Gran Torino nodded, gesturing towards Tsukochi to follow. The two pros raced off, bouncing from tree to tree until they finally came to a clearing. Kurogiri's eyes narrowed as he saw the pros, and quickly turned to open a warp gate. He grunted in pain as he felt a foot slam into his brace, knocking him onto the grass. "Easy there, Smokey, don't want anything bad to happen now, would we?" Miruko smirked, pressing her foot threateningly against the villain's neck brace. "At last. Once we've got you, the most troublesome member of the league, behind bars, the rest will be sure to follow." Gran Torino sighed in relief, slapping a pair of quirk restraining cuffs onto the villain's misty hands. Kurogiri's eyes narrowed as he regarded Gran Torino. "Tell me, have you heard of a giant, wild man roaming through these woods? You see, I too came for these rumors." Gran Torino huffed. "You can tell us all about it once you're in Tartarus." Miruko's ears twitched, and she frowned as she looked at a cluster of trees in front of them. Kurogiri's eyes narrowed. "If you thought I was troublesome..." Miruko swore as she quickly lifted up Kurogiri. The trees barely a dozen yards away shifted and branches snapped as an enormous hand pushed them away. "Contact." The giant that the hand belonged to regarded the heroes, his eyes narrowing. Kurogiri's tone turned a bit smug. You'll find Gigantomachia to be. A giant outstretched palm lifted up over the giant brute's head, the radio dangling on its chest crackling with unintelligible words. Much more troublesome. The hand came down. What are you watching? Izuku jerked up as Night Eye walked in. Izuku and Mai had been watching a universe. They'd been laying on the couch for a few hours now. Izuku kind of liked this one. It had a more anime feel to it, with effects and music and all that. Just another universe. It even has its own opening and everything. It's called My Hero Academia, and apparently I'm the protagonist. Izuku chuckled, sweat dropping a bit. Night Eye sighed. I meant, what are you watching now? Oh. Well, I wanted to improve my new shoot style, so I was watching how All Might taught me in another universe, and look, there's Mai with the gloves now. Izuku startled, pointing to the Mai on screen. Oh wow, I really am kind of dirty, eh? Mai chuckled, scratching the back of her head as she noticed her other self. Remember not to rely on support gear too much. I've seen too many pros fall down that trap. Toshinori advised. Izuku nodded as All Might studied the gloves. I didn't know they could make gear this compact. Back in my day, the support gear I wore could only handle 20 to 30% of my power, which is why I stuck to my body alone. All Might buffed up, grinning proudly as an image of his past self using gear was shown. Oh wow, I didn't even know All Might had support gear. Did you know Zuku? Mai asked, tilting her head to look at her friend. Her friend who was staring off into space, catatonic. Zuku. She took a glance at Night Eye, blinking in surprise as he stood ramrod straight, pale. Izuku and Night Eye swerved to look at each other. Did you know? They both asked at the same time. They both blinked. I didn't. They both nearly yelled out, perfectly in sync. Mai startled, wondering what was up. Night Eye knelt down as Izuku shifted in his seat. They were both clutching their heads. All Might with support gear. All Might with support gear, look at that. For me to not know this rare might. I'm a failure of an All Might fan. They both whispered, sweating profusely. Mai sighed, shaking her head. So, what did you need me for? Is this about Tokoyami? Not quite. This is about the League. Hawks blinked, his easygoing smile dipping slightly. Nezu calmly poured him some tea. What about them? If you want me to join the investigation, I'd love to, but I simply don't have the time. Hawks chuckled. Nezu hummed, running his paw through the rim of the cup. We both know that's not the case. You recently made contact with the villain known as Darby. Nezu decided to lay the cards out. Hawks stiffened up, his smile fully dropping now. How you have your sources. I have mine. However, that's not the point of me calling you. I'd like to request for your assistance, and I don't wish for the committee to know. Nezu continued on. Hawk sat down, dropping his casual attitude as he took a sip of tea. I answer to the committee. Whatever I know, they know. Nezu hummed. It doesn't have to be that way. Besides, it wouldn't be beneficial for it to be that way. Soon enough, you'll be very involved with the League, and if you value the lives of pretty much every person in Japan, including your own, it would be in your best interest to work with us. What are you getting at? Hawks frowned. Is he threatening me? Or just being blunt? Simple. I hold knowledge of the future. However, due to that, I know that the people you answer to can't be trusted. They'll bend it to their favor. Nezu admitted. And you won't? Certainly I would. That's the whole point of changing the future, Kigo. However, you'll come to agree with me that how I plan to change it will be much more beneficial to the public. My duty is to the people, not to my superiors. Nezu said the last word distastefully. Hawk's feathers ruffled at the subtle jab. You'd have me work against the people who raised me. Nezu chuckled at that, finishing his tea. No. Quite the contrary. You'll still answer to them as you normally would, but you'd also work with me. The committee has its own plans for the League, ones that I know will fail. Which is where our partnership comes into play. We'll close up the holes in the plan, and capture the League, the Meta Liberation Army, and whoever else might be at play. Hawks tilted his head. The Meta Liberation Army. I believe Shigaraki will come into contact with them soon enough. Say, a little over a month. Try not to give yourself away. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 simply said. Hawks frowned, deep in thought. This meeting had gone far differently than he expected, and 𝐒𝐻𝐿 had already seen through him. You know. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 jolted him from his thoughts. You and I, we aren't so different. We were both taken in and molded because we posed qualities that were desired. Me with my intelligence, and you for the level of skill you showed at quite the young age. Hawks hummed. You were experimented on. Tortured. I wasn't. Oh, but you were. Granted, your experiments were far more friendly, and were merely stepping stones to mold you into a proper hero. Or should I say, the committee's hero. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 explained. They took me in. They helped me. There's a difference. Hawks quickly argued. Is there? I read your file. I know about you. You weren't allowed to see your family for over a decade. You spent all that time, practically confined. Training and testing. Being improved and raised to be a great hero. You're in the top 5 no less, so results speak for themselves. However, the ends don't justify the needs. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said cheerfully, his tone almost bordering on condescending. Hawk stood up, his feathers rustling despite there being no breeze. Unlike you, I was given a choice. Thanks to that choice, my family was able to live comfortably, and I was able to become a hero who saved many lives. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 shook his head. Come now, Hawks. We both know you're smarter than this. That's not a choice. That's an ultimatum. Of course you would go with them, why wouldn't you? Hawks stiffened up slightly, but 𝐒𝐻𝐿 wouldn't stop. It may have seemed like a choice, but it simply wasn't. I've seen the evidence. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 continued, swinging his monitor so that Hawks could see the screen. He hit play. The scene shows a young 𝐒𝐻𝐽, clutching an Endeavor plushie as he glanced back and forth between the adults talking. Trash was littered all over the floor. This boy is blessed with incredible talent. He simply must become a hero. From now on, I will provide support for him and his entire family. One of the voices said. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 hit pause, turning to face the now stone-faced pro. He said it himself. He simply must become a hero. So tell me, Hawks. 𝐒𝐻𝐽's perceptive, narrowed eyes stared into 𝐒𝐻𝐿's beady, calculating ones. Was it ever really a choice? Good to see all you problem children are still intact. Izuku groaned, and Aizawa chuckled into his scarf as he took a seat. Mirio walked in with his friends, followed by Sir. Both looked incredibly smug. We could have done this on Monday after classes, not the day after the raid. Tamaki mumbled. The rest of the students were still fawning over the others that had gone on the raid. To be perfectly honest, it went much smoother than I expected it to. Izuku chuckled. I'm just glad you're okay, Mop Top Tokage sighed. Ribbit. Izuku chuckled. Well, I'm glad we got Monoma and Shiozaki to help. Thank you both for the assistance, I really appreciate it. Izuku beamed at them. Monoma coughed, averting his eyes. Whatever. Ibara smiled, her cheeks pink. Of course. Anytime, Midoriya. Right, where's All Might? Aizawa sighed. Night Eye frowned. He's talking to Gran Torino at the moment. Their retrieval was successful, but not without complications. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. What was the mission? Night Eye took a second to think if it was okay to tell him, then decided he trusted him. Gran Torino and Miruko captured Kurogiri. Aizawa tensed up, his nails scratching against the table slightly. They have him. Night Eye nodded. The League's main form of transportation is now ours. Aizawa nodded, his chest coiling and burning. Shirakumo. His eyes hardened, and he swallowed the lump in his throat. Right, Hatsune if you would. Hatsune rubbed her eyes, clicking play. Everything hurt. If, bad start. Kaminari frowned. He remembered standing on a rooftop, his dreams broken. The students tensed up. He turned around when he felt a presence behind him, and only saw a hand. He'd woken up, only to be dragged back under into unconsciousness. Over and over. In his brief moments of consciousness, he'd sometimes see a swirling mass of shadows, staring at him. Wait, what's going on? Nejiya asked. Not a good one. Uraraka pouted. Did you think get kidnapped? Bakugo asked incredulously. Sometimes it'd be the skinny one with pale hair, who stared at him with cruel, red eyes that seemed to enjoy what was happening. Tomura Shigaraki. Izuku breathed out. Rarely it was the man in the suit. Izuku knew that the man brought nothing but pain whenever he arrived. He could barely make out any features, but the man appeared to be bald and scarred. His teary eyes made it difficult to see. All for one. Night Eye growled out. Almost always, the doctor was the one there. His lenses reflecting the light into Izuku's eyes. He couldn't even cry out in pain whenever the doctor tore into him. Izuku's pencil and notebook toppled onto the ground. Izuku? Yui asked hesitantly. No, it couldn't be. No. Yomoptop, are you okay? Tokage's voice cut through his haze, a disembodied hand waving in front of him. Bakubro? Kirishima asked, glancing at his friend. His friend who was sweating more than usual and whose face was contorting into an expression of calm that one would reach after having surpassed the limits of their rage. Do you two recognize him? Aizawa asked. Shitty Wing's grandpa. Bakugo managed to choke out. Night Eye eloquently said. Dr. Tsubasa. Izuku managed to rasp out, sweat trailing down his face. The one that diagnosed me as quirkless. Night Eye's BLD froze, as did everyone's. WWH. Uraraka whimpered out. Are you certain that's him? Night Eye quickly composed himself. The two of them nodded. Positive. We'll deal with this after. Aizawa promised, quickly scribbling in his notebook. Quirkless. Augmentation. More. Storage capacity. Izuku tilted his head in confusion, too disoriented to make sense of the hazy words. Izuku barely caught snippets, wondering what they meant. Then he was dragged back under. A week later, he discovered the quirk of the skinny, red-eyed one. He awoke, his mouth open in a silent scream no one would hear as his arms were slowly decayed, unable to shake them free from the chains strapping him to the table. Deku! Uraraka cried out. The other students yelled out in alarm or anger. Aizawa winced, knowing full well how painful decay was. He couldn't even lift his head up to see, but he could definitely feel as his bones cracked, softened, then simply disappeared. Nothing but dust. The man, Shigaraki, he'd come to know, was gleeful at his pain. Izuku winced. He rubbed his arms subconsciously. He hovered a hand over Izuku's face, one finger dangling above his forehead, not making contact. Izuku briefly thought about how the quirk seemed to work with 5 fingers touching down. Still doing quirk analysis even when you're dying. Bakugo's eye twitched. Mom. Kaken. All Might. Mirio's fists clenched. Midoriya could tell that they were augmenting him in some sense. He felt bigger, sturdier. His body felt stronger and heavier, more dense, but even still he couldn't muster the force to break free. The doctor just kept slicing him open over and over again. Are they? Kinoko couldn't bring herself to voice the question, her words dying in her throat. Yoirozu nodded, dazed. They're making him into a Nomyu. Ida said, shocked. Not exactly. Izuku frowned. They would have started adding other people onto me. I'm still retaining my normal body. Maybe like Wolfram. Izuku thought back to the villain from Island. Like that villain 9, the one with multiple quirks. Shoji recalled. Izuku gulped, nodding in agreement. Sometimes he'd stick tubes in, and sometimes he'd inject him with long syringes. He'd bring a couple of canisters, and the doctor would cheer whenever one of them was successfully drained, forever stored in Izuku's body. Are those quirks? Izuku thought incredulously. A month or 2 into the torture, Izuku couldn't tell how much time had passed, but he felt as memories began to slip away. He noticed it when he'd thought back on what Kaken would be thinking at their school, and then had frowned when he couldn't remember the school's name. Bakugo tensed, smoke curling out of his fists. Ald. And. Alderan. Andu. That train of thought was cut off as he felt a searing pain began to trace down his chest, the doctor pumping him with whatever sick liquid was in one of the tubes. The students frowned, a few of them teary-eyed at their classmate in pain. What was the name? They're wiping him, mind. Pony whimpered. Kamakiri softly corrected her, too disturbed to even talk roughly. Izuku drifted off into unconsciousness. He briefly recalled what he'd read up on mind-related quirks. He knew he'd written it down. Something about focusing. Right. Focus on something that matters. Guess those notebooks are good for something. Bakugo huffed out, a sliver of relief in his tone. ♀hummed, recalling that information. Kaken. No, he'd told him to jump off a roof. But no, Kaken would never do that, right? Bakugo grit his teeth, even as a few people tossed him a sharp glare, the rest just looked sad. All Might. No, he'd crushed his dreams. He's the reason he's even here right now. This was his fault. Night Eye shuffled awkwardly in his seat. The students frowned, realizing it was both of their actions that had ultimately resulted in Deku even being there. Dad. Practically non-existent. A few students huffed. Mom. 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 She must be so worried. Izuku gulped, his throat hurting even as he swallowed back tears. Izuku could only lay there, silently weeping as his body was torn apart and stitched back together again. He could feel his thoughts emptying, like a pipe silently draining away his memories, but he could feel it. No. Kendo trailed off sadly. A month or two passed, he couldn't tell. He knew something had changed though. The doctor had cheered when he'd severed Izuku's arm, much to the boy's immediate pain and panic to the point he'd nearly passed out. The students immediately yelled out in alarm as they watched the arm fall off the table. His thoughts had screeched to a stop when he felt his arm begin to regrow. He could feel it as if it was pushing itself outward. Bone pushing forth, nerves and BLD piling after it with rough skin keeping it from falling out. All of it pushing outwards together, faster than any regeneration quirk he'd seen thus far. Izuku couldn't tear his eyes off the screen. It was like watching something horrifying yet fascinating. Regeneration. Tokage whispered out. What did they do to me? Where are the heroes? Yeah, where the hell are the pros? Mirio asked, teeth clenched. Bakugo wanted to be a hero, right? Where was Baku? Kak. What was he thinking about again? No, a bunch of students thought, aghast. Bakugo glared at his lap. Does the other me even give a SHT? Would I have noticed if Deku went missing? I would have, right? Better than the Nomu. Should have started. Quirkless people long ago if this was the result. Quirkless. Monoma repeated, wondering about the implications of that. Has retained consciousness, mostly. Body has remained near identical to the way it was when first acquired, albeit with more muscle now. Quirks integrated well. Yes. Izuku scribbled on his notebook. Quirkless people handle more quirks. Izuku frowned. Is that why I can use the other holders' quirks? But then, why couldn't All Might? He was quirkless too. Mom. Izuku struggled to think what he could remember of her. She had green hair, he thinks. Izuku had green hair too. She also cried a lot, and she had a nice smile. Mom was nice, he knew that much. Izuku smiled softly, his lips wobbling. The others cooed and smiled widely at that. The bald one was back, and Izuku could clearly see the man was scarred, practically half his face was missing. Tubes were jutting out from all over the man and it was honestly a miracle he was alive. More like a curse. Night Eye grumbled under his breath. The man hummed, placing a hand over Izuku's face. We'll be ready by then, that's fine. I'll give him a little gift. Night Eye tensed up. Izuku winced internally as tendrils seemed to snake beneath his skin, pulsing. Then Izuku felt the biggest pain in his life as suddenly all his senses were increased. So that's what it feels like, a few students thought. He could see, but the colors were too bright and there was too much detail. He could smell, but there was the smell of blood and dead flesh, of clean equipment and something more foul. He could hear, but everything sounded so much louder and painful. Little noises kept scratching into Izuku's brain. He could touch, but everything felt so much more detailed and chiseled. He could clearly feel the scratches and grooves on the surface of the table he was strapped to. It was all too much. His tongue felt dry, tasting the air much more strongly now, and Izuku recoiled, attempting to yell. He twisted and silently shrieked, the noises and movements only hurting him more. A quirk that enhances all senses. Of course, since I suddenly received it, then I wouldn't have developed the control and resistance to the sudden information overload. Izuku muttered. Jiru nodded, aware of how annoying it could be to suddenly hear too much. Mai hummed with sympathy. Sometimes when I wake up, my zoom will be all out of whack and I'll open my eyes and stare deep into a tiny hole on my ceiling. Mai admitted. Izuku chuckled at her admittance. Went much more smoothly than expected. He'll get used to the enhanced senses. Let me know once he's accustomed. The words rang painfully in his head. He needed to focus on something. The students winced at the loud voices and reverb, their hearts hurting for the other Izuku. On. Who could he focus on? He couldn't remember their names anymore. Did he really have no one to inspire him in his life? Nejiya and Uraraka thought simultaneously, lips slightly parted in shock. Asui glanced at Midoriya, a small frown on her face. No one to cheer you on, how are you so positive? He could only envision what they represented. A muscular man obscured in fog, off in the distance. An explosion. Then a pulling sensation. Who were they? Why couldn't he remember? He needed to remember. He could at least remember his name. Shinso frowned. If you could break free from my quirk, you can remember. Come on. A couple of months passed. He silently cried, trying to remember whatever it is he'd lost. He cried as he felt the doctor crack his head open like an egg, prodding around in his head. Regeneration was barely enough, and unfortunately it kept him conscious. The students shivered, and Izuku quickly covered his head. Bakugo growled, veins pulsing around his forehead. I'm going to incinerate that bald F, I'll help. Todoroki coldly stated. He finally had a lucky break. The doctor had been called away, something about an All Might, and Aizawa growled. Are they going to use him? The name sounded familiar. He struggled, yanking at his chains. He hadn't even been drugged yet. He could break out, he had to. He pulled, and the chain snapped. He pulled himself off his feet, staggering slightly as muscles long since unused were used once more. The students gasped out, shocked. He stood there for a couple of seconds, shocked and silent as he stared at the broken chains. Then he ran. Go, go, go. Awase immediately yelled out, startling the others before they proceeded to cheer on after him. He tried looking for an exit, then just began pounding on the wall. The wall cracked with the first blow, startling him. Strong. Izuku noted. Go, go, go. Uraraka cheered out louder than the others, startling Tokage, who was seated next to her. He hit it again, widening it. Then again, and it caved in. Izuku ran for the door he saw at the far end, and then a large fist grabbed him. F. Kamakiri and Kaibara yelled out. His mouth opened in a silent scream as he turned around to look at some deformed, hulking thing that seemed to have its brain exposed. Nomu. Mineta choked out. He threw a fist at the thing, hoping to get it off of him. He beamed internally as the fist tore the head right off of its shoulders. Then he continued running. Holy sh! Minoma whistled out in astonishment. Run, little man. Pony cheered on. Izuku sputtered. I'm not short, or at least he isn't. He barged through the doors, blowing them off their hinges. His senses were immediately assaulted by sunlight and various noises all around him. Freedom. A few students yelled out. Not yet, he needs to get away. Tamaki said, worry in his tone. A few people screamed and cars screeched to a halt as they stared at him. Aizawa stumbled out of his seat, snapping photos of the location. Night Eye immediately followed suit. Holy F. Okay, kid. Someone. Ambulance. Izuku ran and placed his hands on the shoulders of the closest person, opening his mouth to speak. Nothing was coming out. "SET, he can't talk." Jiru swore. Koda gulped. "This is bad." His eyes turned watery as the person in front of him shook slightly with fear. Izuku clutched at his throat, his mind slipping even as he pointed inside, where he'd come from. He shook his head, staggering slightly as he tried to control his breath. He could see his arms clearly in the light now. They were like his usual arms, only more muscular and scarred now. Izuku took a step back. "What did they do to me? If I ever see that doctor," was the collective thought in the room. Izuku looked around him, at the people taking pictures and watching him like one would an animal in a zoo. He needed heroes. He needed someone to take action. No, he needed to get as far away from this place as possible. "What? No, find the pros." Zero cried out. Aizawa huffed. "Unfortunately, he's correct. Pros can come later, because frankly no one save for all might stand a chance against all for one." Night Eye nodded in agreement. He needs to make distance. So Izuku turned around and ran. He ran much faster than he'd ever run before, clearing the street in less than a second. In less than a minute, the hospital he'd just escaped from was no longer visible. "He's really running," Kaminari said in awe. "He really is." Kirishima agreed. He continued to run. He needed to get away, and then find help. "A kid." "Oh wow, scene shift." Jiru pouted. "Yes, we have reason to believe that. An old villain is back." Tsukochi said, hesitantly throwing a glance at All Might. "At least they're aware now." Night Eye huffed. "Are you positive it's him?" Tsukochi nodded. "We found a decapitated corpse further in the morgue, where the kid had just come out from. When we analyzed it, it came up with more than one quirk factor and DNA. So it was modified or something." Miruko asked, her ears twitching. "Seems they got a good chunk of the top 10, Rin noted, looking at the screen. Tsukochi nodded. "The villain capable of this was supposedly left for dead 5 years ago. His quirk allowed him to take and give quirks as he saw fit. His name is All for One. All for One and One for All." Minoma sighed out, shaking his head. A few of the pros shifted awkwardly at that information. All Might's fist clenched as he thought about that monster. There was apparently a lab there, but it's long since been cleared. Evidently they didn't expect the boy to escape, considering the lab was cleared rather hastily. "Our priority is to find this kid. We tried to find out who he is, but All for One was very thorough in deleting anything and everything about the boy. To put it bluntly, he doesn't exist. Except for this." Tsukochi further explained, a picture of Izuku laying on the table before the pros. "You look pretty feral there," Shishida remarked. "Is that his version of a compliment or thank you?" Izuku hesitantly said. "We need to find and bring this kid in, no matter what. All for One can't get to him first. Leave it to us." Aizawa suddenly tensed up again. He might panic if one of them confronts them. It's possible he'll attack. "So, he escaped?" "Yes. Unfortunately we didn't reach the stage where he'd be loyal to our commands. I had only just finished adjusting his body to his quirks. In my haste to meet with you, I forgot to check the subject was properly sedated. Now he's going to die, because that's what happens to extras in movies." Bakugo said smugly. Minoma nodded. All for One hummed, his fingers drumming against his seat with a bit more force than necessary. "If you were not so valuable, old friend, I'd strike you down where you stand right now." All for One simply said, his smooth tone carrying an undercurrent of venom. Yorozu swore under her breath, disappointed. So he's vital to All for One's operation. Izuku noted, cupping his chin deep in thought. "Why us All for One?" "Locate the boy, but don't capture him. His escape was unfortunate, but we can make it work. We'll allow him to get accustomed to his quirks, and then once he's gathered some mastery over them, we'll simply snag him back." All for One ordered. "SHT, sleeper agent." Jiru frowned. The doctor winced. "Considering his quirks." Yes, I imagine it'll be difficult to track him down. Worry not, he'll turn up sooner or later. Poor Deku. Uraraka frowned. Why is he such a trouble magnet? All for One frowned slightly as the doctor left. Perhaps it would have been better to make sure the boy was loyal before giving him so many powerful quirks. He glanced at the 𝐻𝐼𝐽, the one he'd made to weaken All Might. I suppose you'll have to do. Oh, so you were intended for All Might. Todoroki noted. Well, if it's just the other one, then it should be fine. Kendo sighed in relief. A week of running had passed. Izuku awoke to a shriek. The student startled at the sudden noise. He stumbled up, pushing himself off of the home he'd barged into. The house that seemed pretty barren and that he was sure no one was living in. Uraraka gawked. Wait, I don't have any money. Is that? Izuku stumbled before he was fully out the window. Did the person think he was going to rob them? He turned around, facing the girl who seemed to live in this house. Oh my god. 𝐻𝐭𝐻𝐿 snorted, covering her mouth. I'm so sorry, Uraraka, I swear, Izuku started, before Uraraka pressed a finger to his lips. It's okay, Deku, she giggled. Your luck is something else. Monoma said in awe. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a quirk. Night Eye hummed in thought. Aizawa froze. No, please no. I wasn't robbing you, I swear. I just needed a place to sleep and I thought this house was empty. Is what Izuku wanted to say, but all the girl saw was him waving his hand furiously and bowing repeatedly. Oh no. Tsuyu sighed. Uraraka felt for her other self, she really did. The girl softly placed her bags on the ground, eyeing him hesitantly. She groaned internally at the broken window. The boy didn't seem hostile, at least, because it definitely was a boy that was currently staring at her fearfully. Geez, you act like Uraraka would break you in two. She wouldn't. Kirishima chuckled. Uraraka emitted a scary aura as she stared at Kirishima. You sure? Sorry about the window. Izuku mumbled. It's okay. I don't bite. The girl said as she inched towards him slowly, her hands raised in surrender. Izuku idly noted paw pads on her fingertips. Quirk. Yep, that is indeed my quirk. Uraraka giggled. Bean fingers. Yui simply said, causing Uraraka to sputter and Izuku's eyebrows to shoot up into his hair. I'm Okiko Uraraka, and you are? Uraraka asked hesitantly, outstretching a hand in greeting with one finger retracted. The boy seemed nice at least, albeit very frightened. The boy hesitantly reached out his hand, and Uraraka noticed just how strong the boy seemed, but he also had a bunch of scars running across his body. Izuku frowned as he tried to speak. Poor Izuku. Hirozu pouted, her cheek resting on her hand. Oh. Give me a second. Uraraka squealed, feeling a bit dumb for not noticing the boy couldn't even speak. She fetched some paper and a pen, handing it over to him with a soft smile. I wonder what's running through your brain right now, Okiko? Tsuyu asked. Honestly, I'm taking it pretty well. Cute boy breaks into my house and can't talk, and I'm handling it well. Uraraka shrugged. 𝐻𝐭𝐻 cackled. Cute boy here. Uraraka's eyes blanked out. Wait dash, the boy looked at her smiling, feeling awestruck. Then he looked down at the paper. He wrote Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya here. He the name fits you. Uraraka giggled as she tossed a glance at his messy green curls. Hey, it really does. Kendo snorted. Green team. 𝐻𝐭𝐻 cheered. Tsuyu nodded as she lifted up a fistful of her hair. Green team ribbit. Izuku chuckled as he ran a hand through his messy curls. Green team. Ibara frowned as she lifted a few vines in front of her. It counts, right? Izuku smiled, a small spark in his eyes as he continued to write. Sorry about your window. Uraraka chuckled awkwardly as she glanced at the shards. It's okay. Not that this isn't interesting, but why are you here? Oh, just escaping captivity, the usual. Awase shrugged. At that, Izuku frowned, his eyes getting teary. Uraraka winced, opening her mouth to apologize. Villains kidnapped me. I escaped. Uraraka's mouth dropped in shock. She quickly sat next to him, wanting to hug him. That's terrible. Ah. Are you okay now? She asked hesitantly. Izuku smiled at Uraraka. She's so caring. Izuku nodded. They modified me. My body looks almost the same, but they made me faster and stronger. I think one of them gave me quirks. Uraraka blinked at that. Quirks? As in more than one? Yeah, shame he's a villain. A quirk like that would have been amazing. Izuku sighed, rubbing his wrists. Izuku nodded. How? How do you know that? I'm quirkless. One of the quirks they gave me was regeneration. A strong one at that. That would do it, Monoma thought angrily. Uraraka pouted, her eyes teary. She hesitantly wrapped her arms around him. I'm so sorry. Do you have any family? We need to get the pros, they can dash. Izuku shook his head, remembering who he'd been running from the past week. Heroes hunting me. Izuku frowned, his eyes watery as he continued to write. I don't remember anyone. Just my name. I figured you wouldn't react well to the pros. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his forehead. Uraraka frowned even more as tears began to run down her cheeks. Izuku felt a pang in his chest at that. He didn't want to make the nice girl cry. Okako Uraraka. He could remember that. Uraraka beamed, a small smile on her face despite her teary eyes. He wiped her tears from her eyes, motioning for her to look at him. He smiled, showing that everything would be okay. The action seemed familiar, so he did it. I'll be fine. Thank you for caring. So much fluff. Nejaya sighed out as she sagged in her seat. Why yeah. Uraraka hiccoughed. Sorry, I'm not normally this teary, I just had a bit of a stressful morning. Entrance exams and all that. Uraraka chuckled softly. Izuku's eyes widened. It sounded familiar. Entrance exams. Hero no Mu. ♀whispered out, slightly baffled by the sheer randomness of those two words together. Yeah. Oh right, you've probably been out of the loop. I'm applying for US Hero course. Uraraka cheered happily. Izuku looked at her like she was a goddess, his eyes twinkling and causing her to blush. I'm sure you'll do great. Uraraka shivered with delight as she observed his adoration-filled eyes, something that Izuku noticed. Uraraka giggled. Thanks. Sorry about your window. I'll go now, I don't want to take any more of your time. Izuku wrote. What? No, you're welcome to stay if you want. Uraraka said. What kind of aspiring hero would she be if she didn't help someone in need? Izuku smiled warmly at that. Awfully chummy there, Okako. Mina teased with a wide grin. But Izuku began to write, but Uraraka shook her head. No buts. It's clear you're hiding and I'm more than willing to help. I've got enough space for you to camp out here. As for food and stuff. Uraraka trailed off, realizing she hadn't thought this through. Geez, what would mom and dad think if they saw I had a cute boy living with me? Wait, cute. Jiru and Tokage snorted, then full-on cackled as Mina and Toru squealed. Uraraka refused to look at anything but her own shoes as Izuku roughly cleared his throat. Tsuyu let out a few rib bits as she chuckled. Izuku was oblivious to Uraraka's suddenly red face as he continued to write. It felt so nice to talk to someone again, even if he wasn't really talking anyone. He poked her arm, and she let out a small before looking at the paper. Oh, I don't have to worry about food and stuff. That's nice of you. Thank you. Uraraka beamed. Then she paused. Oh, he's reliable too. Kinoko sighed out, almost dreamily. How are you going to pay for all that though? Izuku blinked, and pulled out a wad of yen. Uraraka looked at the money, surprised. She pouted at him. Did you steal this? Only from villains. I mean. Aizawa sighed, rubbing the back of his head. That's valid. Mirio shrugged, completely missing Night Eye's raised eyebrows. Uraraka sighed. She couldn't really argue against that. Okay then, that works. Welcome aboard. My house is your house, Midoriya. Izuku smiled, rubbing his throat. I'm heading out for a walk. That's a one-way ticket to getting caught. Kendo pouted, her cheeks puffed out as she stared at the Midoriya on screen. Midoriya walked around the neighborhood, thinking back on the past. He should really find out what date it is. He passed by a newspaper stand, and his eyes nearly bulged. He'd been gone for roughly 10 months. He wondered if anyone was looking for him. Just like my training. Izuku thought, startled. Deku bounced around in his head for a brief instant, angry and venomous. A few students pouted, Bakugo huffing in annoyance. He shook his head, deciding to enjoy his temporary freedom and fresh air. He wasn't stupid, he knew there were too many people after him now, and he basically had no allies except for Uraraka. The sound of a muted yell and then a whispered threat immediately after drew his attention to a dark alleyway. He could still see perfectly clear due to his quirk. Vigilantism. Night Eye sighed out. Would you have become a vigilante if you never got All Might's quirk or failed the entrance exam? Yui asked him curiously. I mean, maybe. I've always wanted to help people so. Izuku answered weakly, scratching at his cheek. He walked forward, being drawn towards the scuffle. Now I'm not gonna ask again, punk, where's the merchandise? One of them growled. There were 4 people, excluding Midoriya. One of them was slumped on the ground, bleeding and whimpering. Presumably the victim. DMN problem child is going to fight. Izuku walked forward, unable to tell them to stop. His footsteps made no noise as he walked right up to the first criminal. He headbutted them, knocking them unconscious instantly. Manly! Kirishima whispered, Tetsu nodding in agreement. The other 2 swerved to look at him as their buddy's body hit the floor. What the F? One of them yelled out as their arms erupted with flames. Izuku easily dodged the punch, but it was simply a distraction as the other criminal withdrew a blade from thin air and sliced his stomach open with it. The students gasped or yelled out in shock at that. A grin spread across his face, but then a moment later the gaping wound stitched itself back together, and all 3 criminals were on the ground, unconscious. Oh right, regeneration. Tokoyami remembered, calming his frantic heartbeat. The victim whimpered, staring up at him. In the dark, Izuku's eyes seemed to glow yellow, with no pupils visible. Please don't kill me. Izuku tried to say he wouldn't, but merely sighed, giving the man a thumbs up as he dragged the 3 crooks away. He took away any money they had, and slumped them against the police station. Someone would find them in a minute or 2. Doesn't stealing from criminals make you a criminal though? Kaminari tilted his head in confusion. Ida opened his mouth, prepared to dish out an incredibly complex answer. The answer is more complicated than that. We can discuss it all in detail during class tomorrow. Aizawa sighed. He hummed, realizing it was nearly night time. He might as well buy something for Uraraka. What would she like? Maybe mochi. She seemed like a mochi type of girl. Yeah, he'd buy mochi. Uraraka cheered in delight. Demon, you figured her out fast. Tokage whistled. Yeah, how'd you even know? Shoji tilted his head. Well, usually for people with quirks, their favorite foods or hobbies would usually have some correlation with their quirks. That usually also extends to personalities. For example, Ryukyu's love for anything that glitters could be attributed to her quirk, or another example would be Izuku was cut off as a vine tapped his forehead. As lovely as it would be to listen to you explain how our quirks affect us on a deeper level, we do still have a video to finish. Ibara kindly reminded him. Alright, sorry. Izuku winced. Scary, he can figure us out pretty well on quirks alone. A few people thought. Wait, so could my love for dinosaurs have to do with my quirk? I mean, I loved dinosaurs before I even got my quirk, right? Or did I get my quirk after? SHT Tokage thought, before electing to ignore that train of thought and mini-existential crisis. He arrived at the house an hour later, having gotten lost and a bit sidetracked looking at an All Might poster, finally recognizing the man at least. Apparently he was the #1 hero, so then why did he feel a sense of resentment just looking at his face? Who is it? Uraraka called out as he knocked the door. How do I answer that? Oh no. Uraraka sighed out. Wait. Midoriya? She asked, closer to the door. He gave a knock of confirmation. The door swung open and he proudly presented her some fine mochi. So he'd spent more than he should have. So what? Uraraka beamed, wondering if she could get away with buying some mochi today before curfew. Uraraka's eyes sparkled, and she beamed as she brought the bag to the kitchen. Mochi! Thank you so much. Wait. How'd you know I like mochi? Izuku grinned. Guessed is what he wrote on the paper. Uraraka laughed, the noise sounding like music to his ears, even with his sensitive hearing. Guessed. Monoma deadpanned. Guessed. A few more students repeated. Please. Izuku groaned. Izuku kept grinning, her positivity passing on to him. Well, thank you for the gift. It means a lot. She mumbled out softer now, her tone warm. He merely gave a thumbs up, a bit frustrated he couldn't say anything. Normally he'd be freaking out about a cute girl talking to him, much less him being in her house. Cute girl here? Toru asked smugly. Izuku trailed off, too embarrassed to admit it. Uraraka had a small smile on her face. Guess captivity makes that seem insignificant. They filled up on mochi, each content with the silence as they were too lost in their own thoughts. Finally, bedtime. Izuku gazed at the single mattress in the middle of the bedroom, with a single blanket. Not even a pillow. Uraraka sighed at her living conditions even as Momo and Izuku made a silent note to take her out shopping. I think I know where this is going. Yanagi almost smirked as she said that. He didn't mind at all, but there was no way he was sleeping there if it meant Uraraka had to sleep somewhere else. Definitely not in her own house. Izuku nodded. Mom didn't raise a child with no manners. Well, it's not much but you can dash. Izuku shook his head. He pointed at her and then the bed, then he pointed at himself and then at the hardwood floor that was the living room. Nagu, get your butt in bed. Uraraka huffed fiercely. Immediately Uraraka's eyes crackled fiercely. No way. I insist you have the bed, Midoriya. What kind of person would I be if I let a guest sleep on the floor? I'm fine with you sleeping on the bed. Oh, this is adorable. Yorozu and Nejiya said. Why not just share the bed? Todoroki asked, confused. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He pointed at her and then the bed once more. Uraraka's eyes narrowed as well, and she crossed her arms. Get a room, you two. Kaibara rolled his eyes. They are. Pony replied hesitantly, confused. He points at her, then the bed. She shakes her head, pointing at him and then the bed. They repeat this CYCL 3 times before they resort to a staring contest. Phut, you two are unbelievable. Mina snorted. Deku and Uraraka were currently also staring fiercely into each other's eyes. Determined green met unshakable brown as neither refused to back down. Yui blinked, recalling something from her date even as she leaned against Izuku. So are you just going to sit there, staring into her eyes? Izuku broke eye contact at the sudden question. Here. Sorry, I was too busy staring into your 𝐒𝐿. Izuku huffed as he also recalled this near-identical exchange. Yui had to stifle an actual laugh at that, and Izuku couldn't help but smile at the way her eyes shined with happiness. When it was clear neither of them was going to win this, Midoriya sighed and thought about it. He didn't want Uraraka sleeping out, especially without a blanket, but she wouldn't be content with him sleeping out without a blanket. Just admit defeat, Deku. Uraraka said, almost smug. He wrote something on the paper, showing it to her. Share. Oh good, you do have a brain. Todoroki said, relieved. Uraraka turned red, looking at him and the bed and trying to stammer out an answer with no success. Izuku tilted his head, confused. Nice. Mina snorted. Real nice. Toru and Tokage followed up. Shut up. Uraraka groaned, cupping her cheeks. Right, it only makes sense if we share since neither of us is going to back down anytime soon. It's big enough for both of us if we squeeze. Why yeah. Yep. Izuku squeaked out. Oh, you two would go well together. Nejiya cooed. If Izuku wasn't so dense, maybe he'd notice her crushing on him. Tokage snorted. I know, right? I've been trying to get her to admit it, but she just floats away every time. Mina swerved in her seat to look at them. Wait, what? Izuku tilted. Are they serious? Here. Deku, don't listen to them. Uraraka squeaked out, her hands waving erratically in front of her. She shot a quick glare at Ieyasu as he smirked almost carkily at the two of them. That was how Midoriya found himself sleeping next to a girl, but he couldn't sleep. His senses were too active, he didn't really feel tired, so he got up. More nighttime crusades, great. Aizawa sighed. He thought about the people after him, and then looked down at his hands. He grabbed a piece of paper, and began to write. Quirks, hyper-regeneration, enhanced senses, strength, speed, disassembly, shapeshift. Izuku stared in awe. He must be so strong. Those are all powerful quirks. Ida noted. Good thing they're in Izuku's quirk and not a villain's. Kinoko beamed. Izuku sighed, looking at the paper. To think he had 6 quirks, that he knew of so far. The doctor and his friends were a bunch of sick wackos, that was for sure. He quietly slipped out through the broken window, beginning to jump from rooftop to rooftop. It was nice, it felt liberating. Izuku smiled. He sure looked like he was enjoying himself, and he did feel pretty cool when he'd been running across rooftops back during Hosu. His hair stood on end as he tilted his head slightly, catching a figure in the dark. They smelled filthy, but also like cats. He turned around fully, the figure standing up as he realized he was noticed. Mr. Aizawa, the students yelped out. Eraserhead merely took a whiff inside his scarf, humming. Stinky scarf man. Kaminari whispered out. Mina nodded. Stinky scarf man. Congrats, both of you are on cleaning duty for the rest of the week. Aizawa gave them both a wide, terrifying grin. The two students groaned, even as the rest chuckled at their antics. You're the kid, he said, stepping out of the shadows. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The man seemed familiar. His scarves were dangerous, he thinks. Nothing he can't handle, I think. Uraraka said, unsure. Who do I root for? Shinso wondered, honestly split. Look, come with us. We'll help locate your family and keep you safe from the villains. Eraserhead said, leaping onto a rooftop closer to Midoriya. Midoriya tensed up, his body pulsing and warmth flooding his eyes. He shook his head. Fight time. Jiru said glumly. You got this, Midori. Mina cheered. My own class. Aizawa sighed, betrayed. Eraserhead frowned. Well, I tried. Strands of his scarf shot out in an instant, and Izuku quickly disassembled the parts that wrapped around him. He leapt from the rooftop, quickly traversing across the other buildings with Eraserhead in pursuit. It doesn't seem like Erasure cancelled out all of his quirks. Izuku noted, scribbling all this down. Uraraka. Have to steer him away from her. No connection to anyone. Gotta get away. You're so caring, Deku. Uraraka said warmly, her eyes bright. He could hear Eraserhead communicating with someone now, and it was only Izuku's new speed and reflexes that allowed him to evade capture so far. He leapt across the street, Eraserhead cursing loudly as he realized he couldn't make the jump. Izuku smiled internally, turning around to run when he heard a sonic boom somewhere high above him, and suddenly his instincts were screaming at him. The students began to cheer as Izuku escaped. Someone landed right behind him, the impact making dust rise and instantly setting Izuku's hairs on edge. OF, nearly everyone said, on edge by the person behind Midoriya. Please come with us. Izuku shivered, turning slowly to look at the symbol of peace. All Might was barely 10 feet away from him, what the hell was he supposed to do now? Surrender. Night Eye helpfully supplied. I'm sure he can handle him. Kaminari shrugged. Yeah, he's pretty strong now. Kirishima defended. Izuku shot the pro a glare, hiding his own fear even as he tried to carefully disassemble the floor to make a quick escape. Oh, smart. Nejaya chirped. Aizawa huffed, agreeing. Not a bad strategy. Momo thought. All Might pressed his hand against his ear. I have the boy. Izuku smirked. No, you don't. His palms slammed against the ground, collapsing the roof and startling the pro. In an instant, Midoriya quickly barreled through the walls, reassembling them behind him to hopefully buy time. Go go go! The students cheered on. Izuku was jotting down notes on the way his other self used his quirks. He barged out a window, and then all he saw was fire. The screen shut off, and all the students yelled out in protest. "Oh come on! You can't just leave off like that. Fire, so endeavor." Shoto scowled. "Old man? I hope he's okay." Uraraka frowned. "He'll be fine. If he really did die, then the corners of the screen would have faded to red and the screen would have gone to static at the end." Mai recalled. "Has she seen me die?" Izuku thought with a gulp. Aizawa cleared his throat. "Let's proceed to the next one," he said, masking his own worry. Mai nodded, hitting play once more. The safe usage experiment. Here. The experiment began 5 years ago at Island. The purpose of it was to develop a way for certain people to use their quirks. Those that couldn't use them in the first place, either because they'd get hurt by it, or others would. Whoa, that sounds really useful. Midoriya trailed off in awe. Tokoyami nodded. As the name implies, safe usage. The idea had originally been proposed by one of the higher-ups at the island, who had a daughter with a powerful telekinetic quirk, but as a result suffered from severe migraines. The experiment would have made things safer and easier for many, and as a result would have been beneficial to society as a whole. Would have, Monoma noted, tensing up slightly. However, the cure they'd made was replaced without anyone knowing merely hours before any testing could take place. It took effect nearly 6 hours after initial introduction to the test subjects. Tampering with medicine. Just great. Night Eye huffed. In less than a day, Island became nothing more than an island-sized BLD stain, floating along the sea. Wait. What? Zero choked out, and the students were immediately on guard. Whoever tampered with the experiment knew what they were doing. The cure originally worked by targeting the quirk factor in an individual, diluting it in a sense similar to suppressant. Essentially weakening the quirk to a point where it could still be used, but without causing harm to the wielder. That sounds really useful for One for All. Izuku idly thought. That changed the moment it was replaced. It isolated the quirk factor, adapting the body to handle prolonged and constant use of the wielder's quirk with zero repercussions. It had to have been the work of a quirk. There's no other feasible explanation unless the one who caused all this had worked on this virus for decades. It was too complex. Too specialized and with a specific purpose for it to have been simple meddling. I mean, it's just unlimited quirk usage, right? Kaminari tilted his head in confusion, wondering why it was such a big deal. It targeted individuals with quirks. If anyone had a quirk, the infected could sense them. They'd go after the ones without isolated quirk factors, doing their best to attack and convert them. The infected. Like zombies. Yanagi thought, her visible eyes shining with anticipation and worry. They acted like old-school zombies, like the ones you'd see in movies a couple hundred years ago. They could be fast when they wanted to be. Not very intelligent. However, they had quirks. Quirks that had no limits now in terms of how often they could be used or at what output. The students froze. Aizawa stiffened in his seat. Don't tell me. All they needed to do was touch an exposed wound. If they graze or bite a quirked individual, they'd be infected. Regeneration types didn't matter since the virus wasn't recognized as a threat. After all, it didn't initially attack. It simply isolated the quirk factor before proceeding to do the rest. Oh my god. Kirisuima said, his tone filled with horror. The ones that had seen zombie movies were shaking. The ones from 1A were reminded of a certain student that had a similar quirk. This one, however, seemed much deadlier. 2 months later. And as far as I know, the whole world's gone. Izuku. Tokage tilted her head at the voice. The scene shifted to show Izuku, his feet dangling off the edge of a rooftop as he shifted. A shotgun was strapped to his back, as well as a multitude of blades and a small bag. What the F? Shinso mumbled without meaning to. His arms were bandaged, as well as his cheek. His eyes lacked that bright spark that his classmates used to notice in him. His classmates. What the F happened? Bakugo growled out, his voice oddly tense. The world couldn't have gone to SHT in 2 months, right? Monoma asked himself internally. Izuku's eyes dimmed even more, gazing off past US barrier. At least what was left of it. They'd reinforced it as best they could, but it would only be a matter of time before an infected with the right quirk came and tore right through the walls. No! Night Eye trailed off. Mai took a shuddering breath, steeling her nerves. Come on, you've seen worse. Just move past it. Hey Izuku. Ida's asking for you. Izuku turned to glance at Mai, her hair up in a ponytail, with armored gloves covering her hands and a pistol holstered against her thigh. Right. I'll be right there. Where did you even get guns? Shoto asked. Mai probably made them. Izuku said. Izuku lifted himself up with some effort as he made his way down towards the makeshift command center. They hadn't bothered to try to fix up the building after the initial outbreak. It looks like SHT. The F happened. Kamakiri yelled out. Shut up and watch. Kendo nearly growled out, already on edge from the vibes this particular universe was projecting. He hummed as he glanced out of one of the broken windows. At least Nezu had the foresight to install lethal weaponry, just in case. Nezu, listening in, decided that he would do just that. He finally entered the command center, or in other words, the repurposed cafeteria. He glanced at the faces of his friends and classmates. Ida, Monoma, Mai, Tamaki, Todoroki, Kodai, Kamakiri, Rin, Kirishima, Testutetsu, Kinoko, and Yorozu. Holy SHT, we look dead inside. Kirishima said quietly. Todoroki hummed in agreement, looking at himself on screen. I look sad. His eyes dimmed. Out of everyone, these were at least half of the last students left. Wait, what? That little? Kinoko whimpered out. Pony shivered, her bright eyes even brighter with tears. She wasn't fond of horror movies. How is Ground Zero's team doing? Izuku asked. Ground Zero? Izuku thought. Me. Bakugo said without question, seemingly reading Izuku's mind. They've made contact with the League. Apparently only Shigaraki, Dabi, and Twice are still alive. Yorozu informed him. The League's gone. Uraraka asked hesitantly. This experiment. It's beyond serious. We need to find out about this and stop it if it exists. Aizawa grit his teeth. They lost Zero. Ida shifted, his face set in stone. Izuku's frown deepened. They closed their eyes, remembering just how much they'd lost. Zero shuffled uncomfortably in his seat. Sorry bro, Kirishima lamely said. Any luck? Izuku said hoarsely, glancing at Mai. She shook her head. We're trying so hard to make a cure, but it's like this thing is isolating itself and making it difficult for any tests to show results. We're still working on it though. She admitted, frustrated. It's okay. Keep at it. We need to go for a supply run. Izuku said, turning towards his classmates. Bakugo tensed up. Supply runs are never good. Kodai, Tamaki, Todoroki, and Kamakiri, you're with me. He informed them. They needed to get more food. With Creati and Phantom Thief making pretty much all of their weaponry and defenses, they didn't have enough. Momo and Monoma winced. It's okay you two. You're helping so it's fine. Izuku smiled at them. They would have had more than enough, if an infected Mina and Tokoyami hadn't completely destroyed most of the food during the initial outbreak. Izuku took a second to toss a glance at Ida's mechanical hand. Ida frowned as he rubbed his hand. Mina swore, whimpering. Apologies. Tokoyami frowned, disappointed. Be back soon. You heard. Apparently some big tragedy happened in Island, they're keeping it under wraps. Uraraka said with some worry as she walked to the station with Deku and Ida. Oh SHT, flashback. Toru asked. Seems like it. Shoji said. Izuku frowned, I hope Melissa is okay. This must be the initial outbreak. Aizawa thought. They talked amongst themselves even as Izuku checked his phone for news. It was incredibly odd that almost no information had been leaked. Tamaki gulped, shaking slightly. A blood-piercing cry cut through the calm silence, and they all looked up in alarm as people began to run from something. The three students immediately ran towards the commotion, turning the corner and watching as someone covered in blood was hunched over another person, chewing on their arm. The students immediately froze up, some staring with their jaws open on their eyes wide. Yuraraka whimpered out, suddenly in shock and unable to form words. Ida was faring no better and Izuku was having a hard time breathing. What the hell, we need to get help. Mineta whimpered in his seat, bile rising in his throat as he looked away from the screen. Yuraraka, call a hero. Let's just step away, quietly but calmly. Izuku breathed out slowly, his heart pounding as he could feel it in the air. The sense of wrongness, of something terrible happening. The students could feel it too. The feeling that something was incredibly wrong. Deku, no signal. Yuraraka whimpered out, close to tears. Ida tensed up next to him and Izuku quickly looked back up at the villain. The villain who was now standing up as the victim twitched, their veins bulging on their skin before smoothing out. What the F? Tsuburaba managed to whisper out, disgusted and afraid. Izuku's breath died in his throat as the victim stood up, slow and steady and completely oblivious to its missing arm. I think I'm gonna hurl. A waste thought as his eye twitched. What the? Izuku whimpered out, his legs trembling. What is happening? Yuraraka's grip tightened immensely as the two bleeding strangers turned to look at the three of them simultaneously. Pony shuddered, refusing to react. She was training to be a hero, damn it. No fear. Izuku had a second to look at their eyes. Their lifeless, pale eyes. He instantly knew that whatever these things were, they were definitely not people anymore. Run, he simply said. Good idea. Kendo said. That's real thing creepy. Bakugo leaned back in his seat. Aria. Izuku was snapped from his thoughts as an ice-cold hand brushed against his shoulder. Sorry, Todoroki, got lost in thought. Oh, back to the present. Hard to believe it's only been 2 months. Jiru shuddered. We're here. Kanagawa this time. Tamaki said. Ibara blinked, Honinuki frowning as he thought. Right, let's get what we need. Hand the bags to Rule when done and then repeat. We all know the drill. Izuku said as he walked towards a supermarket with Todoroki. Izuku blinked at Yui. I didn't know your hero name was Rule. Now you know. Kamakiri and Tamaki went off in another direction as Kodai settled herself on top of the truck, keeping watch on their surroundings. This is all kinds of bad. Kaminari groaned. Quite a few students were wondering just what the hell had happened to them. Izuku sighed as he cut down another infected. A shark mutation. He had taken to writing down on their quirks, just like he would have normally done. As a way to remember them. Izuku's breath hitched, glancing down at his notebook. Todoroki quickly made another ice barricade as another infected barreled into it, their head plated with what seemed to be steel. Izuku shot him point blank without pausing, packaging some cans into his bag. You four. You killed so casually, Ribbit. Tsuyu shuddered, and Midoriya pulled her close to comfort her. In this situation, there's no other choice. Aizawa said, his words sounding bitter to him. Todoroki checked inside his bag. Almost. Yui stared off, surveying her surroundings and trying not to think about her friends. Or any of her loved ones. Pretty much all of them were. Izuku squeezed Yui's hand, who nodded in acknowledgement. Yui frowned, peeling her eyes away from the vine-riddled park in the distance and deciding to look at a building that was barely standing. Ibara tensed. Her blood chilled and her eyes widened slightly as she looked back at the park, more focused this time. OF, Monoma said. Jiru tried to ignore the rapidly increasing heartbeats of her fellow classmates, and the 1B students shifted uncomfortably in their seats. She could just barely make out the vines, slowly but surely moving in their direction. She gave it maybe 20 minutes before they got to her position and they were screwed. She clicked on her radio. Vines heading our way from the park. Estimate 20 minutes. I'm sorry, Ibara said weakly. Izuku smiled sadly. It's okay. Not your fault. You sure? Kamakiri's voice crackled through the radio. Izuku cursed. Let's go. I'd rather not have to fight an entire park. Todoroki frowned. I could just burn it down. Todoroki nodded. It was an easy solution. As much as I'd love to, we'd risk attracting more. I'd rather not have to fight another top 10, especially if your father is still active. He means infected. Bakugo huffed out before Kaminari could even ask. An infected endeavor with no limits. I wouldn't want to fight him. Izuku shuddered. Todoroki hummed, agreeing to that. As they made their way outside, Kamakiri and Tamaki were already waiting. Let's get going. Kamakiri was just giving his bag to Yui when he noticed it. A lone straggler simply watching them from a block or two away. What? Nejaya shivered in her seat, staring at the figure in the distance. The infected noticed him watching, and looked up to the sky. Then it began screeching. The students winced or yelled out in shock at the sudden screeching. Izuku yelled out as he opened the driver's door, shooting at the screecher and watching in satisfaction as it fell, but the damage was done. The others tensed up as they heard collective groans or yells from all around them, many distant but some near. That's really scary. Pony whimpered out, and Yanagi squeezed her hand. She normally didn't mind horror, but normally horror movies were fictional. This was an actual universe. The revelation made her skin crawl. Izuku swerved to look back at the vines, approaching more quickly now. We need to go now, before a horde forms. Izuku told them as he closed the door, the others hopping in quickly and slamming their doors shut as he began driving off. I told you this was a bad idea. Bakugo growled, sparks popping off. They got about 4 blocks away before the tires sunk into the ground, along with the front of the truck. SHT. What the F? Midoriya yelled out. Honinuki shivered. CRP. You two here? Rin cursed. I feel terrible. Ibara sighed, rubbing her forehead. None of this is your fault. We can blame whoever tampered with the experiment for that. Night Eye assured them. Through the back. Tamaki yelled out as he punched his way out the back. Kodai withdrew a rifle the size of her thumb, enlarging it with her quirk and beginning to take out the ones in the distance. Smooth. Izuku couldn't help but think. Izuku, Todoroki, and Kamakiri tumbled out. Yui shrunk the truck and pocketed it. I think this is Honinuki's quirk. Kamakiri voiced his concern, and Yui nodded in agreement. That's an interesting application. Yui noted with a small frown. I wouldn't have thought to use my quirk like that. Izuku nodded as he jotted that down. SHT, okay. Hit the rooftops. Izuku growled as Todoroki conjured an ice barrier around them. Todoroki sent a blast of fire down the street, taking out a few of them. Tamaki sliced another infected with bat wings and Kamakiri diced through a few others. Tamaki glanced at Mirio and Nejaya. I hope they didn't suffer. Need to find him. Izuku thought as he looked around, wondering where Juzo was. His softening was directional if I remember correctly, so if I follow where it thins out. Izuku's eyes trailed the lines made by softening, and looked down into the eyes of Honinuki. Found you. Honinuki made note of that. He could easily be exposed from cover if a villain simply followed the trail. Where? Kamakiri growled, and Izuku pointed. Sorry Juzo. Kamakiri cursed out, lifting his pistol and taking down his former classmate. Let's go. Yui said, her tone slightly sad. Kendo patted Honinuki's shoulder. At least you're all safe. He tried to find the silver lining, looking towards the ones on screen. Izuku looked back at the vines, now writhing about where they'd originally parked. He had yet to see the user though, and that worried him. Unlimited vines, yeah, I'd be worried too. Jiru admitted. Are you okay, Uraraka? Izuku fretted as he dabbed his friend's scratched cheek with wipes. She winced at the sting, shaking and sweating. Oh, another flashback. Tokage whispered out. Continuation from earlier. Shishida stated. I'll be fine, but I killed him. Uraraka whimpered out, tears streaming down her face. Uraraka tensed up, even as the other students straightened up at the declaration. Uraraka. It's going to be fine. He was going to kill us and our attacks weren't putting him down. Ida tried to console her. She was looking at her hands in horror. Izuku could still recall how that thing had brushed off his 8% kick like nothing. It had been kicked hard, crashing into the far wall, but it had stood right back up 2 seconds later. They're strong, Izuku noted, writing it down. Uraraka had been the one to leap at it, slapping a hand onto its chest with a cry. The thing had begun floating upwards, clawing at them and managing to nick Uraraka's cheek. It had floated away, up high, and Uraraka had released her quirk after nearly a minute. Izuku paled as he recalled something. All they needed to do was touch an exposed wound. If they graze or bite a quirked individual, they'd be infected. The students who recalled that bit of information went rigid, Uraraka included. Tsuyu hugged her friend, eyes watery. We need to get back to UA. It's closer and we have no signal. It's safer there with the pros. Izuku reasoned, Ida nodding in agreement. Uraraka? Izuku asked her. She was sweating a bit now. She looked slightly feverish, although he reasoned that was her dealing with the shock. She's going to turn. Yorozu's breath quickened slightly. Aizawa's knuckles were turning white. His DMN students were, no, he couldn't think like that. She placed a hand on his arm. His eyes widened. I can't use my quirk. She whimpered out. Uraraka whimpered, Tsuyu hugging her tighter. It's going to be okay. It's most likely the shock, but we need to get to UA. Izuku smiled at her, even though it was forced and it hurt to do. She took a deep breath, nodding with that determination Izuku admired in her. Uraraka gave a wobbly smile at that. She appreciated him for that. UA was not as safe as Izuku had expected. A fight was going on in there. The barrier was almost completely destroyed and there were more of those things lurking around. 1 or 2 of them had already noticed them. Are they even human? Uraraka whimpered out, her voice lower than it was before. Mirio placed a comforting hand on Tamaki's rigid shoulder, his smile gone and his eyes fixed to the screen. Ida, do you think you can rush past them? Izuku asked. Ida nodded. Okay, I'll carry Uraraka and follow after you. We need to help however we can. Izuku said with determination. He dashed after Ida, jumping over outstretched hands and a fireball or 2. He ran towards UA, his heart clenching as pink mist and dark, shadowy tendrils punched out through the hole in the roof. Dark shadow. Tokoyami said, his quirk writhing inside of him. You 3, a voice yelled out. The 3 students swerved to look at Aizawa, who was breathing and bleeding from his arm. Mr. Aizawa. The student sighed in relief, then worry. At least I'm alive. I can protect the problem children. Aizawa slumped in his seat. Mr. Aizawa. Izuku yelled out, relieved to see his teacher and grateful for a familiar face. Mr. Aizawa, do you have any idea what's going on? Ida quickly asked. Aizawa shook his head. We believe it's related to I-Island. Unfortunately, communications are now offline. The last order us pros received was to authorize the use of lethal force. Whatever these things are, they are not human. Lethal force. Izuku trailed off. This feels really surreal. Shoji said quietly. Koda nodded in agreement. The students paled at the information. You 3, get to the gym, that's where the others were instructed to hold out. Aizawa yelled out as he rushed towards the school's cafeteria. Wait! We're coming to help. Midoriya yelled out. Aizawa shook his head furiously. Aizawa paused in his steps. What he and his colleagues were doing, these kids didn't need to see that. No. Aizawa stated, his voice cold. Report to TDL, that's an order. Izuku frowned. He wanted to help his teacher but, he was right. They weren't ready to kill. Izuku frowned, running towards the gym with his classmates. Aizawa thanked his lucky stars they didn't see the bodies. The students shivered at that. Izuku watched the other students. There were only about 60 of them here so far. Some had injuries already, and others were frozen with fear. Only about 18 of them were even Hero Corps students. They were all doing their best to ignore the sounds of combat outside. A few students had to resist the urge to not shake, and a few had watery eyes. "They're infected, aren't they?" Todoroki asked, his tone seemed tired. Izuku nodded slowly. Midoriya slumped down next to Todoroki. "Hey! Midoriya, do you know what's going on out there?" Todoroki greeted. He shook his head, tears threatening to leak from his eyes. He distantly noticed one of the other students shaking his friend's shoulders, who was sleeping, but also seemed to be sweating a lot. Zero grit his teeth, pulling on his hair slightly. "It's related to Island. No communications and it's pretty bad out there," Izuku admitted. "Lucky we stayed to study," Tsuyu remarked wearily, stroking Uraraka's hair. She was taking a nap on her friend's shoulder, a soaked rag on her forehead. Tsuyu glanced at Uraraka. They were practically doing the same thing. She glanced back at herself on screen. Uraraka almost wanted to pull away from her friend. She couldn't stand to see herself like that. She felt slightly nauseous. Kirishima nodded. "Hope my family is doing okay." A few students tensed up at that, having completely forgotten about their families until now. Izuku looked at his shoes. "Mom." The students frowned at that. What happened to our families? Was the collective thought they had. Aya saw a bit of what happened. Kaminari admitted. "I was just a few blocks away when, whatever this is, happened." The ones who hadn't even stepped outside yet looked towards him. "How was it?" "Really bad," Kaminari murmured, shaking slightly. Kaminari shivered a little, recalling something. "It was going normally so far. I was just listening to music and then I heard a few screams. I saw Death Arms in the distance running towards the commotion, and so I followed slowly, curious as to what was going on." "He saw the same thing we did, didn't he?" Izuku thought. "The people who rushed past me seemed terrified. This wasn't a normal villain attack, because usually people stick around to watch from a distance, but they were just running. I'm pretty sure a few of them had BLD on their clothes." Kaminari shuddered. "More infected," Kuroiro mumbled. Kendo frowned. "Are you serious? This is all a bit too much." Izuku shook his head. "His story matches up with what we saw. We were outside too." Kendo's in denial. Tokage frowned. "I mean, yeah. I would be too," Kendo admitted. A few other studenti nodded in agreement. Kaminari gulped. "Right. Well, I followed and I saw a few heroes fighting people, but they were soaked in BLD. A few of them were shooting off their quirks, and the attacks from the heroes weren't doing much." Kaminari paled, his breath hitching as he recalled something. Mirio placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. "What else happened?" "I'm alive there, but not in the present." "I don't get it." Mirio frowned, deep in thought. "Well, there were all these other people. Some just laying on the ground and not moving, and others were also laying down but they were shivering and unconscious. I thought it was just the work of one of the villain's quirks, but then..." Kaminari trailed off, a few sparks coming off of him. Kirishima placed a hand on his bro's back, steadying him. Kaminari nearly yelped, but nodded in appreciation. They began twitching. Ida asked hesitantly, and Kaminari grit his teeth as he nodded furiously. They shivered and all. Some of them were outright spasming on the ground, and others simply shook. "I think I saw bite marks, but then they just got up. They started attacking too." Kaminari whimpered, close to tears. Nejaya shivered again, curling in on herself. It's okay. We're all here now and that's what matters." Izuku placed a hand on his friend's back, trying to comfort him. Izuku nodded in agreement. They needed to stay positive. "I'm glad you, Ida, Kaminari and Okiko at least came back well. No one else has gone out." Tsuyu sighed with relief, holding her friend close to her. Uraraka's hair fell over her face, and she was shivering a bit, although Tsuyu assumed it was her friend crying, as she'd felt tears fall onto her legs earlier. Uraraka whimpered, leaning into her friend. I'm sorry. It's okay, Ribbit. Those aren't tears. Ida frowned. Izuku nodded. I'm glad you're all okay too. Then why do I feel like I'm missing something? Because it is. Bakugo said. Make the connections. Todoroki agreed. Izuku drifted his eyes across the others, watching the students. A few of them were laying down. Coincidentally, pretty much all of the ones resting were the ones with injuries, whether big or small. They're all infected. Kinoko said with fear. They were sweating quite a bit too, and some were shaking. Izuku frowned. Come on, Izuku. Please notice. Yaoyorozu pleaded. Then he noticed the veins beginning to twitch on the faces of two of them. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. No. Make the connection or we die. Yui said. Izuku winced. Little blunt there. Tokage pouted at her friend. Sorry. He began to stand up, shifting his legs so he was kneeling, ready to move at a moment's notice. Is it just me or is there a feeling that something really bad is gonna happen? Kendo coughed out. A few students nodded. Not just you. Midoriya. Kirishima and Mirio asked, unnerved by his stance. Izuku was finding it more difficult to breathe now as his mind began to make unpleasant connections and the ambience in the gym began to feel claustrophobic. Izuku shivered slightly, feeling how his other self was feeling. He couldn't even imagine. If they were gonna turn. No, they're just in shock, right? But if they aren't? Izuku stiffened, all thoughts fleeing his head as he came to an answer. He slowly tilted his head so he was facing Tsuyu. Uraraka whimpered, a tear falling from her cheek. Tsuyu was holding her tightly, refusing to be scared. Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder, squeezing it in comfort. Asu, show us Uraraka's face. Midoriya said fearfully. Tsuyu blinked at him in surprise, and his classmates looked at him warily. Why are we so dense when it actually matters? Mineta lamented. Who would expect that though? Kaminari protested. What's going on here, Midoriya? Todoroki asked him. Just do it please. Izuku choked out, and Asui warily brushed a few strands away from her friend's face. Izuku's heart stopped for an instant as he noticed the dark veins creeping in from the sides of his friend's face, almost unnoticeable and hidden by her hair. Mina whimpered out, tears threatening to fall. Kaminari's breath hitched and Ida tilted his head in confusion. He recognized it too. Ida noticed, frowning at his own ignorance. I think she's infected. Asui, please step away. Izuku managed to say, every word burning his throat. Uraraka made to pull away, but Tsuyu held her close. That's not you, Okiko. I trust you. Uraraka nodded, feeling nauseous. She didn't want to see herself infect her friend. Tsuyu frowned. Midoriya, this isn't like you. If what she told me is true, then she's simply shocked because she dropped someone. Ribbit. Tsuyu sighed out. She kind of figured she was screwed. Midoriya took a step forward, mind blank. His classmates watched him in confusion, and the other students were also watching him now. They're not paying attention to the others. Night Eye noticed, voice incredibly tense. This isn't shock. Look at the veins. We saw it with the other ones. Midoriya tried to explain, his throat aching in pain. Tsuyu pursed her lips, laying Uraraka down on her book bag and getting up to walk over to Midoriya. Don't turn your back. Bakugo groaned. You're just panicking. Kaminari said it's related to bite marks, and Okiko doesn't have that. Tsuyu said, her voice tense. Izuku winced at her tense tone. Tsuyu leaned her head closer to him, and he pet her head so he could distract himself from his pounding heart. Then maybe it's... Izuku fumbled, his mouth not saying what his brain was yelling. Maybe it's not bite marks, but wounds. Kendo placed a firm hand on her shoulder. It's fine, just take a deep breath. Kendo nodded, following her own advice as she took a shuddering breath. Izuku shook his head furiously. It's not bites. Izuku managed to choke out. Yui and Kamakiri stepped forward, barely managing to hear what Izuku was saying. The other students were focused on the hero core students, listening to them argue and ignoring their unconscious comrades. Bad, very bad. Pony whimpered as she watched them. Midoriya, please take a deep breath. Uraraka doesn't have any bite marks, or injuries for that matter. Yorozu assured, rubbing his back. The scratch. Yanagi said softly. Midoriya froze, recalling something. I know. Shishi had a scratch, because one of them came for us. I cleaned it. Izuku trailed off as he looked over Asui's shoulder, towards where Uraraka was laying down. The students froze, the aura emitting from the screen keeping them from moving. Where the straps on Asui's backpack were beginning to float upwards. No one dared to move. Brown hair shifted as a head was lifted, and pale, dead eyes met his own. The screen turned off, Uraraka shaking in Tsuyu's grasp. A few students gulped, throats aching and eyes burning. Aizawa said nothing for a minute, before clearing his throat. I think that's enough for today, we'll resume on Monday. He said, tossing a glance towards Uraraka and nodding in an attempt at comfort. Izuku's palms felt sweaty. This had actually happened. Somewhere out there, on another Earth. Izuku's eyes felt teary. How many other worlds were like that? Where he earned nothing but suffering and so many of his friends were gone. The students were quiet, and all Izuku could think about was All Might's words. Sometimes you can't save everybody. Izuku's lips were pressed tightly against each other as he moved to hug Uraraka. He couldn't save everybody, but he could at least try to save the people right in front of him.